Le Mans series here on the Esports Racing channel. I'm Conor Radic. I'm joined by Justin Prince for this 6-hour race of Suzuka. We are finally in the session, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay about getting this stream started, but it looks like we're going and there's going to be no problems from this point forward. I'm Conor Radic, joined by Justin Prince, and well, we've got the race started right now. It's currently on lap number 8 of things, but 6-hour race, still a long way to go, about 5 hours and 45 minutes there. But Justin, how are you doing and what are you expecting from this race?
Doing good this morning so far, and I'm expecting a race that will have some interesting moments because this is the first race after a new build. Some of the cars adjusted for that said build. The Porsche machines having the new tires. But in the end, overall today, I'm expecting a race where consistency again will be key for these drivers, especially since the scrap for the lead is already separated 4 seconds. The reason being a bit of contact. And 130R on lap number 4 of this race already, Connery.
Yep, so dramas already. It does result in, as you say, VRS Grand Sport having about a 4.7 second lead over Prolog React Esports at the moment. We have Porsche Team Mama that's currently in 3rd place and actually hot on the heels of that Prolog React Esports team here. They stand at about 7/10 of a second behind the 2nd place team right now. And of course, you have a little bit further back, you do have Singularity Racing Pink and Avicaric Racing not too far away in P5 as well. Just to give you a little bit of an introduction to this one, of course, we've got the single class of racing here is just those GTE machines that are going to be racing here today. So you got the likes of the Fords, you got the Porsches, you got the Ferraris as well. You got the got those cars out there, and of course, important to note with these Porsches, it's GT3 Cup Car Brethren got the new tyre model update, but we're still waiting for it to come out for that GTE Porsche, so we're just going to have to wait for that one. You got the BMWs out there as well, so good representation in terms of the car manufacturers here, and that is exactly what you'd like to see.
Absolutely indeed. Right now, there's that good mix of Ferraris, Porsche machines, and BMWs. 11 Porsches, 9 Ferraris, 4 BMWs taking part in this opening round today. But right now, one of the main things to note, you see that Ferrari, you see it's Prolog React Esport. They're a bit slower down on the straights than being slowly reeled in at a minute 57.5 because they have left front damage. That's been causing some drag on the front of their nose and allowing Morgan Moran to reel them in from as far back as 10-20 car lengths behind them.
Yep, starting to reel them in at this stage. And you can see that right now, battle for P3 certainly on, certainly a thing. And well, it's actually battle for P2, excuse me. So Prolog React Esports and Porsche Team Mama, they are very, very close indeed. It's basically a battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche here as they head their way through the top of the SS section and in towards the right, and then of course the second Degner as well before they go over that crossover point where the track is basically one big figure of 8 if you look at it like that, and in towards the hairpin they go. Ferrari certainly hot, the Porsche, excuse me, certainly hot on the heels of the Ferrari here. Let's see if Prolog React Esports can actually hold on to this position early on in the race.
Yeah, it's early on, yes. Some drivers will just say it'll be a chance once the race continues on to try and get into a good rhythm and try and gain time back. But right now, they're in a situation where they've got damage to that race car. Unless something happens, they're going to have to deal with this much of this race. Looks like they're just going to move to the left side of the racetrack and allow Morgan Moran go, knowing they are faster at the moment, and see if they can save some fuel instead off of Morgan Moran to think of fuel picture. Problem is, again here, Connery, that car seems to be struggling handling a little bit with that speed.
Yeah, it's a little bit beat up on that left front corner, that's for certain. So going to be losing speed. And actually, they dive down on towards pit lane. So ProLag Reacts Esports, an unscheduled early stop here just to get that damage all sorted out. And I think that's probably the best decision for them. They've worked out that they're simply losing too much time with having that damage on the car and making the early decision to come in and get it repaired.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they elected to get some of this damage repaired here because they were struggling quickly on this racetrack. So at this point, sacrificing the amount of time, there is no fast repairs, but at this point, I think they were probably thinking it was crucial to change things up with a strategy and try and get that fender fixed to fix the speed differential on that race car.
Yeah, they simply have to, and well, it does leave Porsche Team Mama currently in second place, and quite comfortably in second place as well. They have, well, about 3.5 tenths of a second back to Singularity, and, well, quite a gap to make up to that VRS kind of Sim Sports car, that's for certain, but of course, long race, simply anything can happen in this situation. You do have a battle going on for that was going to be P3 on circuit, though, because Avicronic Racing have really reeled in that Singularity Racing pink car, and now 2.5 tenths of a second between them as they head their way through Spoon Curve. That big old M8 BMW looking strong in the early stages here as well. It's Robert Leitner currently behind the wheel of that one against Martin Durland as part of Singularity Racing Pink. They'll have the slipstream all the way down here towards 130R, but I think at this early stage you can't go for any risky moves down into here. You also have the option as well, that like you mentioned earlier, just to sit behind and try and get some fuel saving done.
Remember as well, it's early on in the schedule, just the first round of 6 for the Nordic Le Mans Series. They have the Circuit Americas, Spa afterwards, then the next race off in March, then a few other races to end off the season all the way in the middle of May. So there's a big picture of trying to gather points as well. And this time it looks like Avicronic Racing just going to use the slipstream, make the pass, heading into the first corner.
Yeah, simply done down the inside at turn 1. That Porsche just not really fighting it at all. Their Singularity, they're deciding that maybe a long drawn out side-by-side battle isn't what they need right now, especially considering that basically the rest of the pack, or at least a good deal of them, are around about 1.5 seconds behind them right now, and going side-by-side, especially through these this SS section, is just going to slow you down so much. So Singularity basically thinking of the bigger picture there.
Indeed, right now you don't want to end up having to go side by side because it could go up to a few seconds potentially lost, and there's the chance of going off into the sand or the grass. So again, you want to make sure you're as safe as you can. Here's the thing though, more cars are reeling into this battle for position. You have Ronin Simsport behind them, Singularity Racing's red car, and Kinetic Racing all charging their way up from the mid-pack from the start and quickly getting to the slipstream of these two.
Yeah, very quick indeed, and you can see that Kinetic Racing currently in P7, actually trying to defend against was going to be the well, you see Kinetic Racing, you see Singularity Racing red, so Kinetic hot on the heels of that number 98 car on the way in towards 130R. Of course, no brave moves just yet for the BMW as they head into one of the big braking zones of the lap, into the Casio Triangle, try and get those GTE cars stopped, and they do so quite competently as well. But you have to do that every single time for 6 hours of racing. It really does take quite a lot out of you.
Yes, indeed. You're supposed to have a minimum 2 drivers in the series, maximum 3 drivers who could run in races. And right now you want to try and set up your fellow driver or drivers in the best position in terms of running order. Right now, Overgaard looking like he's got the faster pace, just can't get the run on Caruso quite yet to make the dive, to make the opportunity. The next off best chance maybe towards the run towards 130R, if not towards Spoon Curve.
Yeah, certainly a decent opportunity, and well, not going to be through this first portion of the lap, that's for sure, for that BMW, as looks like at least these cars sort of on the edge of being in the top 5 or not, still sticking relatively close together at this stage. but it seems like VRS Grand Sport at the very front of the field has just been able to run away with things at this moment in time. Gap for the race lead up to 8.4 seconds. So VRS Grand Sport certainly not looking back with Johnny Turkinen behind the wheel. But for the likes of Kinetic Racing, they still have that carrot on the stick in front of them they can go and chase.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think at this point, with how much we've seen Ronin Simsport, who had some phenomenal runs so far this season in the various Danish championships, it's going to be important, I think, to try and pass them this lap, if not the next lap, towards the front stretch. Because right now they are losing that slipstream in quickly, where before they're nearly on the back door of Ronin Simsport along with Singularity Racing Red. Just looking like they just can't time up the run, just trying to aim line for line, but that amount of slipstream and dirty air is still factoring in to where they're not able to get the runs they need off the corner to be able to handle that car and get the run. Might be able to do something here. They tried it last time down the front.
They tried it last time. Do they try it again here? Kinetic Racing over Singularity, but Singularity just going to keep that buffer zone and stave off the move from that BMW that time into turn one. So Singularity Racing are doing a good job to be able to pull out the gap enough to be able to do that. As right now, of course, track positioning here at the early stages, teams do prioritize it maybe a little bit differently amongst themselves, perhaps. Some drivers and teams really wanting to start to go forward early on, try and get themselves in the best spot for the first set of stops. But for others, they take a bit more of a relaxed approach. If they lose a couple of positions, no big deal. They have a wider strategy.
Yeah, right now the strategy at this point, still a lot to factor in, because essentially it's a 5-stopper, right, in the big picture of things with these race cars. Basically, once an hour is your main goal. Can you get to that 1 hour mark to try and make sure you can get to the finish? If not, can you make sure you can find a way somehow to limit yourself one less pit stop? We've seen some races where drivers have been able to do so. It might be very difficult in a 6-hour situation, but we have to wait and see. There's still a lot that can happen. We're already approaching 30 minutes into this first run. That's how quick this race has gone so far. But right now, battles such as 11th are slowly starting to heat up as well. Every point matters in the early going of a season.
It does. Hyperion Racing involved in that one with race tech competition. As you can see, battle for P6 out there. You can see Kinetic move with that BMW a little bit inside the braking zone to try and make their way by. Of course, we have Stefan Overgaard behind the wheel of that one against Matteo Caruso in the car directly ahead. And Kinetic Racing, again, I don't think they're going to be able to find any pace here down in towards turn one to try and make the move stick. So they'll just stay in line for now and hope to fight the day, which they probably will, considering that there's about 5 hours and 30 minutes left remaining. So there's certainly no rush to get this one done. Maybe, just maybe, a little bit of lost time inside this first stint for Kinetic Racing if they feel they actually are much, much faster. But meanwhile, we see a bit of a battle there down in towards the Cassia Triangle. NSR Silver trying to work their way past Hyperion Racing Sunset there, but unsuccessful in doing so in that instance. It was a bit of a dive from that Ferrari, but able to be defended quite easily from Hyperion.
Have to give a shout out to Northside Racing. That's that NSR machine. Their team has been one of the rising organizations in 2019, has been one of the standouts in the DGFX Racing Series. They're trying to show what they can do today with Nielsen behind the wheel once again. But Jamie Smith at this point taking the corners much differently in that Porsche, being able to arc it a bit more comfortably on corner exit, while the Ferrari seems to power its way more so off the corner. That difference has made them nearly identical in this battle in terms of speed off the corners with their different lines and their different makes.
Yeah, fast but in different areas, shall we say, for these two. There's Hyperion with Jamie Smith behind the wheel, Rasmus Nielsen with that NSR silver car. Up and towards the hairpin they go. And looks like NSR not able to make much progress still, but you know, when it comes to those big drafting zones coming out of Spoon Curve and into 130R, as long as that Ferrari can get a good exit, then they have a pretty good chance of at least attempting the pass coming into the Cassia Triangle, but doesn't look like that's quite going to happen just yet, unless unless NSR are so good in this traction zone. And, well, they'll just follow in the slipstream regardless. And with this coming into 130R, such a dangerous corner, of course. Very, very high-speed corner. We've seen some massive, massive moments, massive accidents coming through that left-hander. But we've seen none so far in this race, and hopefully that remains the case.
Yeah, hopefully it remains the case as well at this point, as NSR doesn't get a good run out of the Casio Triangle to set up a slipstream down the front stretch. But at this point, we've seen some very respectful racing so far, other than the contact up towards the front. Everybody else has given each other room, hasn't pushed the issue, has played the long game, thinking big picture. So as long as they keep doing that, they're in a good situation to keep up the strategy. Meanwhile, you've seen NSR lose some traction and slip around. Meanwhile, the gold car is in the midst of a fight for 14th, trying to hold on to 14th position, because the Hyperon Racing Laser Blue machine has set its phasers towards the front car in front.
Yeah, it has. So let's see what results in this one, that's for certain. Kinetic Racing versus Singularity coming out of Spoon Curve right now. Then that drag race on down the back straight. So CNSR Gold and Hyperion still relatively close out there for P14 and 15. So, but that one has really had that bit of a spark to get things going here. 0.4 of a second between those two at this moment in time. Heading into Spoon Curve, of course, 0.3 of a second as that Porsche now starts to close up a little bit more. So Hyperion Racing Laser Blue. Fantastic name. But dropped on the way down in towards 130R. And looks like that Porsche might be in a good position here to be able to pull off the pass here for P number 14. Instead, just going to stay behind for now. Of course, you know, if they're able to carry that momentum all the way through 130R and get it, you know, get an angle down on the brakes into the Casio Triangle, then they might just have a bit of a better chance. But Hyperion just content to stay behind for now. Of course, no rush here inside this first stint.
Exactly. They actually lifted about 80% down the straightaway when they could have made the dive instead. And let's just stay behind and think about the fuel mileage once again, as I mentioned. So that's exactly what they're trying to do. Try and think of the fuel, save the fuel, don't push too much. Although, the cornering is appearing to be better so far for the Porsche machines compared to the Ferraris in the early going, as these tires continue to heat themselves up through the S's.
Yeah, you can see riding on board right now with Chris Yardley as part of Hyperion Racing Laser Blue. Of course, he has a little bit of company behind as well, because the VG Esports racing car is certainly involved in this battle as well, sort of being a little bit of a third party here in their Porsche. So we'll have to see how they affect things as well. But for Hyperion, it's just going to be a case of keeping calm in this situation. Yes, you are in a little bit of a sandwich, but hopefully there won't be any aggressive dives from very far back. As you can see, the car ahead just pushing a little bit wide there. The NSR Gold car coming out of the hairpin, and gives up a little bit of time to the Hyperion Racing car. And you can see how close indeed they are into the Spoon Curve this time around. But of course, still no opportunities for that Porsche to make his way by. But you can see if he follows closely coming out of Spoon here, a bit of a shallower line from the Porsche coming off the corner. Not exactly going to give him the best of exit speeds here, but he can duck himself back into that slipstream to see if he can make anything done in the next couple of corners. Meanwhile, you do have that VG Esports racing car certainly waiting in the wings to get himself involved in this. So there's going to be a possibility. As meanwhile, there we go. There's the dive down the inside. There's been a bit of a punt there inside of the Casio Triangle. Hyperion punting off that NSR Gold car. We'll see the replay up on screen for you now to see exactly what has happened here. You can see Hyperion going for the inside, and well, it wasn't any contact, but Hyperion certainly was going to make the corner, and certainly was going to go into the side of NSR.
Yeah, that I don't think they were expecting at all. That was a surprising move to the inside, and you can see Northside just locked it up, not sure what was going to happen, and deciding, I'm going to take the safety access road just in case that loses them a ton of time and the spot. However, Hyperion Racing Laser Blue didn't pick up anything on that because they got passed by. In fact, they gave the position back to Daniel Hennings because of that. And VG Esport Racing came through on that as well. There has just been a black flag, though, from Mikael Gard because apparently he jumped the start. No service to be taken with the penalty for his car.
Oh, that is a bit of a big mistake there. Of course, it took 18 laps, about 35 minutes to get that decision through, so it was deliberated quite heavily there. But that Prologue React Esports car, it's already had a bit of an issue with the damage, having to come down on towards pit lane, and now they'll have to come down in again from P20 to serve a penalty. So that is probably the worst start to the race you could possibly have for any team.
Absolutely right now. It's just been a bad rough start for Prologue React, but for Ronin Simsport, it's been a decent start. They started top 5. Right now, the pace is looking pretty decent in the 157.4s, and they've caught right up to that pink machine once again. That Singularity Racing machine has already been one of the more on-screen cars, to say the least, today, and that car has been trying to hold on as hard as they can. The problem is it's about 0.6 of a second quicker the next car up the road. So if Ronin Simsport thinks they got the pace, I'd say save fuel for about 5 or 10 laps, then make the pass before the start of the pit stop window.
Yeah, that could well be the plan here for at least one of those particular cars. You see Singularity and Ronin down through the hairpin section, the left-hand hairpin, and well, Ronin Simsport, you did mention that they've been running rather well, and let's see how their passing finesse is when it comes to getting themselves up into that number 4 spot. Singularity Racing Pink as Martin Durland right now, behind the wheel of that one. Been involved in a couple of battles already, and it looks like it's going to have to be another one as that Ronin Esports car starts to close in. 0.2 of a second coming down that back straight, and the good setup through 130R could get things done for the Casio Triangle, but that's a huge amount of curb there being taken by Ronin. That for sure wasn't planned.
Yeah, you don't want to take too much curb. Taking a lot of curb this time to the Casio Triangle, in fact. Lose them just a touch of speed. In fact, they damaged the front nose a little bit, I think, on that curving cornering.
Yep, indeed. As Ronin Simsport simply do have to be careful when it comes to those curbs. And, you know, it's those curbs that sometimes mean the death of cars, especially coming through the 130R section. The car is under so much load coming through there. Any disturbance is going to be a bit of an interesting time, shall we say. But keeps a hold of it that time around. Car not too upset with how things were negotiated, but Ronin Simsport still trying to keep themselves competitive here with the Porsche up against their fellow Porsche as well. So that's certainly is a thing coming towards the well, through the first couple of laps of this race. You have VRS Branded Simsport, who currently are in a BMW at the front of the race, and then you have a Porsche in P2 with Porsche Team Number. If they weren't in the Porsche, I'd be sorely disappointed with a name like that. Avid Chronic Racing, they are in a BMW in 3rd place, Singularity Porsche 4th place, Ronin Simsport Porsche 5th place. So the Porsches seeming to be running strong here early on.
Yeah, they've been looking very comfortable, especially when it comes to the turns. And remember, these teams in the Porsche machines will be running these the entire season. You're not allowed to switch manufacturers from round to round. So at this point, they are looking very strong when it comes to these tracks. For the speed tracks, though, I'm curious to see if we see the Ferrari step up and turn the wick up on the speed, that's for sure. As you continue to see some of the top running Ferraris, putting some of them back in the 11th and 12th position, fighting for position.
They are Race Tech Competition, Hyperion Racing, Onyx Black, and I have to give massive props to Hyperion here. Some of their team names are awesome, and their paint seems similarly so as well. A little bit of a sort of space, sort of nebula theme going on the front of that, or rather, could say it's like a gemstone as well, Onyx Black, but there we go. They actually get a little bit of a moment there coming off of Spoon Curve, but race tech competition not close enough to capitalize just yet, tucking back inside of that draft. Just 1/10 of a second. You can see race tech, just the body language of the car, meaning they do want to try to make their way by, at least very, very soon. The dueling Ferraris then in towards the Casio Triangle, down towards the inside there for race tech competition, and they are able to gain the position over Hyperion Racing Onyx Black, and Hyperion didn't really decide to fight that one either. So a lot of drivers deciding to take things rather passively, rather relaxed here in the early stages. If they know a car behind that is very much faster than them, they have no problems in terms of letting their competitors by.
Yeah, that was some good respect there to let Race Tech on through, knowing they weren't going to be able to hold on to the pace. There were a 2-minute flat actually last time by. So that time, thinking a big picture, not wanting to hold up the competitor behind and force an over-aggressive frustration move, and keeping the cars clean in the process. Meanwhile, Ronin Simsport still on that back end of Singularity Racing Pink. At this point, they have been near dead even down the straightaways. The biggest amount of draft pull for these Porsches have been down the front stretch, it seems, so far in this event, as Singular Racing Pink a bit earlier on the brakes on the run out of Spoon.
A little bit earlier indeed, as now you can see there's a good couple of battles going on out there on circuit. You have the one for P4 between Singularity Racing Pink and Ronin Simsports. You have Singularity Red and Kinetic. You have Race Tech Competition and Hyperion as well, a little bit further back. But Danish Bacon, that is an awesome team name that's currently running in P13. I'd like myself a little bit of Danish Bacon. They're going up against VG Esports Racing at the moment, but look on the live pictures, because that's Ronin Esports trying to work their way by the Singularity Racing car. It's going to be about the late breakers in towards turn 1. Ronin Simsports settling themselves down in, and they're able to get the pass done very, very cleanly here. We're seeing no extended side-by-side battles just yet, just in, as these guys are just showing their nose towards the inside, and the cars are letting them go.
Yeah, again, big picture, because Ronin Simsport was doing what I thought they would do. Save fuel for a couple laps, figure things out. Here's an error battle for position. NG Esport, remember they were a part of that mixture of cars off the Casio Triangle, who ended up gaining a couple positions in the process. And at that point, you have to remember, it's going to be hard to drive side by side, a majority of this racetrack. For example, again, the S's through the hard braking zones. If you force the issue, there's a chance you're going to have an incident, because right in this section, it's extremely difficult to stay side by side regardless of the make of car you're in. So again, a smart move, for example, we just seen on your screen from Simonson, letting on by the VG Esport racing car.
Yeah, we saw that just happen as VG Esports Racing get themselves past the Danish Bacon, and well, I'm sure that Bacon, they run a little bit wide there, and again coming through the second Degner, they actually have a little bit of contact with the wall as well. That one's a bit of an unfortunate sequence from them, and I just want to cycle things back and see exactly what happened there, because I think they may have just gotten on the grass a little bit on entry to the corner. No, they didn't. They just pushed wide through the first deck there and struggled to get that car slowed down, and that one's a bit of a solo car incident there.
If anything, they actually, as you mentioned, had problems slowing down, may have actually hit the brakes too much. It swung the car out. That little bit of a swing caused a bit of wheel hop. By the time you hit the sand, though, Connery, that car is basically gone in terms of traction, and in turn lost them a ton of time, because now they're back in a position battle, this time trying to hold on to 14th against our friends Hyperion Racing Laser Blue, pardon me.
Yeah, indeed, and meanwhile this is going on, you have some news with Prologue.
Yes, indeed. This was discussed, and this car is parked now at the moment. Miguel Guard brought that car down the pit lane. That car is still sitting in the lane, so they are now falling down the pecking order and quick in this race. They are have parked their car at the moment. It's still the matter of, will they come back out? We'll have to wait and see later on in this race. So one of the top teams expected to run for the victory today. In the pit lane, the pole sitters are currently off track.
Yes, they are, and it's unfortunate for them, that's for certain. It's been a bit of a horrible start for them, and of course not going to get any better from this point forward with the car parked on pit lane. But right now, you just have to keep that out in mind. Yes, you can think, oh, what could have been for this particular race, the first round of the Nordic 1 series, but you have a couple of rounds after this one to get your season back on track.
And VG Esport is off the track. Pardon me, Connery. They went off in the sand trap again in the second Degner curve, and also said hello to the tires, similar to what we see with Danish Bacon. This time, they ran as a skateboard along the curbing.
Oh, that's a bit of an impact there with the tire barriers. We'll see it again up on screen, and it just gets beached on that curb. It's just, scraping the floor of that car across the top of it and not able to get back on the grey stuff, and a little bit of a tap with the wall before getting going. So a couple of drivers actually now falling foul to the curb, out of between the first and the second Degners here. So that one is what I wouldn't have thought would be a big concern. Yes, it is a tricky portion of the racetrack, but that particular problem wasn't something that immediately came to mind.
It looks like right now the drivers, at the very least, might be pushing to the point where they're trying to not so much ride the curbs like that, but try and run around the green AstroTurf, so to speak, and then set themselves up for the second Degner curb. Sometimes that push to make that portion of the track sometimes could force potential mistakes. That seen mistake, I should say, from VG Esport Racing, I'll put them right back into a position battle with Danish Bacon.
Yep, and the Danish Bacon team in their Porsche right now gonna try to chase down a slightly damaged VG Esports Racing car. That front end of that Porsche has been punched in a little bit. It's going to affect them just a little in terms of the balance of the car, and of course mainly the drag coming down the back and the pit straights as well, but hopefully shouldn't be affecting them too much. Just a couple of kilometers an hour here and there, but a couple of kilometers an hour could really make the difference in a very close battle.
Yeah, right now they're dealing with that bit of aerodynamics. They had a bit of that damage before. They added some more of that car, or before on the right side specifically, they had a bit of a flare-up, but that seems to be not really hurting them too bad. For Danish Bacon, though, they have to, I think, get back in the slipstream. They were in the fight, yes, before. They do have that slight bit of scrub on the left side, yes. But can they try and make pounds for the position? There's a chance they can, and if they can try and fight, there's a chance they can hold on to the spot, because Laser Blue is a couple tenths quicker a lap behind them and has the pole of the draft. They both have lost the pole of the 110, though.
Yep, they have. So VG Esports Racing trying to get away, and 1.1 seconds between them right now as Hyperion Racing. They look to try and lock onto the back of the Danish Bacon team at this moment. I'm trying desperately to think of puns here, Justin, but none of them are coming my way. So maybe we'll see a couple of those a little bit later on. But Hyperion Racing, they're thinking of no such things right now. They're thinking of just trying to get past that Porsche ahead of them. But they have been able to reel in over the last couple of laps. A third of a second is the gap coming into the first sector for the 25th time in this event. And for Danish Bacon, it seemed like it was a relatively good qualifying for them, but when it comes to the race pace, they have been struggling with the battles.
Yeah, they did qualify in the 14th position, we should know, for Danish Bacon, but they were getting higher up on the short run. I feel like maybe this car, they may be set up for that short run position, but once the tires started wearing down, this is where we see this car has just dropped back. I'm wondering what the strategy call might be when they go in for the first pit stop. We are approaching that window, and if they are able to do something to try and counteract that, because right now they just seem to be struggling in the corners like there.
Yeah, and there we go now, side by side, and Hyperion Racing, Laser Blue not quite able to work their way through just yet, but it's still going to be a bit of a battle, maybe in towards Spoon Curve. You can see Hyperion going a little bit later on the brakes, and they're closing up that gap just that little bit. And well, they can't really afford to, go too hard at this stage at risk of making too many mistakes, but they get a very, very good run coming out of Spoon Curve. Danish Bacon might have a bit of a drop to try and defend this one down the inside early on into 130R, and Hyperion are able to make the move stick, and they get it secure coming down into the Cassia Triangle as well. A big old move there for Hyperion, a very risky one going down the inside at 130R, but there was a lot of space given by Danish Bacon.
Yeah, once he got to the inside, the thought process was, I think, for Danish Bacon and their driver, Dennis Simonson, let off the gas, don't risk contact in the middle of 130R, because we already discussed what happened in the early portions of the race when that happened. And for the battle for the race lead, you don't want to end up being sent off into the middle of the sand or the pavement in the runoff area of 130R. So that's exactly what they did once again. Knowing their pace is not there, give up the ghost, go from there. It was discussed actually a bit by some drivers who were actually part of this race today, or a part of the teams taking part, where if you have a car that says inside, they're going to give the space. If it's not inside, they're going to fight until that they do get that call, so to speak.
Yeah, so, of course, the spotter is a wonderful thing here in our racing. That is for certain. Gives you that little bit better awareness of what's going on around you. Of course, it's mainly a thing that's used on the oval side of things, but certainly helpful when it comes to road racing as well. We're just getting a replay prepared from the very, very start of the race here. We'll have that ready for you in just a couple of moments' time to see exactly what happens here on the race start, which we did unfortunately miss. Again, apologies for getting this race started late, but right now it is VRS Kind of Stem Sports leading by about 13 seconds.
And right now that lead is continuing to just grow and grow, because they were in good, decent pace, but since then, VRS Kind of Sim Sport has just taken off 156.5s compared to the battles such as this one you see up on your screen, where they're running about a second slower each time by. That is just a blistering pace without any draft whatsoever for that BMW.
Yeah, no draft whatsoever. Well, sitting around about a second back at this stage, so you are feeling a little bit of the tail end of things, but really not all the power that draft can give you here. As Kinetic Racing, they were on a little bit of a charge early on, but maybe, just maybe, that they've just fallen back over things here, coming on towards the latter part of the stint. Maybe not able to manage their tyres as good as those Singularity racing cars heads, and they've taken maybe a little bit too much life out of them in the early stages.
Yeah, that's a strong possibility actually as well, because if you push too hard, you can end up sparing the goodie out of the race car, so to speak. You end up burning up the cores of the race car tires, and that's what I think some of the cars may have done, because it is a hot track. It is 107 degrees Fahrenheit the track temperature, 74 degrees the air temp. That is actually dipped as the race has gone on. Yes, Connery. However, they started this race in the 120s. And when you start that high up in the temperatures and have that much of a decrease, you burn a lot of the potential long run out of it trying to battle the hot conditions and say the first 10 laps of a race. I think that might be a possibility for some of the teams that might have not adjusted too well. And the others who were able to do so, they're the ones moving up the grid.
Yes, they are, and Kinetic Racing really falling foul to going a little bit hard early on, but they're still steadily trying to work at that gap, that's for certain. The Singularity Racing Red hasn't exactly been able to get away from them rather quickly, so they still have a ton of pace behind the wheel of that BMW, especially up against the Porsche, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle maybe when they get into a side-by-side battle to get anything done. But fortunately for them, we're only around about 6 minutes away from the first pit stop window opening, so they can get a fresher rubber on that car if they want to, and decide to forget about the doubles.
Yeah, that's going to be actually interesting which teams elect to do that overall, though, Connery, because yes, you can save a lot of time at the pit stops. However, you risk losing that amount of time back in the entire stint on the old tires. So it's going to, I think, be a judgment call by some of the teams, as well as them thinking, when am I going to swap in my drivers? Am I going to go once every hour? Am I going to go once every 2 or once every 3? There's a lot of discussions to think about for these teams. So I wouldn't be surprised that we see, based on that thought process, we see a lot of the teams go for the double stint and then try and switch drivers maybe once every 2 hours. Go to your second driver for the middle stint. Then for the final 2 hours, switch to your main driver once again. That might be the most popular strategy in the garage today.
It might just be. You see Singularity Racing Red now in that bit of a side-by-side moment down in towards turn number 1, but it was a bit deceiving in terms of the perspective of the camera down into that section. They were able to comfortably get themselves ahead right now, but with around about 4.5 minutes away from our pit stop window. With the track temperature being where it is right now, still 42 degrees Celsius out there. Those tires aren't really going to survive, and this track is known for its high tire degradation as well, especially with how much stress that you're putting on the tire coming through that first section. I struggle to think that a lot of these teams will go for a double stint strategy here, but it's certainly a thing that you can do in these GTE cars.
Here's the thing, though. The amount of fall-off, you have to think about that as well. Some of these teams might note this. The top teams have only fallen off a tenth, even at just 2/10. The mid-pack teams at the moment, they've fallen off 6/10 to a full second. So that's also got to come in mind. So there's the chance some of the top teams might actually consider that, because they're running the exact same pace nearly, honestly, such as VRS Glenda Simsport up in the front of the field and Porsche Team Mama, where they technically could get away with it. If you're, say, the battles such as 16th and 17th, you're definitely trying to take tires.
Yeah, you're definitely going to try and take them, because if you're suffering that much from the tire degradation, then you really, really do need to think about bringing that car down on towards the pit lane and get yourself that pit stop service done with the tires. Of course, some teams might decide to go for the double stint, and of course they might be the teams that you mentioned that are at the very front of the field and haven't really lost all that much time thanks to the degradation, because they've been able to look after their tires a lot better and they haven't been battling, and that's certainly the case for VRS Simsport right now. They've got a 14-second gap. They're in basically no man's land at this point, and that they're able to basically race their own race.
Indeed, but it looks like Ronin Simsport may have run wide and lost the top 5, because Singular Racing Red was able to get by because that 86 machine ran a bit too wide in turn number 1's entry off into the runoff space and kept it on the pavement. You're going to see this up on your screen. Felt a lot of pressure from behind. Maybe was thinking, I've got a car right on my rear end, might give it a little extra space. Instead, overbreaks the corner, has a bit of a wheel hop, a bit of a bobble right along the curbing, loses the spot, shuffles back in the 6th position.
Yeah, that one's a bit unfortunate there for Ronin Esports, and Ronin Esports able to keep themselves ahead. We'll just wait for this replay to run itself all the way through. As right now, I'm still working on trying to get that race car replay up for you, but we do have this one up on screen for you now. As we're just about to take over to the 5-hour mark here, or a 5-hour to go mark. And some drivers or some teams, well, we haven't seen any early stoppers here just yet. We saw a couple of unscheduled stops from the likes of DGTS Sim Racing Red. I will get that one out eventually, and Heike Sim Sports Luna as well. Those guys have come down towards the lane, but those were unscheduled stops, and no one has come down very, very early just yet.
And that's not a surprise at this point, because we're not within that hour mark where you're about 1 lap estimated to go until that point. If you're many of these drivers, so you just, again, want to make sure you're safe so you can make it at least the 5-stopper at this point. But Ronin Simsport seems like they want that spot back. They want the top 5 before they have to duck down to the pit lane. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try the undercut now that they're at the 5 hour to go mark on this lap.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't be surprised. Well, we'll just get ourselves the replay of the race start then. And I've got that running up on my screen at least right now. Of course, it was a big moment from the ProLab React esports car that was in pole position here. So we can see that cycle through up on screen for you now. You see ProLab React esports, they were in that, well, they are still in that blue and white car, currently pole position, but it looks like they went just that little bit early, caused a little bit of surprise to drivers behind as well, as you can see that field storming itself then down in towards turn 1 for the first time. And you can see VRS Crown and Simsports hot on their heels, yes, but that was basically all she wrote as terms of the race lead. You can see lots of stacking up side by side there, further back through the field, coming through that section for the first time. But there was no big dramas, at least coming down into turn 1. It was just that penalty that ProLab React esports were able to get in that situation. But you can see front of the field got themselves away very well, and everyone else seemed to as well. We saw no massive accidents here to start, so that's a good thing to see at the start of was basically a new season of things here in the Nordic non-series.
Yes, indeed, it was a good start for the most part outside of the jump. But I want you to keep an eye again on that battle for the lead, because they were going back and forth indeed for about 3-4 laps before that contact. That was right afterwards where VRS going to Simsport were able to waltz away and grew the lead within 9 seconds in just the span of 5 to 6 laps, Connery. Since then, they've been just in control of this field.
Yeah, they really have, and they simply haven't looked back from that point forward. It has to be said, VRS Crown and Simsports basically doing VRS Crown and Simsports things like they do, sometimes in the World Championship, and of course on other leagues that we broadcast here on RaceSport TV. Always competitive, always at the front of the field, and that seems to be the case here today as well. You see still the battle for P5 there. That's Singularity versus Ronin Simsport, and Ronin Simsport have been very threatening coming towards the end of this first stint here, but they still haven't quite had that big opportunity to be able to make their way by. So maybe, just maybe, instead it'll come in this pit stop sequence as we finally have your first pitter, your first scheduled stopper. That's UI1 Positive Sim Racing GT EU from 17th place coming down onto the pit lane.
Yeah, and this is to be expected inside the hour mark, and might see a lot of the air cars coming in soon. We already see a BMW joining the pit lane, for example, in the backdrop. So scheduled stops, including for your race leaders, in fact, Connery, as to be expected here, already in a decent mark to make it on a 5-stopper for this race.
Yeah, VRS Crown Simsports are in, so is Avid Chronic Racing as well. So you're going to take Tackman bringing that car down in for its pit stop service. And the interesting thing here, Justin, will be how many teams do actually decide to go for the double stint strategy here. If you ask me, tire regulations may be a little bit too high for some of the mid-pack runners, and the track temperature still creeping up, but we'll see what the decision is for those teams out there. We'll see on the part of VRS Crown and Simsport in just a couple of moments' time. They're heading towards 30 seconds stationary in their pit box. I haven't quite seen them go up and down on jacks yet, but there we go. Your race leader is certainly taking tires, and I would have done that anyway, despite the option being there, considering that you had that much of a buffer anyway. So if you're able to get yourself onto the fresher rubber, then that's going to be ultimately beneficial.
Exactly. I was thinking that exact same thing, where it's like you've got a 14-second advantage before the pit stops. May as well take fresh rubber and try and stretch it out further. They did exactly that, but look at that. Someone did take the double stint. Singular Racing Pink came out right at the exact time, right behind them. They are staying on the old rubber.
That's a big call, especially at this time of the race where the track temp is still at a little bit high. So we'll have to see how they get on. as they've been able to work themselves towards, well, it's basically second place in this race. Once the rest of these pit stops cycle themselves through, they're still waiting for around about half your field to come down in. So, you know, read into that. You know, you have half the field coming down in on this lap. So it was a bit of a bit pit party in that particular instance. As you see, Porsche team, Mama, whoa, okay, side by side into the pit lane there, and that's certainly one way to pull off a pass.
I don't know about that one. I don't think I've seen that decision before. That was a lap car. That was DGTS Sim Racing Black, and they thought, I don't want to get held up. They were running slow on the pit entry, and they didn't want to sacrifice any time, so it's like, you know what? I'm going to charge it hard to the left side, not expecting the car there. Just get it inside the tire barriers and just get it down to the speed limit. All of this is while Jensen, the car that is trying to get in on the right side of this pit lane, is just wondering what's going on here.
That reminds me a couple of years ago when under the safety car, Sebastian Vettel managed to pull off a pass coming onto the pit lane because it's not actually counted as the pit lane. You know, the no passing restriction doesn't apply to the pit lane under a safety car, and that includes pit lane entry as well. So he was able to pull off a pass into there despite it being under safety car conditions. But of course, we have no such thing in this league for this side of things. But still, surprising, you know, every time it happens, a pass on the entry to pit lane is not something you see every day.
Yeah, indeed, but they are all going to get passed right now by VRS Coenda Simsport as they take the race lead. Just the one car so far, though, on the double stint strategy, Singularity Racing Pink. There is one thing I want to note. It's a 30-second difference between the double stint in terms of the pit stop time and taking fresh tires. However, there is the major risk of losing that 30 seconds in the span of that 1 hour run until you put on the rubber.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really going to be a big task here from the likes of Singularity Racing Pink, and I don't think, at least right now, I spot anyone else who has gone for the same strategy here. It looks like everyone pretty much has come down in and taken tires. I'm not seeing anyone else around about that 30-second mark in terms of a pit stop time here, and I'll give you an update as soon as the rest of those pit stops come through. But they certainly potentially might be the only ones on the double stint strategy here for the first set of stops.
Yeah, it's going to be an actual interesting test here as we look at some of the battles up on your screen. In fact, including the battle going on for 8th and 9th position specifically. I don't know how it's going to work out for them. It's a gamble, but if it works, they might be able to move themselves up at least a couple positions higher than they would have been. The problem is they already have the next car on fresh tires within 12 seconds who could reel them in quickly. As we still follow along with the battle for 8th position with Kinetic Racing, Singularity Racing Red.
4.5 tenths of a second as they head their way through the spoon curve. Of course, Kinetic Racing and Singularity Racing Red, they, of course, both similar strategies at this point, coming down on the same lap, similar pit stop time as well, although Kinetic Racing were able to beat them to the punch, beat Singularity to the punch in terms of that time, so able to secure their position ahead at this stage. But you can see Singularity actually dropping a little bit of time coming through the Casio triangle there, around about a tenth or so as he heads his way across the line. Of course, they're passing a couple of cars in the pit lane, which is why you see your graphics go haywire just a little bit, as Hyperion and Danish Bacon are currently getting their pit stop service done. And with that, those are in the entirety of your field coming down on towards pit lane. So it was only a couple of laps, but everyone has come in and got their cars serviced. It's just Singularity Racing Pink. They didn't put tires on that car. Meanwhile, everyone else did.
Now, I'm kind of curious again how this is going to work out, and I still think it's going to be a massive gamble for that Singularity Racing machine. They've already lost the draft. They've already lost 3 seconds or so at least, minimum, to VRS Coenda Simsport. How different is the pace, mind you? they're in the 1:57.9s. There are cars lapping behind them a second quicker each time around the circuit. If you do the math inside your head, there's a chance just about all of them reel him back in the driver's seat jumped. It's a massive gamble here on this racetrack, that's for sure indeed, to decide on this strategy, but it's a strategy, again, I could potentially see they were willing to take the risk as the track temp is going down as this event's gone on.
You're taking that sort of 30-second bonus in the pit lane, over the overtaking tires, but that does result in you basically having to make sure that you're not 1 second a lap slower than seemingly everyone else to be able to try and make that one worthwhile, because it is around about 30 laps here on the stint. So Singularity Racing Pink, they've really gone all in here early on, but we'll just have to wait and see in terms of how that one is going to work out for them. Meanwhile, Kinetic and Singularity Red here on the way in towards turn 1, 0.3 of a second between them. A little bit of a show of the nose from Matteo Corsaro there, but of course, still too far back at this stage in his Porsche. But that set up kind of a little bit of an interesting dynamic here for the rest of the race here, Justin. You quite rightly mentioned that the track is just going to get cooler from this point forward, but I still can't really, in my own head, justify the double stint here just yet, and it seems like the teams agree with me.
Absolutely understand that decision indeed, because we've said it a couple times, it's a massive gamble. I've seen teams that have tried the double stint at, say, Road Atlanta, led by 20 seconds, lost the race because they tried that strategy and then fell behind the lead by 20 seconds at the end of the stint. That's how big of a gamble it is. If it's high risk, high reward, and high punishment if you don't get the reward to succeed. Their teammate, meanwhile, who took 4 tires in Caruso, he's currently still trying as hard as he can to attack Stefan Overgaard, who's been having a very calm race, it seems, in that 54 machine.
Yeah, very, very calm race indeed. He's been trying to close up on a good couple of cars, at least in the early stages, and now he has to look behind him and try and maybe put up the defense to Singularity Racing Red, but they haven't really been all that threatening over the past couple of laps, so it's still a bit of a comfortable spot here for Stefan Overgaard over that number 98 car. Like I've said in the early parts of this race, still a very, very long way to go here in this situation. It's 4 hours and 48 minutes remaining, so if things do start to go a little bit wrong at this stage, there's certainly enough time to try and recover things, but I think for most teams they won't want anything to go wrong here at this stage. You see a little battle a little bit further back as well, Danish Bacon versus Hyperion Sunset Orange there, as they are currently around about 1.6 seconds between the two of them, so not really a close battle in the grand scheme of things, but certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to swing back quickly, though, to your minimal mistakes part. Just 5 drivers are in double-digit estimated incident points. That was something the drivers were emphasized on, to the point where if you get a 40x or more estimated amount of incident points in the event, you will end up having to serve a drive-through penalty, a stop-and-go penalty, rather, and you don't want to end up doing that. So the drivers have been knowing that you need to stay within the track limits, as well as don't risk contact. It's a smaller field, just 26 plus entries started today's race. You don't have to gamble so much and to fight for the positions. Yes, you want to gain positions, but at the same time, you don't want to end up being that one driver who tries to push like it's the last lap with 148 estimated to go.
Yeah, still a long way. That's for certain. Just on lap number 38 right now of those potential 140 or so. So, it's still a long time, and Kinetic Racing going to be well aware of that. So even if they do start losing time here to Kinetic, or rather to Singularity, then it's not going to be too much of a problem for them. Of course, you can see that gap on the bottom right of the screen just fluctuating up and down. These cars just be trading lap times at this point in time. looks like Kinetic Racing are going to be able to extend the gap a little here, at least on this previous lap. So 1.1 seconds between those two drivers right now as things start to maybe calm down a little bit coming through this second stint of the race. This is, well, the closest battle on track right now will be between NSR and Danish Bacon for P15 and P16, but for everyone else, it seems like the gaps have extended somewhat, which is, you know, expected to happen here in these endurance races. We can't have the ideal situation of everyone being in the same train for the entire race. That would be unreasonable.
Yeah, no, it's not oval racing at this point. No offense to oval fans at this point, to those watching, but yeah, it's turned into a absolute rhythm race from the start of the event, where you just focus on the marks, make it to your pit stops, and get ready for the potential driver swaps towards either the halfway point or the third of the way point of this race. No need to excessively push too hard and burn up your equipment trying to zoom up the racetrack and zoom your way up the grid. Just hit the marks. Don't make mistakes, and you'll be able to have a good points run to start the season for the Nordic Le Mans Series. That's what these drivers' their goals are at. That's what a lot of them have been able to do. Only a couple drivers have had issues this entire race.
And that's certainly the thing you have to remember. This is the first race of a new season, so it's very important to get yourself started on the right foot, because, you know, sometimes season battles can be a very momentum-based thing, and that's the problem that at least Pro like React Esports might be in when it comes to these next couple of races, where they're always trying to chase the points deficit that they've now had as a result of going out very early here in this race. They were at pole position, of course, but, you know, now classified P24, not going to get many points down there, that's for certain, but, you know, it just makes their championship fight just inordinately more difficult.
Indeed, right now. And you got to think about one thing. These teams know that the winner gets 120 points after everything has gone through. 110 for second, 102 for third, but then it's a massive drop-off to 96. And that's where it gets closer and closer in terms of the bundled up downward steps as they go down to the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. That you don't want to end up being a massive deficit. Let me put it this way. This battle for 6th position worth 4 points, yes, on the overall grid. But that's a massive difference between being, say, more than 30 points behind in the championship standings after one race, to potentially being 35, 40 points behind in the standings after one round. And you don't want to be in a situation where you have to fight to overcome that every single race.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that position at all, and you know, you want to get yourself a good start here. That's just something that up right now, as you see Kinetic and Singularity still out there, but Kinetic have been trying to edge out that gap. They gained about 2.5 tenths of a second on that last lap, so doing a good job of it right now. But Singularity will be able to close up a little bit thanks to the draft here on the way down in towards 130R, but certainly not going to be in a strong enough position to be able to look for anything in terms of a pass here. So Kinetic still holding strong, and right now they are also a little bit more concerned about maybe the traffic ahead of them. As you know, traffic is starting to come into effect for some of these teams right now, and it'll be interesting to see how that is negotiated, considering, of course, it is same class traffic. This isn't a multi-class event, so any lap traffic you come across is going to be around about the same speed.
Yeah, some of the drivers they've been lapping have had some damage to deal with, but they haven't so much as really put up a fight because they know there's blue flags. Do you want to be the driver who has to be protested for blue flag penalties? You can potentially be penalized. So if you're GTS Sim Racing White, do exactly that. Let off, let them by as soon as you can, preferably in a passing zone or not in the middle of the S's, and then let them go on the race. You will still potentially lose time, yes, in a battle having to deal with lap traffic, but Caruso that time, getting the worst of the traffic management, lost a car length or two, unfortunately, because I don't think he was expecting DGTS Sim Racing White to stop at the bottom part of the exit of the Dunlop curb.
I wouldn't expect them to stop there at all, as right now 40 laps currently in the books for these teams, and I have to wonder if we can go Race Spot TV fan immersion with one of these cars in just a couple of moments time. And well, it looks like a good car for that one will be the why not? We've had it on screen for quite a while. Can't hurt to have it a couple of laps more. It will be Singularity Racing Red, Matteo Caruso in that number 98 car. We're going to go on board with him just for a couple of moments while we take a quick break. Those couple of laps on board with Singularity Racing Red, and welcome back everyone to the Nordic Le Mans Series here. The 6 hours of Suzuka certainly well underway at this stage. I am Connie Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince as ever. Just to give you the rundown of things here, halfway through your second stint of the race, it's currently VRS Coanda Sim Sports that leads from Porsche Team Mama, and then you have Avid Chronic Racing in that final podium spot right now. Singularity Racing Pink, they are the only team to go on to a double stint strategy here for the opening pit stops. They're trying to hold on to P4. Ronin Esports in P5, Kinetic Race in P6. Singularity Racing Red are currently in P7 with UI1 Positive Sim Racing in P8. ACR, HM Engineering and Hyperion Racing X will bring things down to your top 10 cars out there today. And well, impressions of the race so far, Justin?
Very calm for the most part from what we've seen. There was some intense action, yes, at the start, but since then, everyone's just been very mellow. Not over-aggression too much at all in this field. There's been some good battles, some clean racing overall, though, on the circuit, and some drivers that have been looking like they've been in a very strong rhythm for this first part of this race. So kind of what I was honestly expecting today at this portion of the race, especially just even 30 minutes into the race, seeing the drivers who were in the field for today and the track, especially with the what we've seen here historically.
Yeah, indeed. And well, battle for P10 up on screen for you now. That's Hyperion Racing X versus Race Tech Competition 1. So Daniel Lindholtz trying to defend the position from Simon Hastrup there, as well, currently 0.6 of a second between those two cars at the moment. And like with almost everyone else in the field, with the exception of Singularity Pink, these cars are on the same strategy, came down in on the exact same lap as well. So you're only seeing a 1 or 2 lap difference between the stops right now. Of course, that's going to get more and more as this race goes on, just by how the pit stops spread out just that little bit more. And you know, if you go 1 lap longer on the first stint, you're going to end up, if you do the same, you're going to end up going 2 laps longer on the second stint and then 3 laps longer on the third stint. That's just how things play out sometimes. Race Tech up over the curb. That one's a little bit of a scary one, carrying a lot of speed there into 130R, but they're able to keep it together, and you can just see how much they're trying to lock onto the back of the Hyperion car.
Yeah, they've been not afraid to push as hard as they can to try and go for passes and positions, and I think they've got the faster speed, just can't get the nose right where they need it to make the dive. They're going to try it though in the second part of the first turn. My goodness, what a pass.
Wow, just slinging it down the inside there as Race Tech Competition are able to gain the position, and well, they basically catch the Hyperion car napping a little bit coming down into there. You can see Hyperion just push a little bit wide, and that's all the opportunity the Ferrari needs to try and stick the nose in and get that pass complete. So that's Race Tech Competition making an appearance here inside of the top 10 halfway through the second stint of the race. Good pass for them to be able to pull off. There's battle a little bit further back as well, because Hyperion, in a different car this time, in the Onyx Black car, are currently trying to defend from VG Esports Racing. So that's for P12 and P13. 3.5 of a second between those two, as looks like the Hyperion cars are mostly the same livery here, so it's going to be difficult to try and tell these cars apart if they get themselves into a battle amongst themselves. But for now, that's the Onyx Black car as part of Hyperion trying to defend from VG.
VG has been trying to slowly move their way back up to the grid. Remember, they went as far back as 15th or 16th, started in the 12th position, and been on a stellar drive, even with damage. The pace has been in the 157.6s. That is about 0.3 quicker last time by than even the Ferrari. So even with that damage, they just seem to have been setting up the car to be strong down the straightaways. And it looks like they want to make this pass right now. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try something in the Casio Triangle. We've seen a couple drivers do that. Just going to play it safe for the time being, but I think they've got the quicker pace. Despite that bit of flare-up on both of the fenders at the moment, the handling seems to be pretty decent, compared to some of their other competitors rather.
It does seem to be. You can see them getting that little bit closer coming down the pit straight, but seems like the Ferrari better in the straight line right now. But look at that Porsche just send it down the inside at turn 2, and they'll be able to work their way by VG Esports Racing. Big old move there, and Hyperion, they couldn't really have done anything about that. That Porsche was just so quick on entry, and such a huge amount of mid-corner speed that the Ferrari was just left in the dust.
Yeah, quickly just passed them right on by, and that was honestly what I could see happening there. The second time in a row we've seen that kind of a move. Second leg of that first corner. If you run around the bottom, you're just able to plant it down much more quicker, and that Onyx Black Machine just left the door open and said, you know what, you're quicker, gonna let you on go. By the way, the race leader is right behind them too, so there's a chance both of these cars fall a lap down in a moment.
Yep, Joni Takkonen in the 114, the VRS Grand Sim Sports car that simply hasn't looked back from the start of the race. The closest challenger in the Pro Lag React Esports car, unfortunately falling foul to a bit of damage early on, and of course that penalty for jumping the start as well. So they have decided to park it on pit lane, but since then, Grand Sim Sport have basically been all alone here at the front of the field. 22.7 seconds over the Porsche Team Mama right now. So they have gotten themselves a very good start indeed, perhaps one of the most ideal starts as opposed to Prolog's most abysmal start.
Yeah, they have been very consistent and nearly identical lap times every single time around. I still find this crazy. They've only had 2 seconds of fall off this entire race. Their fastest lap, 1:55.563, the fastest of the entire race. They're in the 1:55.7s nearly every single time past the start and finish line. That time with some of the traffic fell to the 1:56s, but they've just been consistently half a second minimum quicker lap, Connery.
Yeah, that is a huge amount there for VRS Grand Sim Sports, and of course, you know, from a team of that caliber, you could just say that that's expected considering the rest of the competition here in this series, but yeah, Commander going very well indeed here in this one. Of course, you have Joni Takkonen behind the wheel currently with that car. I'm just looking to see who else could get in. It's going to be Tommy Østgaard that's currently waiting in the wings to be able to make an impact here as the Norwegian looks to try and get himself in. But right now it is currently the Finnish driver of Takkonen bringing that car around and doing so in a very competent fashion as well. Like I said, 23 seconds is the gap now all the way back to the Porsche Team Mama car. And when you have that much of a gap, Justin, that's a lot to play with. You can, you know, you just be very safe and conservative in terms of strategy. You can afford to, you know, take your time in terms of passing some of these lapped cars as well. It's just the, you know, it's just a very awesome situation for a driver to be in when you have that sort of leeway.
Yeah, they got a massive amount of a cushion. Yes, it's not an excuse, of course, to say make a ton of mistakes, but it does give you that little bit of extra comfort to be able to relax and stay instead of going, say, 90% or 80% at this point of the race. You can maybe go 50%, save your stuff, and just keep it calm, cool, and collected instead of, say, if you're in a position battle the entire time, you might be trying to go 100% and try and pull away from the car behind you as quick as you can. So this, if anything, will help them grow the gap even more. They're struggling a bit in the traffic, yes, we should know, because Porsche Team Mama closed in the gap by about half a second in the past 2 circuits around with the cars he passed. But once he gets in clean air, that car just takes off.
Yeah, it does. You know, the only point where they're losing time, like you mentioned, to Porsche right now is just in that bit of lap traffic where they you know, they're not able to get a clean lap in, and you know, it's quite something to be admired at this stage with the gap they've been able to pull out. Looking at the rest of the track right now, though, this is going to be your closest battle. Kinetic versus Singularity, and look at that, Singularity 0.6 of a second last time around. That's a huge amount of time gained, and that must have been a mistake from Kinetic.
Yeah, that's a definite possibility last time by, but this time a little bit more even. 156.5 compared to a 156.560. Pretty darn tight, to say the least. But at the moment, right now, that Singular Racing team, both of their cars at this point have been trying different strategies. Both of them, despite that, have been running nearly identical pace. Right now, just separate. Right now, they were sitting near identical pace, probably near identical set, near identical driving styles. And it looks like they might have overrun the corner that time through the Dunlop curve.
Yep, it looks like. So Singularity able to capitalize on that sort of mistake, able to keep themselves in contention in that Porsche, of course. I'm just having a look to see. There might be a trouble with a car coming down through. No, that wasn't. So it was just a little bit of a glitch on my side. But everyone's still holding strong out there on circuit on lap number 49 of this event. 4 hours, 23 minutes to go here in this one. As you know, things have seemed to have petered out just a little bit. We do have the battle between VG and Hyperion that might potentially be on again here between these two, with P12 and P13. It's currently 0.6 of a second between those two, and you can see why. On the past 2 laps, 0.8 of a second taken out, 0.4 of a second taken out. So that's a huge amount of time to be lost over 2 laps for VG.
And that was after 2. You can see that 2 seconds lost. That was in part, I think, where some of the lap traffic, the race leader was coming through to lap them. But since then, Nielsen's just turned up the wick and has gotten the draft back a little bit with that help of the car traffic. I don't know if he can try and get the pass. We know the horsepower of the Ferrari can be very substantial, but it's going to be tough compared to the cornering ability of the Porsche.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one to get through, of course. You know, straight line speed advantage going with the Ferrari here, and they're able to get themselves very, very close coming into some of these braking zones. But when it comes to an extended side-by-side battle, I do have to favor the Porsche there with the sort of mechanical grip that it's able to have. But right now, 8/10 of a second coming through Spoon Curve actually extends up to about a second as they come off the corner. So Hyperion Racing not having the best of runs coming out of Spoon Curve, but now they can unleash the beast that is that Ferrari and try to catch that Porsche coming down in towards the 130R and of course the Casio Triangle as well. Certainly going to help them in this situation. But for Nielsen here, again, like I've said so many times over the course of this race, still a lot of time, still no rush to be able to get this one done. It'll be nice if he can get the pass back here, but of course, the long game still needs to be played.
And right now, the game is try and use the car in front to save fuel if you can keep in range. The problem is, I think that car is just slowly dancing away. Even with that pace differential, it's just in this section right here, Sector 1, he just cannot keep within touch. He's not as good in this section. In fact, he's pushing extra hard on the gas pedal and using the throttle to steer the race car, it appears, to try and keep up in the S's. Because I think he knows if he loses that draft, there's a chance he burns extra fuel, and I don't know if he wants to take the risk of losing less fuel. The problem is, he just, again, had a bad run through the Dunlop curb that time by.
Yeah, very bad run indeed. So going to drop a bit of time there, and well, it's going to be more than a bit of time. It's going to be 1.5 seconds now, the gap between the two of them. So that sometimes is the difference here, Justin, between the very, very top teams and some of these mid-pack teams where, you know, you brought up the topic a little bit earlier on that Commander are just so consistent. They very rarely drop time unnecessarily. Most of the time that they have dropped has been due to the lap traffic, but when they're on clear air, they can just bang out those laps after lap after lap after lap relatively the same time. But meanwhile, with some of these mid-pack teams, those lap times do fluctuate a little bit more as small mistakes start to set in on some of those laps.
There was actually a good point brought up yesterday by one of the teams in the Club Sports Series in post-race interviews that actually emphasized that. Some teams have the thought where if they have to deal with the traffic or sometimes might see a car in front they have a chance to pass, that actually breaks up the rhythm in their braking marks to try and reel them in, and in turn, that forces the mistakes. So that is something that some of the top teams can easily tune out to be able to figure out where's the best place for the pass and whatnot. Well, some of the mid teams may have it where, this no offense to their drivers, where they might look to try and develop that need, to try and tune out the machines around them and focus on their marks. In turn, that I think will make them faster if they can do so.
Yeah, you just have to focus on your own race sometimes. You know, no matter how big that car in front of you gets, how close you get, or how close the car behind gets, you just have to run your own lines and not be scared into something that you do not want to do by some form of outside influence. That is that's the important thing, and it's some of the World Championship drivers especially have gotten so used to, you know, inside that Porsche Super Cup, the World Championship Series. You know, their qualifying is so close, like multiple cars within like a couple of tenths of a second of each other, and they race in these very big long trains. But not many of those very top drivers that run inside the top 15 or so really panic in that situation. Yes, there's a couple of bits of contact here and there, but you know, they're all running very consistent laps.
Yeah, indeed, right now, and some of the consistency even being seen by guys like Moran in the 156 flats at the moment. Singularity Pink with their worn tires, they've actually turned up the pace a little bit. But there's a chance, by the way, that position for fourth could be contested here towards the end of the cycle, because the gap for that has gone down to 2 seconds, Connery. And that, I think, was one of the long plays for that Pink machine, the 94 car, to try and jump Ronin Simsport in that battle. That advantage has shrunk, and there's a chance they even can be passed by Kinetic Racing this lap. You can see Ronin Simsport in the backdrop in the orange car.
Yeah, and you know, this is where it's really gonna start to hurt here for Singularity. You know, coming towards the end of a double stint where the tires are absolutely at the end of their life here. You're basically running down on the rims, and you can just see the lap time deltas in the bottom right. You know, over a second, even over 1.5 seconds a lap being taken out by Ronin Simsport. So when it comes to a side-by-side battle between these two guys, I think there's only going to be one winner, as Robert Kulik going to look to make that happen in just a couple of moments' time. And well, you know, sometimes you do have to give props in terms of going for this one so early, but you know, it wasn't the best decision, was it? And they're going to have to be stuck on those tires now for at least another 16 or so minutes, and there's no telling how far they'll fall back.
If it was maybe done later in the race, might have been the best strategy. But at the moment, at that time, yes, absolutely. It has not worked out any way they wanted it to. Now, they're going to be right back where they started. And there's a chance they go right back where they started and lose even more positions by the time they come down for their second pit stop. This has not gone the way that team has wanted at all on that double stint potential strategy. And now, because of that, they're getting moved out of the racing line.
Little bit of a push there for Ronin, and well, that isn't really needed. You know, that car ahead of them is really struggling in terms of the tires. You don't need to move them out of the way, but in towards Spoon Curve now, Ronin trying to work their way by that Singularity car down the inside. They decide to dive, and they get it done, coming through the Spoon Curve. And it looks like from this point forwards that they're just going to be able to extend the gap with the fresher tires. And you can see Singularity, they're not too happy about that with the flash of the lights.
I don't blame them either, because it's like, yes, they know that the car in front was on fresher tires, but at the same time, they already were at the bottom line. Just move here to the high side and try and dime it off the corner if you're Ronin Simsport, or you were going to make the pass regardless of the next corner. So I don't understand the need to go for contact there. Now there's already another car in Kinetic Racing inside their slipstream, and they're going to have to deal with another car ready to pass them potentially in the next lap or two.
Yeah, so it's from this point forwards for these 15 minutes or so. They can come down a little bit earlier if they so wanted to. The fuel does allow that, but I think if you're Singularity here, you just want to get off those tires as fast as possible and do it as soon as the pit window allows, because right now you're just losing too much time. Kinetic Racing, closing in And this is where it's going to really hurt them, coming through this section where it's so much load on the tires and there's just seemingly no grip inside of that pause right now as that BMW just closes and closes and closes. Now 7.5 tenths of a second. It was about 1.2 seconds at the start of the first sector.
Yeah, that is massive amounts of time. This Singularity Racing Pink machine is losing on every single braking zone, every single hard hairpin. That's, again, the major difference on the tires. Just can't hold the throttle as hard. Potentially could actually get loose. That time they actually pushed up a little bit on the curving. And it wouldn't be surprised if Kinetic Racing makes the pass in these next sections, either through Spoon or 130R, because they can't afford to get held up. That time Kinetic Racing actually had to check up for them.
Yeah, a little bit of time lost, but they should be able to do it off the corner here, and they're able to get the traction down so much better than that Porsche is able to. Now, you can see that Big M8 just gets a little bit bigger inside of the rear view camera there, towards the inside through 130R there, and then Singularity will let them have it, and Kinetic just to be careful with pushing a little bit wide there. Singularity tried to have a little bit of a look back, but I'm not rating their chances, certainly with the tire deficit. So that's another position loss for them. They have their teammates behind them now, about 1.3 seconds behind. So they are very struggling a lot here in this situation. Still trying to stick within that slipstream as long as possible inside that BMW slipstream, but you know it's just going to be, you know, trying to. Oh, they pushed so wide as well. You can just see that there's no grip in that car anymore.
Yeah, now they're basically in very much so trouble. The tires have not worked out any way they were hoping they would work out with the hotter start to the race for the tires. And despite the coolest the track has been all day, there's no way of recovering from that until you can get the fresher tires. They have to just work it out for the next 12 minutes or so, and they just let their own teammate go, knowing that Caruso in that red car has much fresher tires. At the very least, they'll be able to hold on to 7th, I think, on this stint, but it has not worked out at all. They were probably hoping to hold on to at least the top 4. Now they're going to have to play a bit of damage control.
Yeah, so for the team that was the only one to take a double stint strategy, things haven't gone well. They haven't found something that no one else has. It seems like they've fallen by the wayside just a little bit, as the car behind them, the UI1 Positive Sim Racing car, they're only about 16 seconds behind them, so you know, should ideally be able to hold on to at least 7th here, like you mentioned. But Rasmus Busk is going to be closing in very, very quickly in his Ferrari. So, you know, when it comes to that pit stop window, he'll be close, but I don't know if he'll be able to get himself past.
Well, here's the thing, again, the gap at the moment compared to that Universidad, the Universidad Isabel, the first machine, and that pink machine is around 16 or so seconds, give or take. That is still a massive amount of time to close up in that amount of span of time. And even though he's running the 156.8 at the moment, I don't know, he might come within 5 seconds before the start of the pit stops, but I think it might be safe for Singularity Racing Pink to stay inside the top 7 at least, right in time before Rasmus can reach him.
Yeah, that has to be the objective at this stage. Just to give you a little bit of an update about things going on elsewhere, Wanda still leads now 24 seconds between themselves and P2. Aviconic Racing in P3. Ronin get themselves up into P4 after getting past the Singularity Pink car just a good couple of laps ago. But you know, that's been the big thing over this stint, where the Singularity would be able to make that one work, and it simply hasn't. But you know, now the track temperature is starting to cool down just that little bit. You know, I'm seeing it at around about 36 degrees Celsius right now, which has dropped about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius from the start of the race. So, you know, the further that drops, the more possible a double stint becomes.
Indeed, and partly with the cooler temps, we just seen the fastest lap of the race for VOS Gun and SimSport, actually. They just put in a 155.538, so that cooler temps, despite the older track temperatures, if you get enough of a slipstream, you can absolutely blister in your quickest pace of an entire race. That's how much is cooled down. If for some of these race teams.
And the important thing as well with the new update that iRacing have been able to put out there, this cloud cover, does change over the course of these races now. So currently it is clear, which is why the track temperature is so high at this time of the day. But if the clouds do start to roll in, maybe we'll get some more partly cloudy or mostly cloudy conditions for the end of this race. Then that'll certainly help the tire situation.
It will be perfect for the tire situation. In fact, and that's where teams might say, let's double stint. Let's try something to keep up with Fiorezco and try and get maximum amount of points as we can. Right now, that strategy might still be out of reach despite the 97 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. I'd want something around more so than the low 90s or the high 80s before I risk something like that at this point, the way the race has been progressing. Should know, Connery, a lot of the preparation for these teams for the week had been on cooler temperatures, it appeared. So some of these teams might actually get faster and start coming back up to the field as we get towards the second half of the race today.
Yeah, that could well be the case here. So we'll see how that one works out, that's for certain. But, coming up towards that second set of stops now, some drivers may be starting to think, maybe we should, tease the prospect of a double stint. I don't think they'll do it on this particular set of stops, though, because, if you do it over the final couple, then you'll be able to split things even in terms of the tires. Because right now, if you do the double stint from this point forwards, you'll have to take tires on that final stop, unless you really want to go for a triple stint, which I don't think is possible here at this track. So maybe not in this particular stop, but on the next one, we might see teams actually start to forgo the tires if that track temp has come down a significant amount.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying there moments ago. If it goes down enough, it's going to be very much viable. But right now, in that bit of a risk, we're about 7 minutes or so until the second pit window is expected to open, and we should also expect potentially, Connery, we see some driver swaps from some of these teams at that pit sequence, because remember, you have to have a minimum of 2 drivers take part in the event. And wouldn't be surprised for some of the strategy to be change the drivers every 2 hours and then go.
Yeah, that would be the case, as we see Porsche Team Mama out there right now. They've had a pretty quiet race as far as races go. They started towards the front of the field. They've just been cruising here in P2 right now, but they haven't shown any of the pace that Coanda have at the front of the field. So Morgan Moran just logging in the laps right now at this stage. That has to be said. They have their second driver, which is Mark Johnston, waiting to get in that car. When he'll make an appearance or not, I do not know. That's up to the teams, of course. But Moran still, well, he's going well. He's doing all that he needs to do right now. He's just managing the gap back to Avid Chronic Racing. I think they've realized now that Coanda are just too quick, and 24-second gap, not the easiest to surmount. As you can see them head themselves down the inside of 130R on the lap traffic. Not the most ideal place to get things done, but sometimes you just have to do it. But Porsche Team Mama, they're going to have to more be looking behind right now rather than in front, considering Avid Chronic about 3.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, for Avid Chronic, want to mention them again. They're the biggest movers of this entire race at the moment. +5 from the drop of the green flag, and their pace has been near identical to Moran's pace so far for Norbert Littner at this point. I would absolutely be worried in having your crew members tell you, okay, this is the line your driver is doing behind you. Can you try and adapt to that line as this race progresses, if you can?
Yeah, that's the thing, all about adaptation. But of course, we have an absolutely amazing audience, I'm told, at the Odincon Gaming Exhibition in Denmark. So hello to you guys. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince for this particular race. We're heading towards our second set of stops here in around about 5 minutes time, since these GTE cars can hit the hour mark every single time. And that will be the strategy for most of the teams out there today. Currently, you can see this for P19, P20 right now between the two DGTS cars, the Sim Racing White and the Sim Racing Black car. It's 2 seconds between them right now as that black machine starting to close in. You can see 2.5 seconds on that previous lap. That is a huge amount of time just to be lopped off like that.
Yeah, there is a bit of damage on the Porsche entry compared to the Ferrari entry. And again, this, as mentioned, is for that position. So I think there's a strong chance that Jensen can try and take the point. And we have already seen teammates give themselves a lot of slack because you don't want to end up over-aggressively racing your teammate and causing potential damage, especially in a road event. And right now, that white entry seems to really be struggling with wheel hop compared to the black entry, which, with that Ferrari, with the speed, seems to be near pristine condition for the race car. And it's taking the corners much more better, even than the Porsche at the moment.
Yeah, taking it very comfortably. You can see 0.7 of a second between the two of them right now. I'm just looking to see what that difference. Well, they had 1 lap difference in terms of the stops here, so you know it wasn't a case of that Sim Racing White car not taking tires. It seems like they've really just sort of struggled here towards the end of this second stint, and allows their teammates in the Ferrari to close right back up. And there are some, you know, that Ferrari isn't the color all Ferrari should be, which is red, but at least the wheel rims are red.
Yeah, they got that part right, I guess, but yeah, that car though still has red decals on it, so it does have red as part of the design.
No, actually, I tell a lie. It doesn't have. All Ferraris don't have to be red. They have to be either red, yellow, or black. Don't argue with me on this.
Well, that one's, well, it's mostly black, so it's mostly black.
And it's called GTCS Sim Racing Black as well, so I guess I can give it to them. Only on this instance, though.
Yeah. Either way, it looks like the time is actually evened out, by the way, compared to his teammate. He's better in the braking zones, able to hit him much more harder in the zones, but he's just been able to plateau this time by in terms of the lap pace. However, he does have the slipstream.
Yeah, he does. 1/3 of a second between the two of them. Down the pit straight, you can see the Ferrari using the slipstream, using its basically straight line speed advantage by default as well. Just a little bit quicker in terms of the top speed, but not able to try and go for the pass that time around. And well, you know, part of it is that they don't want to be aggressive with their teammate there. If they decide to you know, swing it down the inside there, we're coming towards the end of the stint, and that Porsche is not looking quick in terms of the grip that it has. So if you surprise your teammate a little bit too much in that situation, then you might cause a bit of an instant damage there. So I think he's just waiting for a bit more of a clear opportunity, maybe try and negotiate some team orders as well.
That, or maybe thinking, I'm going to use you to help save fuel for a little bit, maybe lift off the gas, and then I'll go with, if I get the chance to, because one thing to also think about, they do have some lap traffic in 10th and 11th who might also want to come through this time by, who are now inside their slipstream as well to have to deal with.
Yep, indeed, 0.8 of a second between them right now, so that gap has extended just a little bit over the for sort of opening half of the lap here, but we're about 60 seconds away from getting ourselves onto the hour mark. And well, just as I say that, Singularity Racing Pink, you know, as soon as that pit window opens, they are in to try and change the tires, and that is going to be the end of a bit of a struggling situation there for Singularity Racing Pink. They're finally able to bolt some fresh rubber onto those wheel hubs, and now it looks like they'll be able to get going in just a couple of moments' time, around about 30 seconds or so before they get going. But I'm not surprised that they're going to be the first ones in here in this cycle.
Yeah, they are losing magnitudes of time, to say the very least, and they've also made a driver swap. Dennis Lind is now inside the car, and that's not a bad driver, to say the very least, to have inside a race car, Connery, from what we know.
Of course, Dennis Lind, he's the Lamborghini driver, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So some real life experience going behind the wheel of that Singularity Racing Pink car, and they've put him on the fresher tires as well, so he's able to do his work comes out onto the racetrack in P13. But he'll be able to gain a couple more once the rest of those pit stoppers come through. He has come out behind one of the Hyperion racing cars here, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. You don't want that traffic to be affecting you so early on in the stint. So, you know, it's going to get sort of trapped behind here coming through the S's section. This is actually going to be quite a bit of lost time here for Lind here at the start of his stint, which is not the ideal situation.
Yeah, no, it's not right now. So at this point, want to quickly get by the cars in front and try and carry back as much time as they can, because the next positions, if they can get an undercut done well, they might be able to get inside the fight for 5th and 6th maybe quickly. And they're hoping, I think, Lind can make things up and quickly in this middle stint of the race. Gotta just draft by as quick as they can, because some of the other cars that he'd be fighting for position are currently being held up by traffic.
He's also being held up by traffic as well, and he hasn't been able to find himself past that Hyperion Racing Onyx black car. But the thing is, this is a battle for position, so Hyperion, they're doing everything right here. They have the right to try and defend here, even though they're imminent onto pit lane. And it's all on Dennis Lind to try and get himself by here, and well, he might get it for free if Hyperion decide to come down on towards the pit lane this time around. We'll have to see what happens. 130R onto the brakes into the Casio triangle. Of course, it's so difficult for these Porsches to make a pass because of their straight line speed deficit, especially when it comes to those Ferraris. And well, the Ferrari will stay out just one more lap here, or at least one more lap, and Lind's just going to have to deal with this.
Yeah, this might be a little bit frustrating for Singularity Pink. This is for position, for those wondering why is it being fought so hard here. And guys like Nielsen, they technically on the fuel can make it about, maybe based on what we've seen, up to 10 more minutes from how long they were able to stretch out some of the stints on pit stop sequence number 1. So Nielsen, I don't think he's going to be willing to give up this spot, as we can already see, even though he's taking the corners very, very differently compared to Lind. Lind really licking his chops, wanting this spot now.
Trying to search for it, but no obvious opportunity has presented itself just yet. Let's just say that. But right now, 0.4 of a second between the two of them on the way through that right-hand kink before the hairpin. You can see Singularity just positioning themselves, showing the nose into the corner, but it seems like they haven't really been able to activate those new tires just yet, which is surprising, since, you know, these cars still on the old tire model, they come into temperature very, very quickly, and in fact you want them to keep them as you know, as managed and as cool as possible to get the maximum performance out of them. But of course that has been all fixed when it comes to the new tire model here on iRacing, but it hasn't been applied to these cars yet. But Singularity Racing Pink, that's a better run coming out of the spoon curve now towards the left hand side here, coming down the back straight, and they're going to make it side by side into 130R, and they're just able to squeak themselves ahead. Oh, they're able to keep it down into the Casio triangle. That Ferrari's trying to fight back, but they know when they're beat. They bolt out to the move when it comes to the Casio triangle. But, you know, there's 30 or so laps difference on those tires. It shouldn't have been that difficult for Singularity to head their way by, and that's just sometimes how hard it is to pass in a Porsche.
The only thing I can think about is, remember, they pit just before that 4 hour to go mark. They maybe thought, just to be safe, save an extra couple laps of fuel just to make sure we can make it to the next hour mark. Only thing I can really think of as to why you don't push the issue more aggressively than what we've seen.
Yeah, we're still waiting for basically everyone else to come down into the pit lane. It's been a very, very long second stint here. We are just a couple of laps away from seeing the likes of VRS Coanda, Porsche Team Mama, and Avriconic Racing to come down in. We're currently around about 31 laps on their stint right now, and I'm just having a look to see how many they did in the first stint, and that was about 32, 33 laps. So basically this lap or next we'll see the vast majority of everyone else come down in. And speaking of, Positive Sim Racing are in, same with NSR Gold as well, deciding that now is a good time to pit.
Well, I should note the NSR Gold machine did go off the track and damage the left front fender. That's a similar damage we've seen from one of the cars, Prologue React Esport, earlier on. But This is around that window we've seen Rasmus jumped into the pit stops last time. He was the first of the cars by a single lap. That's a good sign. Potentially we'll see more drivers duck down. Yes, indeed. Just as I say that, like the last sequence, VRS is in.
Kwanda inside the pit lane. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen, just getting themselves stopped in their pit box with their BMW M8 as that Ferrari is going to go up on down on the jacks there. So Positive Sim Racing, they are going to change the tires here. I'd be very interested to see if anyone goes to a double stint here, considering that you can't really split it even on double stints from this point. But we'll certainly let you know if someone does decide to go for it, as VRS Kind of Sim Sports just waiting in their pit box right now. Coming up to around about 30 seconds stationary, that's when we'll start to see whether that car goes up and down on the jacks or not. And we'll be able to see in just a couple of moments time. There we go. VRS Kind of Sim Sports do take the tires here in this situation. Not surprising for them. I'm just waiting to see the rest of those pit stops come through to see if anyone has decided to play a little bit of an interesting card in terms of the strategy game here. It looks like everyone so far are just taking it very conservatively and just putting the rubber on the car.
I find this part interesting. The majority of the teams yet to make a driver swap at the moment, it appears. However, some of them have started to go in the process of doing so. So that takes the double spin out of the equation completely too, because you don't want to end up sending your teammate out on older tires, right? So at this point, looks like a lot of the teams might be thinking, I don't want to swap my drivers until the halfway point. Porsche Team Mama did put Johnston inside their race car. We've seen a driver swap for Avid Chronic, I believe, as well. But teams like Kinetic and Coanda did not swap their drivers.
Yep, so Joni Takinen still behind the wheel of the VRS Kind of Sim Sports car. You can see the rest of those cars coming off the pit lane. No one going for double stints here, so everyone taking tires, and that might be just as well considering the track temperature. Well, it's dropped another couple of degrees here. It's down to 34 now. Still clear skybox, so you know, it's still gonna, you know, that sun's still gonna affect things. But as we get later on into the evening here, you know, that's when the track temperature is really gonna drop like a stone, and the double stints become more possible. I think we'll start to see it on the next stint.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for the drivers and teams who are jumping in now, who took the driver swap at the 2-hour mark. We won't see a lot of the other teams, I think, go for that until maybe the end of the race, with the way they're going things right now, where they go for, say, on their second to last pit stop, they might try the double stint, or for their last pit stop strategy. But right now, a lot of these teams now pigeonholed where they need to keep on the fresh tires until at least the third hour. End of the third hour, rather.
Yeah, so we'll just have to see, you know, a similar sort of strategy for most of the teams then coming towards the halfway point of this race. So that's just going to be the situation that we have. Ronin Sim Sports are in. We are just waiting for Race Tech competition. We're waiting for Hyperion X and Hyperion Laser Blue as well. So just a couple more cars to come down on towards the pit lane, and we can call the second set of stops here in the Danish Esports Racing Championship at Suzuka done. Oh, there's a big moment there. Who's that? That's Hyperion Racing X that had a massive slide coming through the spoon curve, and now they're going to get challenged by Kinetic Racing, because that is a battle for position on the way down in towards 130R. And Kinetic Racing, they've already come down on towards the pit lane, so they can use the fresher tires to be able to get themselves by. But what happened there to that Hyperion X car? Is there a little bit of contact into the corner? I don't think there is. It was just a huge amount of speed on entry that they weren't able to handle. Hopefully we're able to get a replay. There we are. We're just going to see the end of it there, but you can see now they head their way through the right-hand kink, and you just see that car step out. There we go. Big slide through the runoff area. Good job to hold on to it, though.
It looks like they just, at the same time, they're at the end of the tire cycle for their stint, just overran the corner, and that, in turn, with that major save, put them up for grabs for positions, and they were coming to pit anyway, I think, that time by. They're also going to make their first driver swap of the race as Daniel Nestorowicz jumps into the car.
Yeah, so driver change for the number 50 as Nestorovic will get himself behind the wheel of the car in just a couple of moments' time. You Positive Sim Racing, there's still Rasmus Busk behind the wheel of the car, currently in 10th place. They're currently trying to track down Hyperion Laser Blue, who's currently on the older tires still, so they haven't come down on towards pit lane just yet. So this should be a relatively simple battle for Positive Sim Racing to manage here, but you know, we saw Singularity struggle with it just a couple of laps ago, so we can't say anything for certain. But there we go. Now we know it's certain.
Yes, indeed, able to quickly make a pass. Trying to charge their way up to 8th. Still ways to go up the road, though, to the next position.
Yeah, it's going to be around about 8 seconds or so, all the way to I believe it was the Singularity pink car that they were trying to chase down. But now, with around about 3 hours 48 minutes remaining, we're still waiting for one car to come down in. That's a race tech competition. Actually, a couple of cars. They're waiting for Hyperion Laser Blue and Hyperion Sunset Orange to come down onto the pit lane as well. So looks like race tech competition. They're going to bring that car in now. I can see them coming down the pit lane. And, well, it's going to be a matter of time before Hyperion Laser Blue and the other Hyperion car also decide to work their way in. So Simon has struck there, bringing his Ferrari down into his pit stalls in just a couple of moments. Hyperion Laser Blue, they're coming through the final part of the lap. And actually, Laser Blue, they stay out another lap here, which is within their capabilities. It'll only be their 32nd lap of the stint, so certainly possible they'll be able to get this one done, but they're going very, very long on the stops here.
Yeah, we did see a couple drivers, I should note once again, go to an hour and 10 minutes, Connery, on their first pit stop stints. Laser Blue was one of those teams, I believe, so there's a chance they can stretch it to maybe the 3 hours and 40 minutes to go mark, rather than have to pit exactly now. Just an extra couple laps in the fuel tank. Well,
if they are able to make 1 hour 10 minutes on the stint every single stint, then that opens up the possibility of being able to miss a pit stop in the final stages and get a pit stop advantage over everyone else. So, you know, that is a big prospect here, and if some teams are able to make it work, then that would be an awesome thing to have happen. But right now, I don't know. That is the simple thing. I don't know how that's going to turn out. It doesn't look like they've been able to edge out the stint enough to be able to make that happen, but you know, it's a big old goal.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up again, where I seen where you're going for this. I thought about that, where it's like, can somebody stretch that with what we've seen? But the problem is, you need to basically, at least in my opinion, be at least 1 minute and 27 seconds. That includes all the net lane times on the average pit stop times for everybody within that window. Right now, Laser Blue, they're right at the cusp of falling outside that picture, as well as just about everybody else who was amongst the longest stinting field drivers in the first pit stop window. So the drivers who could do it, they wouldn't cycle out to the race lead even with one less pit stop at this point.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Still a couple of positions on the cards if they're able to make it work. Meanwhile, we are riding on board with ACR HM Engineering right now. Jordan Weeks behind the wheel with Victor Matthews currently in that car ahead for Positive Sim Racing, and for Hyperion, excuse me. So that Hyperion car still hasn't come down in yet. They're going for the ultra long stints here, and ACR, they've got the fresher rubber to be able to work with. And you can just see how much grip it's giving them coming through the SS section, but they're not able to find a way by that Porsche just yet in their BMW M8. You can just see they're just itching to try and get by. Coming up through Dunlop Curve, they may be able to get the run to be able to do so. Maybe it's just going to have to wait until the hairpin here just to sling one down the inside. So a little bit of lost time here for ACR HM Engineering, but there we go. They'll be able to get the run off of the second Degner, be able to bring it side by side and into the braking zone for the hairpin. Should be able to get that pass complete relatively easily, and they have done so.
Pretty quickly and efficiently, especially since the car in front lost about 2 seconds last time by on the older tires, just as we've seen before. So bye-bye that position, but right now Right now, Laser Blue still inside the top 10, but again, they still have to pit. So there's the chance they will drop behind Race Tech and a couple others maybe.
There's certainly the possibility to have that happen. But I expect to see that Laser Blue car down onto the lane this time around. I think they've gone long enough on their stints to be able to make things work here, but doesn't look well. We're going to wait just a couple more moments for them to be able to head their way in, and they do so onto pit lane entry. And that's going to be your final car to take their second set of stops here.
Already able to stretch it to 3 hours and 44 minutes. So again, not in the window you would expect for them to go for one less stop, but they're going to be on the freshest tires out of everybody. That's the main thing, even though that buys a couple laps, that might play into a bit of their hands. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, we will. Victor Mateos gets himself stopped in his pit box and will be there for around about a minute before he's able to get himself back out there. There's driver change in process as well, so Chris Yardley going to be back behind the wheel of that car, and that's the driver that actually started off the race for that Porsche. So getting back in the car here, so it's basically going to be basically a stint apiece for these drivers right now, which sometimes isn't the most ideal way of going about it. Usually you want to have your drivers in there for at least 2 stints, but I can see why that they've done this, considering they are taking tires anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Give them a chance every single time to get back on the racetrack, get themselves used to things, see what they can do in terms of position, and go from there. And that's what they're doing. They're already losing the spots to the pit lane. You can see already on the left side of your screen all the way back to 12. But as we've seen with that car, it's been really good on the long run, it seems, today.
If it has, they decide to head their way out. We see DGTS Sim Racing Red come down in at the back as well, but they've been at the very tail end of the field, so not all that much to speak of there. But Hyperion will be able to come out just behind a couple of bits of lap traffic here, as they're currently about 4 seconds behind the Danish Bacon. Have you ever tried Danish Bacon?
Danish bacon, I actually don't know if I can find Danish bacon in Canada. There's lots of Canadian bacon here, but not Danish.
Yeah. I mean, we get Danish bacon here in UK supermarkets, so yeah, it's pretty nice bacon. I should recommend. The thing is, it's probably extortionately expensive for you guys, considering import.
Yeah, possibly. What are the differences, by the way, between normal bacon and Danish bacon?
It's just made in Denmark.
Simple as that.
At least as far as I'm concerned, there's been no difference to the bacon, at least here in the UK, which I guess would be considered Canadian bacon, at least to the Americans, because the Americans are fan of their sort of streaky bacon, right? The not like the back bacon or Canadian bacon that UK and Canadians enjoy.
I guess I'm not the expert in bacon, to be honest, so...
But, who is? But, so this is sometimes how endurance races go. The weird topics do get brought up from time to time. But speaking of bacon, Danish bacon, they're going to have to be on the attack here, because Hyperion Racing Onyx Black are currently around about half a second ahead of them. And like we said at the start of the race, Danish bacon, they had... a bit of a struggle at the start of the race. Yes, they were able to gain positions early on, but they weren't able to hold on to them. But maybe things start to change when they're on the offensive this time around.
Well, going off in the grass in the second acre curb didn't help their cause either at this point in the 102, but right now their pace is good in the 156.1s. That is still a second off the leaders' butts at this point. I think they're going to at least be able to reel in back in the top 12, but that's how they've been doing all race. They have a swing forward into the top 12, then they eventually fade back. Swing forward, fade back. It's been a tug of war effect this evening for Danish Bacon.
Yeah, it has. They get a very good run coming through the S's that time around, and not going to be able to set up for a move into the Degners, that is for certain. It's such a difficult thing to try and go side by side through here, that's for certain. Just have to wait and bide your time and maybe look for something into the hairpin. That's the overall objective. 3.5 tenths of a second. forces Hyperion to go slightly defensive into the hairpin, even though Danish Bacon weren't in a position to be able to challenge. They're just they're inside their opponent's head now.
Yeah, that's one of the main things. Have them think what's happening. Second, though, is heating up because Johnston's been reeled in by Avid Chronic Racing. So Avid Chronic Racing looking to move themselves up to the highest point they've been all race. They've been closing in by a couple tenths or more each lap. In fact, 7 tenths gained last time by.
Yep, it was. There's now half a second between the two of them. And, well, Mark Johnston versus Christian Juhas there in that Avid Chronic Racing car. And, well, third of a second, getting very, very close into turn 1 as Mark Johnston, you know, losing a little bit of time there inside of that pit stop phase, just taking a little bit longer to get up to speed, at least compared to that Avid Chronic Racing car. And now to put himself in this sort of position where he now has to think about trying to put up the defense to that BMW behind that has been within a couple of seconds of them all race. It's just never been this close.
Yeah, it's been seeming like the traffic management's been better for Avid Chronic Racing because the pace has been, yeah, as you said, near identical. But every time they reach a car up in front, say race tech competition, the next car up in front, they seem to lose that 8 tenths to 6 tenths every single time, while Avid Chronic Racing just seems to reach them at the perfect time. Now it's the matter of, can Avid Chronic Racing take advantage of that when they have to reach the 10th place car up the road in a moment?
Lap traffic could well be a factor in this one. You can see that car a little bit further down the road. VRS Grind and Sim Sports have 43 seconds over these two. That is absolutely insane from Joni Takinen. So it's basically just a one-horse race right at the front of the field, but it's P2 and P3. Still very, very close indeed. 4 tenths of a second now coming down that back straight. Allows that BMW just to close in that bit by bit by bit by bit into 130R. They're just a couple, still a decent amount off of that piece of lap traffic, so it's not going to affect things just yet, but Avid Chronic Racing seeming to get the better of Porsche Team Mama right now, especially coming through the Cassia Triangle. The BMW just really working well through that section of the lap. Sets themselves up maybe to make something happen down in towards turn number 1. Avid Chronic Racing, they look to the inside just slightly, but of course not able to complete it on the brakes into there. It's still a pretty wide corner, is that turn 1. You just have to hope for your opponent to maybe push a bit wide with an overcommitment into 1, so you can sling yourself side by side into 2 instead.
Exactly. That BMW has been so strong to hit the double apex and much better in the braking zones at the moment compared to Mark Johnston. They have the brake pressure bias hit at the right marks. They're hitting their marks. On top of that, at the perfect points. I think there's the chance they can make the move in this next lap again. It's just, though, they need that little extra bit of push, plus maybe a little help by Martin Voss up the road, because they're reeling in by about 5-10 car lengths each straightaway at the moment. They could reach him in the next 2 laps.
Could just do so, but sometimes in endurance racing, the lap traffic either helps you or hinders you, and there's no telling which way it'll be around for these two in this particular battle. 4 tenths of a second. So Avid Chronic Racing, you know, through these sorts of high-speed sections, the medium and high-speed sections, they've really been gaining quite a bit of time over the BMW, just using that the strength of the Porsche to the best of their ability. But, you know, it's still going to be struggling a little bit here on these straights, and that BMW just close right back up. And Avid Chronic Racing have been characteristically fast through the Cassia Triangle. Is it going to be the similar sort of story this time around? They go very late on the brakes, and they decide to go for the move from quite far back. And oh, there we go. Avid Chronic Racing still side by side. Coming through the final turn is Porsche Team Mama able to work their way back. They have the space to be able to do so. They go to driver's right-hand side of the racing circuit here to try to challenge into turn 1. The BMW will give them a bit of a squeeze, though. Avid Chronic Racing on the outside trying to make something happen, but it looks like that Porsche has been able to make the pass back.
Heck of a battle right there. Avid Chronic Racing knew that if they can get the line to stick in that Casio triangle with their breaking point, they might be able to hold on, but the problem is they just didn't get the run because of the little bit of the squeeze after the Casio triangle. And Johnston, he's not willing to give up this second spot without a fight. And they lost a ton of time actually to the lap traffic because of all that squabbling for the spot. They lost a full second to the leader.
Fortunately for them, though, they have 17 seconds over fourth place, so they can afford to lose a bit of time here. I think, for both these teams, they're thinking Coanda are just so quick, we can't catch them. We might as well scrap amongst ourselves for P2 and P3. But at least Abercrombie Racing were ahead just for a couple of moments. But that Porsche car was able to come straight back at them into the spoon turn this time around. Another show of the nose from Abercrombie Racing as they head their way through there, but still no opportunity. But a little bit of a twitch coming off the corner there for Abercrombie Racing, not going to be a problem as they get that draft all the way down to 130 yards. Do they even dare to go for the move into the corner itself? No, they don't. They just set up for the Casio triangle, and there we go. It's going to be another big opportunity. Abercrombie Racing down the inside once again, and that's fair racing, brilliant racing between the two of them. And Abercrombie Racing have been able to work their way by, but are we going to see a bit of deja vu? Can Porsche do anything into turn one? That is the big question. And now there's the defensive move from Abercrombie. That Porsche has to go around the long way around, but not quite able to make things work. Cutback move available through turn two, but that is going to be unsuccessful. So on the second time of trying, Abercrombie Racing are able to get themselves up into P2.
Much more aggressive squeeze that time from Abercrombie Racing. They actually made contact in that Casio triangle, door banging one another. But that was that difference to try and take away the chance for the run back from Johnston. Now they're going to try and push away. The difference, though, is it seems like that Porsche, once it's inside the draft, is much faster. The BMW was running only 1 mile an hour quicker from the run to spoon curve all the way to 130R last time by, and the previous two laps prior as well, Connery.
Interesting predicament as maybe that BMW it's a little bit of a higher wing angle, and they have that to play with to try and get some downforce through the corners. But now you can see that Porsche now just starting to drop back just that little bit, half a second into the spoon curve there for Porsche Team Mama, but it looks like that they're not going to be able to make all that much further progress coming through here. Yes, they still have the slipstream of Abercrombie, but they've lost yet another bit of time. 0.6 of a second between them now into 130R. So Abercrombie Racing, they've been able to at least solidify their position here inside of this second place position. And coming up towards the halfway point of the race, probably the better time to do it.
Yeah, indeed, the better time to do it for those drivers at this point. So still a ways to go in this race, already coming towards 3.5 hours left on the clock. Still 108 estimated laps to go for these drivers that time at the stripe.
Yeah, just a couple more, well, not a couple more, but lots more laps to go here in this one. As, well, lap 76 and 3 hours and 30 minutes left remaining in this race. That is still quite an innings to be able to manage here, but I'm going to look back to a little bit of battles further back, since this one is pretty much over and done with. We do have VG versus Hyperion Laser Blue. That is 0.6 of a second separating P13 and 14 at the moment. Daniel Sundergaard versus Chris Yardley here. So just two Porsches, so no manufacturer differences this time around. Things looking a little bit more equal.
Yeah, right now it's just about driver to driver, a mano. There is a bit of that damage on the VG Esport racing machine, but the thing is, the wing angle seems a bit more flatter on the VG, locking up the brakes, in fact, overrunning the corner.
Yeah, big moment there as VG, they do lose the spot to Hyperion as They'll be able to solidify themselves into that P13 spot. There's a bit of lap traffic behind. That's not for position for those cars behind. But still, those are the sorts of mistakes that you can't really afford to make in these sorts of races. Just giving up that track position so easily. And Hyperion are going to be taking that every single day of the week. As right now we're currently about halfway through your, well, coming up to halfway through your next stint here. And well, here's how I guess the top 8 stands, as we can get those up on screen for you in just a moment. There we go. VRS Kind of Sim Sport leads by 51 seconds now over Aviconic Racing. So that battling certainly hasn't helped P2's and P3's chances for the race lead. P4, well, P2's Aviconic Racing, P3's Porsche Team Mama, then Ronin Sim Sport in P4. Singularity Red in P5, Kinetic in 6th, Singularity Pink 7th, and ACR HM Engineering in P8 here today. So with that in the books, we're just going to maybe take ourselves a little bit of a break once again here on Racesport TV and go on board with a driver. And well, it looks like that we can go on board with maybe UI1 Positive Sim Racing GT EU. So that's the 106 car that currently sits in that 9th place position. They're currently trying to work on chasing down those two, well, that car ahead of them of the ACR HM Engineering. So we're right on board with Rasmus Busk just for a couple of laps here on board with the Ferrari. couple of laps on board there with the Ferrari of UI1 Positive Sim Racing GT We are quickly closing in on the halfway point of this race in just 22 minutes time. The 6 hours of Suzuka here in the Nordic Le Mans series. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince here for this one, as we are solidly into the swing of things now. I have to say, everyone out there just running on their own strategies. Not really all that many battles going on right now, except for maybe one that's starting to brew for P5 and P6. About a second between these two at the moment, but this race is just bubbling along nicely, Justin.
Yeah, it's gone by pretty quick, very clean for the most part, no significant contact. At this point, again, it's been, as to be expected, a rhythm race from start to finish, and most of the drivers have kept their cool and kept their rhythm as this pace has continued to progress.
Yeah, they have, and it's impressive to see, especially from the race leading car right now, VRS Sim Sports. They have about 57 seconds over the rest of the field right now. They've been just a class and above everyone else so far this event, with the dropping out of Pro Level Esports early on due to the bits of contact, and they also had the jump start as well. So they've been all alone at the front of the field for the vast majority of the laps here. Meanwhile, Kinetic Racing certainly haven't. They've been in the thick of things here inside of this middle part of the top 10. And now they're looking to close in on that Singularity Racing red car down in towards the first corner they go. About a third of a second between these two guys as Stefan Overgaard now starts to really start to close in on that Porsche, of course, with his BMW. And we've seen this battle, play out before between the Porsche and the BMW, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen before that the Porsche just had to more of the space, or the pace rather, down the straight. Especially once it got into the draft. The problem is for the BMW, it just couldn't match that. The thing where they had the advantage before was the corner braking. Overgaard's not looking like he's got that same comfortability, though, compared to Avid Chronic Racing at the moment.
Oh, excuse me. I got like a little thing caught in my throat there. But, half a second, is the gap right now. And you're absolutely right. Kinetic Racing, they've been competitive, very competitive so far this race, but I haven't seen anything incredibly special from them just yet. Maybe this is where things start to change, though, in this battle over Singularity Red. Again, starting to get a little bit closer, coming through the spoon curve, but all in all, actually, that's a very good run out of the corner for Kinetic Racing. They're gaining so much time right now on the way in towards 130R, and, well, from what will look to be a mediocre run, actually ends up being a brilliant run, and Kinetic now very much close enough to be able to scare that Porsche ahead of them through the Casio triangle, trying to use as much of the curb as is legal. Now 0.3 of a second through that final corner, and Kinetic Racing in prime position now to be able to try and make this pass happen. Gap down to a single 1/10 of a second, and now they step a foot out of line down the inside and not quite able to make it work into there. And well, that is basically the trend that we have been seeing. You struggle so much in terms of trying to bring it side by side into one.
Yeah, as you talked about a little bit, you want to have it on the second leg of the double apex, especially to set things up. That time had to back off too much, and now for Overgaard, it's going to take another couple laps potentially, Connery, to regroup, and that was another bad run through the Dunlop curb.
Yeah, not exactly ideal there for Kinetic Racing, Stefan Overgaard. So he's going to have to work at trying to eat that gap up once again. But surprisingly in this race, things have been relatively clean. We've had a couple of retirements. We've had NSR Gold, we've had Heike, SimSports, Luna, Pro Life React Esports, Phoenix Racing Esports, and PCDC Motorsports Yellow, which I do not believe even took the start here. Because I don't even think they were supposed to be in this race. Let's be honest, it was a bit of a surprise seeing them come in, and they're not on the entry sheet, but they didn't take the green flag, so it doesn't matter inside of the green, inside of the grand scheme of things here. But you know, right now it's good to see that rate of attrition be relatively good, at least for the first 3 hours of what is a 6-hour endurance race.
Yeah, about 80% of the incidents have been self-incidents, essentially. No major crashes. There's been some door banging, yes, but everyone's just kept it calm, cool, and collected. And as I've said like a broken record throughout this race, that was to be expected with the field size. If it was, say, 50-plus cars, that's where you start to worry. And that's where you see a lot of the potential urgency pick up or potential chaos.
Yeah, you do, and you know, when you get into those big grids, there's certainly not all that much room to work with, and everyone maybe a little bit closer in terms of the pace as well, or at least a better chance for cars to be on a similar pace as you. Half a second between P5 and P6 right now, though, as it is your closest battle that we have out there. So Kinetic Racing trying to drag themselves inside of that top 5, but still yet to become a thing for them. They've had a slight opportunity already, and now they just have to take this next lap or so just to work on that gap, so they'll be in that position once again.
And I'm kind of curious thinking about this now as we approach this halfway point still. When does Kinetic Racing elect to go for the driver swap? They do have a registered backup driver for today in Vincent Leherber, I should rather say, for the 54 machine. And right now, you gotta wonder when they're going to elect to do that, because the driver, currently Overguard, still on his own in that Kinetic Racing pit box, trying to make this move work for his teammate with the lap traffic working on the left side of the circuit. So you have to wonder if they're going to have that driver swap ready in time for the halfway point, or if they'll have to extend it all the way to the second to last stop.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it might hurt them in terms of the strategy here, especially if they decide to go for a double stint on this next set of stops. That means you'll have to take maybe the driver swap and not take tires with it, which actually will lose you a bit of time compared to just taking the fuel. So that might be a bit of a concern. So hopefully Kinetic can get that sorted in quite swift fashion. But I just saw Stefan Overgaard overcommit a little bit into the Casio Triangle. That has just lost him all that time he just gained over the past couple of laps. So really needs to iron out these mistakes. Otherwise that Singularity car is going to be feeling a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, right now that car is actually swinging hard the left rear of that race car in this section of the S's to lose potential time. I think the reason he overcommitted, though, in Connery in the Casio Triangle is we've seen how impressive the BMWs have been in the hard braking zones in this race today. And he's trying to take advantage of that. The problem is he's pushing overly aggressive. That time he locked up the right front and lost any chance of an advantage on the brakes. He's going like probably 2 to 5 feet deeper than he needs to be.
Yeah, so just tone it back a little bit, Stefan. Just tone it back, and you might be able to have the pace return to the car and not having all of these moments coming down into some of these corners. But again, he's been able to close up quite comfortably, despite basically taking a beating, or rather beating the tires to death with those lockups. But now, out of the spoon curve, it's going to be Draft Fest once again. 0.4 of a second between the two of them. 3 hours, 13 minutes, well, 3 hours, 14 minutes rounding up to be able to get towards the end of this race. Closest battle that we have there. We have ones brewing further back, though. VG Hyperion might be a thing, as well as Singularity Pink and ECR as well. And speaking of that latter battle, they're very close coming into the triangle as well. Once again, it's a BMW versus a Porsche as well.
Yeah, the ACR machine actually tried to go for the dive a little bit on the entrance of 130R, but had to check up. So Jordan Weeks has been slowly reeling in as well. The difference, though, last time by half a second pace from the car behind compared to the car in front, as Dennis Lin trying to arc it down off the second part of the first corner. Just looks like Weeks has been able to sort things out now in that race car and is now used to the track conditions as it's really gripped up with the track temp.
Yeah, it's really starting to come to them. I'm just having a look to see the track temperature. It's down to 31 degrees Celsius, and that was in the sort of the early 40s at the start of the race, up to 40, 41, 42. So it's dropped around about 10 degrees Celsius since the start of the race, and that is going to be positive signs for maybe a double stint on this next stop. That is the big thing. But right now, Singularity picking a little bit of a lock up there in towards the hairpin. So meanwhile, Ashley Kinetic at the battle further forwards is getting close once again. So a good couple of battles to keep an eye on here, as I've got up on my screen at least the Kinetic and Singularity battle. Meanwhile, Singularity and ACR will be the ones that's currently being shown. So 0.3 of a second between them. That could be said for both battles at this moment in time.
Yeah, both of them on the straight, same straightaway in fact, just about. As ACR picking up the same amount of draft we've seen Kinetic pick up on their past lap. So things are going in pretty interesting.
Kinetic might just have been able to get the run here out of that final corner, and it looks like they have. Looks like they're going to go to the outside then, coming in towards turn 1. It's certainly possible for them to be able to make this one work. You see the battle in the background as well, starting to rage on, but side by side in towards turn 1. The BMW on the outside trying to make things work, but looks like that Porsche has been able to solidify themselves ahead, at least for the current moment. So they live to fight another day here.
And that's the difficulty we've already seen with trying to make the pass, is trying to complete it for the corner exit. It seems like the Porsche in a side-by-side situation seems to be better. The BMW in a single file situation is the faster of the two. It's so hard to try and hold on to the pass because of the differences, and a major lockup in front of them just put them back in the chance to make the move.
Here comes Kinetic then over Singularity Red. Oh, they're going to get squeezed out through the kink. No, they're just about able to find a line through the outside. A cut back off the corner is certainly available for that BMW. Will give them the run, maybe in towards Spoon Curve this time around, but looks like they're just going to duck back in line for now and live to fight another day. But again, a bit of a scary moment there for Singularity Red, but they're able to at least keep themselves ahead in this instance.
It seems all race long, both the Singularity cars have just had to been playing defense, and you gotta wonder what's going on with those drivers in their team speak or whatever the team comms, trying to discuss what can we do to try and get ourselves out of these potential battles. I think this might have been partly what factored in to wanting to go for the double stint for the pink car. That pink car, though, is taking a dive for the inside for 7th and just lost the spot to ACR in the Casio Triangle.
Yeah, big move for ACR to try and get themselves by, and they do so successfully. Replay up on screen for you now, and you can see there was a big old move to the inside, and not much that Singularity pink car could have done in that situation. Just have to fall behind. It was a big move of authority from the BMW to put themselves ahead in this situation. And will that be the same for the battle a little bit further down the road between Singularity Red this time and Kinetic Racing? These guys have been so close for so long. There's a big look for the BMW, but not going to happen. It's such a tough place to be able to try and get alongside.
Yeah, I'm surprised he tried to go side by side there. I think it wasn't even a thought of a pass attempt. It was more so trying to establish where he wanted to run the line and having to check up, not expecting the run off the corner for Swires in that 98 machine. But it is starting to push up a little bit. That Kinetic Racing machine might be starting to heat up the tires a little too much on the fight.
Yep, the tires are, they start to take a little bit of a beating, as you'll see our Racesport TV side by side. Then we can see both the battles up on screen for you now. And, well, the one on the left is between Singularity Red and Kinetic Racing. The one on your right between ACR and Singularity Pink. ACR have been able to make that pass work, but Kinetic Racing losing a little bit of ground here on the way down towards 130R, so they're not going to be able to be in the greatest of positions to try and make this one work when it comes to that Singularity Red car. So Singularity have already lost one of these battles. They don't want to lose two.
Exactly, that's not good for morale, and at this point, they've been defending that top 5 position for essentially more than a stint. About 2 or 3 stints already in this race. You don't want to lose the spot now after holding on to it for so long and knowing that if you can get some breathing room, you can have a chance as they get loose.
That's a big moment for Singularity Red, and Kinetic Racing have been able to work themselves through. That's a massive moment there for Singularity Red. They were doing so well to hold on, but a single car mistake into turn 1 has given up the position. We'll see it on the replay for you now. You can see a bit too much speed into the corner, back end swung out. Good job to hold on to the car, but the position has been lost.
Yeah, it just looked like a bit of a wheel hop. If you listen to the audio there, you can hear the engine go vroom as he tried to shift as the wheel hop happened, caused the mistake, and now they're dealing with lap traffic stopping on the racetrack.
Ooh, who's that? Didn't quite see it.
That's the 18 car of Wrath Energy Racing, who stopped to let everybody go.
Not the ideal way to try and go about things. Oh, that's a bit of a scary one. But you know, it's not on it's not the responsibility of the lapped car to do that. You know, it's you know, if we're talking iRacing sporting code sort of things, it's going to be the responsibility of the passing car to be able to facilitate the pass. So that's one of those situations where being courteous is actually slightly more dangerous.
Yeah, that was in the middle of the preferred line as well, so I think the drivers weren't expecting that in. Guess where he comes right up, right in the middle of our other battle all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's he's going to get out of the way by braking hard once again for the Casio Triangle, just letting them go. But yeah, a little bit of an interesting situation there between the two of those cars. I'm just currently having a look to see if there's any protests or anything that has just come through, but looks like with the coming up to 3 hours that we've had in this race, we've only had 3 protests. That is incredible.
That is more than incredible. That's nearly insane. That's how clean the racing has been, really, other than really blinking the start and really one situation involving lap traffic. That is it. That is astounding, even for this amount of race cars. That's how clean and calm and cool and collected this race has been all night so far.
It's been very clean, but of course drivers do still have to pay attention to the incident points here, because this series is using the new system in iRacing where it's more automated than it used to be. So it's going to have to be, well, drivers rack up incident points, you know, by going off track. 1 incident point for off track, 2 for going out of control, 4 for car contact, etc., etc. But you know, with the new system that iRacing's put in now, instead of having a limit where past a certain point where you just get disqualified, now you can have the system where if you get, say, 40 incident points, like these guys are trying to stay under, you'll start to, you know, you'll get a drive-through penalty, and then every 10 incidents afterwards, then you'll get more and more penalties past that point. So instead of the stewards having to take that responsibility, it's now been shifted onto the iRacing system, which I guess lightens the workload for the race admins.
I almost forgot about that addition into the iRacing update, but that's actually a very, very helpful, because a lot of drivers or a lot of the crew members that might have a lot of delayed reactions to some of the incidents, now it's kind of like a foolproof kind of system. As soon as you go over the incident point, you immediately get that penalty. So I think it's an absolutely major asset to have for a series such as this, to have that addition.
If it is, it's going to help a lot of other endurance leagues as well, that's for certain. Especially those that we do help broadcast here on Race Spot. Oh, Hyperion, big wiggle off the corner, and well, that's almost going to lose them the position there, or rather, that's going to be the situation where they almost lost the position to a lapped car there. So that's not exactly ideal. but it's still a bit better than losing the position to a car that's actually on your lap. There's your race leader actually trying to come through on these guys, and that's VRS Kind of Sim Sports with Joni Takkanen behind the wheel, and he's had basically a bit of a nice Sunday drive. Ooh,
Yeah.
no, there we go. That's pushing a bit wide for Hyperion.
Yeah, that's a hay bale in the middle of the road on your Sunday drive. You have to drive around. As Daniel Sowell that time gone a little bit too wide again, but that throws the position battle right out the window for that. But to get back to your point, yeah, Joni Takkanen has just been consistently in the same 3 to 4 tenths mark every single time around the racetrack. He hasn't shown any sense of tire wear, which is astounding to say the least. Him and Avid Chronic Racing have been in their own pace bubbles all race long today.
They're basically at the point where they can just take tires every single stop now and just be not afraid of anyone behind. That's a pretty good position to be in. As far as races go, that's sitting a minute and 10 seconds between P1 and P2 at the moment. So massive performance for Coanda. Good performance from Avid Chronic as well to get themselves up into P2 over that Porsche Team Mama car. And well, actually, that Porsche machine seemingly hasn't really had the pace for this stint. 26 laps on it. They've got 9 seconds now between themselves and P2, so they've lost a ton of time there.
Yeah, right now, that amount of time lost by Porsche Team Mama since then. They're right now about a second and a half off of this car you're seeing right here. They are looking very comfortable. Last time was a 155.958 specifically for Avid Chronic Racing. That is a second slower every time by compared to the next BMW in the race lead. So they're going to be happy, I think, though, with the points run. It's still 110 points for finishing second. And they're the biggest mover of this entire race outside ACR HM Engineering, who are 18 positions up.
Yeah, so that's ACR HM car really putting in a lot of work for the first half of the race. And well, speaking of halves of the race, we're just coming up to the halfway point here in the first round of the Nordic Le Mans Series here on the Esports Racing channel. ACR versus Singularity Pink. That one might just become a thing in just a couple of moments' time, but in 10 seconds, we can officially call it halfway done here for the first round of the season. And it's been a very, very calm and very, very clean first half of the first race of the season here. As right now, you can see ACR and Singularity. Well, there's a bit of a lap traffic between them right now.
No, Lind is actually in. That second car in the position battle elected to pit this time. But that's not a surprise. Remember, Singularity Racing Pink had to pit early because they tried the double stint. It failed quick. They elected to get off those tires early. Lind, as a result, has to pit a bit earlier than expected. This time, stretched out an extra lap with some of the fuel saving to get back within that hour mark.
Track temp's down to 29, so it still creeps down, and maybe, just maybe, we'll start to see this double stints become a thing. But for Singularity Racing Pink, though, still stationary in their box there for Dennis Lind. They decide to go for the double stint once again here, or is it going to be just a change of tires? It's going to be a change of tires there for Singularity Pink. They don't want to take the risk again. Yeah, they tried something different to see if it would work. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't try it, though, until the last stint of the race. That's where I think you maybe pull that trick out of the bag. Too early, though, to risk losing a bunch of time again, because yes, there's just under 3 hours to go, but it's easier to recover from that type of a move when it's 5 hours to go or 4 hours to go, like they were before, than it is now. Yeah, it's so much easier. Singularity Pink, though, out on circuit, and they are out ahead of, I believe, the ACR car there. So that's going to be ultimately beneficial for them. As right now, with these guys still waiting for the rest of those pit stops to file themselves through. We have Porsche Team Mama down onto the lane. That's Mark Johnston getting himself stopped in his pit box to get his service underway. So we're starting to trickle in at this stage. No big pit parties because those slight lap differences on the first stop have really started to spread out now.
Yeah, right now everyone's just able to run until their next fuel window at this point to make it towards the end of the cycle. We have seen Rasmus Boos come in, so that might mean the leader should come next time by. So everybody's starting to slowly trickle in. Remember, these drivers were able to stretch as long as an hour and 16 minutes rather, when you factor in everything until the longest point they can get of the stint time.
Yep, so Porsche Team Mama deciding to take the tires here. UI1 Positive Sim Racing still remains to be seen in terms of what they are doing here for this particular stint, and it looks like they are just going to take the tires as well for Positive Sim Racing. So no one deciding to go for the double stint just yet. Maybe that track temperature still hasn't dropped far enough to be able to make something like that happen, and that's quite understandable considering how high the tire degradation is at this racetrack by default before you even factor in any sort of weather situation. So teams start, just playing it safe at this stage. Maybe they've seen how the Singularity Pink car really struggled with it in the first stint, and they're deciding maybe not just yet.
I think it's a mixture of both. Knowing somebody tried the risk, it didn't work out. If it was, like I said, around this range, yeah, you maybe think about it at the end of the race. Right now, you want to. There's a lot of teams who might actually go for a driver swap, I think, at the 200 to go mark. So at the point, I don't think you take the gamble too much yet. At the moment, everybody who's pit, not even close to thinking of the gamble yet.
No, not just yet. Maybe you take tires on this stop and then maybe you'll look to try and get things done for that very, very final stop of the race, not taking tires. But right now, it seems like the overall theme from all the teams so far that have come down in is to get some fresh sets of rubber on those cars. But right now, with the battling, still being noited somewhat, we do have the close action between Singularity and ACR, though. That's 4.5 tenths of a second between the Porsche and the BMW once again. What is it with Porsche and BMW battles here today? That's the big question. But ACR and Singularity, of course, they've had their duels before, and it might just happen again between these two. Singularity Red and ACR, they haven't come down on towards the lane just yet. 29 laps in the stint, so they certainly have a couple of laps to be able to have a little bit of a fight here before deciding to come down in.
That's the main thing they need right now. If you're ACR HM Engineering, you want to make this move maybe even this time. They're in a great spot to do it.
Is Porsche Team Mama in again? We'll just wait.
Yes.
We'll see. But ACR, they're going to go for the move down the inside at 130R over that Singularity Red car, and now it looks like they'll be able to get the pass complete.
Spin!
That's absolutely brilliant. But we do have a spinner. That's Singularity Red. They've spun it on the exit of 130R, and let's just see exactly what happened. It was just slightly out of our shot, but that just swings wide, that Porsche, and I saw that a couple of months ago, in fact, in one of the other endurance races here on Race Spot TV, where the Porsches on the older tires started to get very, very tail happy, and I think that's exactly what has happened there. But meanwhile, we have to look towards Porsche Team Mama, because they had a bit of an unscheduled stop here. I wonder what has happened to them on that previous lap. It looks like they had a moment through 130R, I believe. Yes, they did. They had a massive one over the curb, and they have a heavy contact with the barrier. So on lap number 93 for them, coming through towards 130R, they just hit the barrier so hard. And again, it's a Porsche having a bit of trouble with the rear end.
And actually damaged the back wing as well in that car, all the way from what was looking like a top 5 run to 11th. And it looked like just the case when looking back at the tape, they got stuck on the curbing. Same thing we've seen a little bit before with a couple drivers through the second Dagner curb. If you end up bottoming out that car along the rumble strips, it can end up damaging the race car, but Singularity Red is in. With them, you've seen a bit on the replay, they just simply clipped the grass, Connery.
Yeah, we can wind it back just a little bit further. So if we can get that switched over to my particular view, you can see them coming into the spoon curve right now. And in fact, actually, if we go on board with them, you can see everything is fine coming out of spoon curve here, but everything starts to come to a head when it comes to that 130R section. So we'll just see them in just a couple of moments. The entry to the corner is fine. It's just on the exit up over the curb, big moments, and struggle to keep hold of that car hard into the barrier on the right hand side, pushing the right wheel arch of that car in, and that is what caused that Porsche Team Mama car to come back in.
Yeah, that is a significant amount of damage. They're going to be hurting the rest of this race because, different to what we've seen in the majority of the other competitors, they've got wing damage. So that's going to affect them down some of the straights as we look at the battle for 8th position. Race tech competition, fighting with the Universidad Isabel, the first machine.
Yep, 2/10. Positive Sim Racing trying to get past Race Tech here. It's all Ferrari affair here in this situation, so we've gotten rid of the BMW versus Porsche battles, and instead it's going to be the Ferraris taking center stage for this one. 3/10 into the hairpin they go. You can see Positive Sim Racing taking so much mid-corner speed there, able to try and reel that gap back in, as right now, of course, you just have to look maybe to set up for the move into the Cassia Triangle this next time around. Third of a second between the two of them right now. 8th and 9th out there on circuit, and Positive Sim Racing looks like they have the fresher tires here. They did come down in just 2 laps ago, and you can see exactly how beneficial that is, as it looks like right now they've been able to pretty easily work their way by with the fresher tires. So still a couple of cars yet to come in. We actually have VRS Car and SimSport come down in, and finally they get their driver change done as well. So they're going to take tires with that. Tommy Erskard going to finish off the race for your race-leading Coanda car.
And I think Tommy's in probably the prime situation for a team driver where he can just stay nice and calm once he gets by this lap car out of the pit lane, of course, in Evers. But he's in a situation again where he's got the massive gap to the point where he came out just right by Vincenzo Amico, who still has to pit. So there's a chance he's immediately going to get the lead back this lap.
Yeah, there's certainly a decent chance here, but I think Tommy won't be too aggressive with this one. They have an absolutely massive advantage over the second place car, so they're not going to take too many risks here. They might even wait until that other car comes down onto the pit lane. Certainly a possibility for them, but yeah, it's just been textbook so far this race for Coanda. You know, they haven't fallen foul to any issues. They've been reeling that gap at the front of the field. Tommy will flash the lights, trying to encourage that Porsche to get out of the way, but they're going to be unsuccessful in doing so in this particular instance. But Tommy, he should be comfortable here to finish off the race for Coanda. He's a very, very strong driver, of course, driver in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, so he has a lot of experience behind him, and it should be a relatively simple end to the race for him, touch wood, and I hope I'm not cursing yet another driver in an endurance race.
And we have an interesting strategy call from Kinetic Racing. They are going with the double stint, Connery. And you discussed a little bit that possibility. Looks like Overgaard, who is staying in the car once more, he's elected to try that double stint with the shortest pit stop of everybody at the moment, 34 seconds last time.
Yeah, so that's a big call then for Overgaard, as he has been the driver behind the wheel of that car for basically the entirety of the race. In fact, it is the entirety of the race he's behind the wheel, so maybe for Overgaard you start to consider maybe the fatigue starts to set in, but it's still a big call, and he has no one inside the server to take that car off his hands, so this is why he had to go for that extra stint here. So he's going to go very long. Hopefully his teammate can be available to make sure he makes the driver fair share.
There is one thing to note. There is the Major Series that was holding a 24-hour invitational event today. So there's in Kinetic Racing, is one of the organizations a part of that, Connery. So there's a chance that was just that some of the drivers may be resting up from that and then jumping in after. So he's the driver who might have to deal with the heavy loading until then.
Yeah, he'll just have to put the team on his back, so to speak, and carry them through this race right now. It's going to have to be an interesting call to go for the double stint, though, on that lap, because I think to meet driver fair share, they're still going to have to maybe... well, I have to double-check this one before I say anything definitive, but I would have thought it would be much more clear in terms of getting the driver fair share if he's able to put that driver two stints from the end, but I'll just have to double-check.
Well, here's the main thing. From what I've seen in the rule book, unless something else is to be clarified here, my interpretation was you just need at least two different drivers to drive that significant amount to be able to go to the finish. So I'm curious to see how it's going to all play out. We'll have to wait and see, but I think for the fair share, you have to at least get an air driver into the 2 hour to go mark, you think, for their official position to stand.
Yeah, we'll just have to work that one out. That is for certain. But right now, of course, Stefan Overgaard can't really be thinking of that. Just has to run his own race. And like I said, he's made a big call in terms of going for the double stint strategy here. It is, in direct competition with Aviconic Racing here for P2 in the entire race. So a healthy points haul potentially on the cards here if he's able to get this decision right. We do not know just yet, but it's probably a pretty good time to be able to pull this one out of the bag, because Singularity, they did it a bit early, but now as we get later on into the evening, it becomes a lot more possible, and Overgaard going to test out that theory.
I think he's in a good situation. The question is, will Ronin Simsport maybe consider things too? They have got the right now second. Right now, Kinetic Racing might be able to drive by them down the pit lane if he takes tires, but it already sounds like Amico is already revving up that engine. Is he going to go on the checks? Yes, he is. He's electing to take the tires. So, Kinetic Racing looking like the only front runner electing to go with the double stint.
Yeah, so it's been twice now that only one car on the set of stops has gone for the double stint. So Kinetic Racing, it's a little bit more reasonable for them to go for this one at this stage. Track temperature 29 degrees Celsius right now, still clear in terms of the skies. That hasn't changed all that much. But Kinetic Racing, let's see what they can do from here. They're currently around about 5.4 seconds ahead of Aviconic Racing, around about 12.3 ahead of Ronin as well, which is probably one of their well, they're going to end up being, 16, 17 seconds ahead of Ronin Simsports here. So that's probably going to be some of their main competition up there. Let's see if they're able to score themselves at least onto the podium here, because if they're able to grab that, then that would be an absolutely fantastic race for them.
I think for either of the teams, whether it's Ronin up on your screen or Kinetic. But I'm curious again, can Kinetic keep the time on Avid Chronic as well? Because they're 0.6 up last time by, so there's a chance a battle starts to brew pretty soon. Remember, that's a massive amount of a difference in tires, Connery, from when it was attempted before by Singularity Racing, where it was a 2-second difference.
Yeah, 2 seconds was the difference in that instance. That was when when we were in the sort of solidly in the afternoon right now. But with the time right now in Sim, we're coming up to around about 5:30 in the sort of late afternoon here. So still a lot of time for the track to get a bit darker, and for that sun to get lower and the track temperature to drop even further in this situation. But yeah, it's like I said, it's a big call for Kinetic Racing. Let's see if it's able to work out for them here. In terms of the action going on elsewhere on circuit, though, not all that much in the grand scheme of things. You have Porsche Team Mama trying that recovery drive right now after that massive moment into 130R just after the last pit stop cycle. They've gotten themselves back out there. Not sure how much of that damage could have been repaired there as part of that team. It looks like that front right is still pushed in quite a bit, so they're going to have to nurse that until the end now.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely difficult to try and deal with some of that damage. I don't know if it's going to be affecting overly too much. Some drivers have discussed when it comes to wing damage, but the thing is, with the 70 machine, it's more so the track position. They lost a full lap having to get that repaired. What would have been a top 5 run, it looked like, before that mistake. So it's going to be difficult. They still have a chance to reel in a couple positions, including some of them who are still at the pit and others who are landing by drivers. But here's the thing, they're about 3/4 up the road, some of those drivers, on their lap cycle.
Yeah, they are. So that is a big roadblock for Porsche Team Mama to be able to work with. We have race tech competition actually down onto the lane. I don't think this is scheduled for them. I'm just having a look just to try and confirm. Looks like they are deciding to go for a driver change with that, and actually with the time remaining, it might have been scheduled. They were one of the teams that was going very long on their stints here, so it looks like that is scheduled there for race tech competition, and they're going to get the driver of well, currently Simon Haystrup still behind the wheel of that one. It was Martin Voss taking it over the last stint, and now they're going to start to be off and away between those green cones to rejoin the track.
And they've been doing that every single pit stop. But Avid Chronic Racing is now within the same straightaway, by the way, for the battle for second. In the backdrop, you've seen their headlights. Right now, Avid Chronic just has a lap car separating them at the moment for position for the second spot battle, down to just around 3 seconds the gap.
Yep, 3 seconds. Now, Hyperion and Porsche Team Mama, well, 0.5 of a second stand between them and the car ahead of the car in 9th place here. Up towards Spoon Curve they go, 0.3 of a second. Porsche Team Mama really hurting as a result of that damage, and that Hyperion laser blue car might have a stricken Porsche that they just are able to breeze themselves easily by. Go on.
Pardon me for covering you up there, because Lind went off the racetrack, the 6th place car, self-spun following another competitor. He was following the DGTS machine and spun his car around as this battle started to progress there. So Lind lost a ton of time in a self-spin.
Yeah, car just, again, it's the Porsches, the back end just seemingly not very comfortable at all for them at this stage, and that's surprising. Did Pink did come down in and take tires, so those tires should be still relatively healthy, but the back end still stepping out on that car, and has lost them a lot of time there. 0.4 of a second between Porsche Team Mama and Hyperion, though, as we get ourselves 2 hours 40 minutes left in this race. Things still starting to bubble along nicely, but Porsche Team Mama, very much on the recovery drive here after those issues just around about 10 or 15 minutes ago. It put them in a bit of an awkward spot here, and the objective for them is just try and recover as many points of this race as possible.
Here's a look, though, of what I was mentioning there. Lind is actually following a lap car up the road. Keep an eye on the lap car. The lap car gets loose. Same spot, Dennis Lind gets the arrow loose. That sends Lind the worst of things. If you've heard of the term arrow loose, there's the chance if someone, say, gets loose such as that and gets to where they're spinning around, 9 times out of 10, you're going to follow them with double the intensity of looseness. That time it affected Lind, burned up his rear tires rather, off and away, losing about 4 or 5 seconds.
There's also an element of following in the tire tracks as well.
Yes, exactly.
You see that car ahead just have a bit of a problem, and all of a sudden your attention is focused on them, and then while doing that, you do the exact same thing they did. So maybe Dennis Lind falling foul to that, and it just shows that the real-life drivers can also fall foul to the same things as the sim drivers do.
Usually you see it more on the oval side, I've noticed, Connery, but it can happen on the roadside, pardon me. We just seen that exact example right there. But at the moment, Lind's still up in front of his teammate by 5 seconds for 6th spot.
Yeah, it's up so much time right now. Hyperion and Porsche Team Mama, though. It's a good job for Mark Johnson to just try and keep hold of this car and to try and keep it at least somewhat competitive, but it seems to be quite extensive damage to that front right, and of course looks like the rear right as well, as that spoiler is bent out of shape just a little bit, so not going to help in terms of the drag there. But Hyperion, they're going to try and capitalize on this as best as possible. 0.5 of a second, and maybe just a matter of time before they make their way by here. It's been a bit of a wait for them, but I think Hyperion very much still do have the pace over the damaged number 70.
I think so, more so down the straights. In fact, charging away the brakes, knowing they got the pace difference. You can really see down with the shorter straightaways that because of all that aerodynamic bodywork damage to the right side as well as on that wing, they're just much more comfortable down the straights. 140 compared, they are dead even on the speed though. They're just not getting the run that they need to get the pull on by. And on top of that, remember, they have their own teammate behind them, as well as a couple lap cars behind them.
Yep, that's the big thing. You can see the straight line speed difference here as you can see Hyperion start to really close up. Into 130R they go. Gonna have an opportunity here for Chris Yardley to work his way by. Looks towards the outside, slightly into the Cassia triangle, but I think he can afford to be a lot more aggressive than he's being.
Yeah, it looks like he was saving. In fact, yes, he's going to go in the pits. There's your answer.
That's why he wasn't being aggressive, because he was heading towards the pit lane regardless. So there we go. Chris Yardley is in now, and of course, again, one of those other teams that was really going very long in terms of the stint. So they're actually the last car to take their third stop here. So getting themselves stopped in their box and waiting for that service to get completed there for Hyperion. But you know, it was a battle that was starting to brew, but unfortunately it does get stolen away from us because, you know, pit stops have to be a thing.
Yeah, you need to make sure you have enough gas. You don't want to run out of fuel in the middle of a at 2 hours to go, right? So you kind of need fuel to make those 2 hours. Yeah,
I mean, I guess if you're in an electric car, you don't need fuel. You need electricity, yes, but
technically you still need a plug-in electric car, though, to give it fuel via electric outlet.
Yeah, but you know, I kind of do want to see like a sort of you know, we have like Formula E is a thing. I just want to see, you know, that carry over to the GT cars as well. That'd be pretty interesting to see.
That's probably a ways out though into the future. You have to think though.
So imagine that though, just have an entire racing series with Teslas.
I actually can imagine that. A Tesla race car, I can imagine, especially with the truck. Recently, the new truck for them.
Oh, the Cybertruck. Yeah, yes. I think most people looked at that initially and just think, what is going on? And what is going on here for Abercrombie Racing, as they've been able to lock onto the back of Kinetic Racing. So Kinetic on that double stint in that car that's currently second in line. They try to find themselves by the lap traffic here. Lap traffic not exactly helping the cause here for Kinetic Racing, as you can see Abercrombie Racing now looking for a move down the inside. Not quite going to be able to draw themselves alongside just yet, but look at the exit from the corner for Juhas right now, as it's going to be side by side between the two BMWs still, with that bit of lap traffic ahead of them. Side by side in towards 130R then. You see Kinetic on the outside line. Are they able to make it work? Are they able to keep it there? Or give them the inside for the next apex? But it looks like Abercrombie Racing have just beaten them to the punch. They've been able to get themselves ahead, and that Kinetic Racing car just dropping even further behind, not finding the traction off the corner. But Abercrombie Racing back up into P2 now, and still that lap traffic ahead, which was very stubborn.
Yeah, that traffic was not helping whatsoever in the racing line. Still in the racing line. Still not giving up the ghost. And that is a one-lap difference again between those two cars. So I'm not sure what race tech competition is thinking at this point. I would say give up the position if you can. It's getting to the point where the lead cars are trying to fight on the outside finally. getting side by side with the lap traffic. I think you got to give it up now if you're Race Tech.
Yeah, I think you do. There we go. They do slot back behind as, you know, they get themselves out of the way finally. And, well, Kinetic Racing will be hoping they also get out of the way relatively easily for them as well. But right now, of course, with these guys working their way through, 2 hours, 30 minutes left remaining in this race. Just to give you a bit of an update at the very front of the field, VRS Quantum Sim Sports, they simply haven't looked back. They have a minute and 20 seconds back to P2. That is an incredible margin to be able to pull out a lead by, and they're simply not looking back at this stage. I don't think if they look back far enough, they could even see the other car.
It's to the point where Tommy Osgaard is running 3 seconds. You heard that right, 3 seconds. A lap quicker sometimes by. Majority of the time, still a full second. So VRS Quantum Sim Sport went from a driver able to go a second quicker to putting someone in the car that can do the exact same thing and put in the record lap time for the entire race today. And the 1:54 3s to 6s absolute pace. Blistering for that BMW.
It's just been brilliant, hasn't it? It's just been absolutely stellar for Tommy Osgaard and VRS Quantum Sim Sports. And with that, with us singing his praises, I think they deserve an onboard here. So RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with Tommy Osgaard, VRS Quantum Sim Sports. This is how to race Suzuka in the most perfect manner possible. Let's go. laps on board with your race leader, VRS Crown Sim Sports, Tommy Østgaard behind the wheel of that one. Just a little bit of a masterclass, so to speak, here for this particular race. He's just been doing so well. That VRS Crown Sim Sports team as a whole has been doing so well, and look to try and take the first win of the season here. And we're talking about that about 2 hours and 25 minutes before the end, Justin.
Yeah, it's right now at the point where if they don't make any mistakes, they are in a great position to take the checkered flag. They actually, as they started talking to this point, grew their lead by an extra second. It's just been that type of a race where they've just been able to run away. But you have to give credit again to guys like Avid Chronic Racing and Kinetic Racing, along with Road and Simsport, who are in those second through fourth positions. Some stellar drives, as well as from ACR HM Engineering to go 20 spots from the drop of the green flag to be basically just a couple tenths off the leader's pace at the moment in the 5th position.
Yeah, they've been doing so well indeed. And potentially more positions on the cards as well, because they are catching Ronin Sim Sports here. Around about 3.2 seconds behind them for now. But they've been running very competitive lap times indeed. And like you said, sort of getting towards that leading pace as well for those guys. So it's been very quick past couple of laps for them as they try to track down Ronin Esports. 3.3 seconds now is the gap between those two cars. As everything else, throughout this entire field so far has really sort of started to calm down at this point. And it gets to these points sometimes in these sorts of endurance races, Justin, where you actually have this sort of period where drivers are just sort of logging laps out there, just maybe starting to look forward to those last couple of stints where things might just get a little bit more on edge again.
Yeah, because the points are on the line, as some people call it, money time. A lot of the drivers just trying to get to that point of the race to where they can fight for the final positions, because right now they're just setting themselves up to secure a spot. And that's not an easy job to do, to say the very least. Take Kinetic Racing again on that double stint of the tires. They've been reeled in by Run and Simsport now, down to just 4 seconds. When we started the race spot fan immersion, it was a 12-second gap for third over fourth.
Yeah, so that's a big one. Kinetic Racing, they haven't had a very nice time of it. Neither has Ronin Simsport. They are hemorrhaging a lot of time to that ACR car. So, position 3, 4, and 5, all starting to really close in on each other. Of course, you have Kinetic Racing in P3, who did take that double stint on the last lap, and they set a 158 flat that last time around, which is in no way competitive. That's about 3 seconds off of what ACR HM Engineering was able to do on that last lap. So they really need to find a little bit more pace behind the wheel of that car. Stefan Overgaard, if he's going to be in any way competitive and in any way going to make that double stint work. Of course, he is the only driver to decide to, not the only driver, in fact, to decide to go for it this time around, because we had Race Tech Competition come down in with a double stint. Same with Hyperion X and Hyperion Laser Blue as well. So Overgaard, he isn't alone in his situation here.
Should note that looks like that car, one of the cars you just mentioned, I should rather say, in Racecraft and Race Tech Competition. Remember that they were holding up that position battle we've seen for second? They just got a 10-second hold for Martin Voss for doing so. So when he jumps in the car, they'll have to spend 10 seconds for a stop and hold. No service allowed to be taken on the penalty either.
Oh, ignoring blue flags. That one is, I think obvious, considering the situation that we saw between the two of them. It's going to be... it's going to be them going to have to be bringing that down towards the pit lane and getting their penalty served, of course. Not getting out of the way of the leaders fast enough in that situation, and maybe a little bit of a change from what we usually see inside the sporting code.
I've seen the penalties come out for that before that are as high as 30 seconds in some series, right? So But for race tech competition, again, it didn't make quite much sense why they were fighting so hard with those leaders at the time with Avid Chronic and Kinetic. Now they'll have to serve a penalty as a result, and they're still in the middle of a position battle themselves by 3/10. But they're eventually going to have to sacrifice this position because of that hole. The question is, when do they do it? Because the flag is on Voss. The thing is, Voss isn't in the car yet because they change every single pit stop stint. And it looks like they'll serve it now.
Yeah, I think it still applies to the car, so they'll bring that down in. Of course, the exact ruling is 9.5 in the regulations. The blue flag must be respected. ESR recommends to have a spotter guiding the driver in that situation. But there's, that's still a very vague rule. There's no like strict, oh, you go, certain amount of time before having to come down in. I guess that's at the admin's discretion.
Yeah, the thing is, it was looking pretty blatant the way they were doing it. So now they'll have to serve this penalty here, and it's a bit of a lengthier one. I'm wondering if they've elected to take gas while they serve this penalty here, which I don't know if they're allowed to specifically do. The 10 seconds.
They're not allowed to take any service.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah, it's going to be past 10 seconds at this point. So if they are taking service here, then that could be another trip onto pit lane to serve another penalty. And it looks like they are, because that is longer than a 10-second stop and hold. Let me tell you, that is up to 45 seconds now. So they're going to be putting the fuel to go in. And there's no excuse for this, really, because in the message that was given to them, in big old capital letters, it said no service to be taken. So race tech competition, I'm afraid they're going to have to come down in once again once the admins realize that.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive mistake again from them, where I wonder if they weren't expecting a penalty, forgot to tick it off. There is a specific box you need to click in the sim to turn off you refueling. Might have forgot that, but that's going to be even more time lost for race tech competition. All of a sudden, it looked like a battle, what could have been maybe for top 10. There's a chance they fall down to as low as, but if they get an air penalty here, to as low as 17th.
Yeah, that's not a great thing, and it's a rule that's now applied in so many leagues that where you have to, when you serve a penalty, do not take any pit stop service with it to try and mitigate the fact that you have a penalty. You just have to, come down in, take no service, get yourself stopped, and then bring yourself back in for a scheduled stop if you're required to do so. The only exception to that is if it's going to be marginal on fuel and they're going to have to pit next lap anyway, they can ask the admins to try and defer the penalty until after that pit stop. But yeah, this isn't the situation. Racetech had already, been basically halfway through their stint at this point. So, there is no excuse for that, and they'll eventually have to bring that car down in once again. Oh, this car that's slow, and it's Wraith Energy Racing. That's slow off of Spoon Curve there. Let's see what has happened to them. They were towards the back of the field here. A lot of damage to the front left of that car. And it's not entirely surprising that they've had to pull that off the circuit, because that car doesn't look like in any fit state to really be still out there on circuit.
Yeah, and the left front tire doesn't even look like it's just barely hitting the ground. You can see they're struggling even keep it in a straight line at this point. They've been getting the car constantly repaired. Apparently, it would have involved an incident potentially on the first lap. And another penalty had just been given, by the way, to Racetech for serving pit stops, or going for pit stop service, rather, on that previous penalty served.
Yep, and looks like we've just lost Wraith Energy Racing from the race there. So, that might be just as well, considering that they were a little bit of danger out there on circuit with the car being in as poor state as it was. Ronin Simsport versus ACR, though, in towards turn 1 here. Vincenzo Amico versus Jordan Weeks in this situation. Again, it's a situation where a Porsche has to defend from a BMW. And, we've seen this battle so many times, but which way is it going to go this time around? I get the feeling that ACR have a ton of pace right now. They've been able to reel that gap in so much, and now it's going to be only a matter of time before they work their way by.
Remember, that's a technical partner, in fact, for the Abercrombie Racing Machine with the HM Engineering Company. So that partnership has worked to a T today, to being where they've actually been quicker than the main car, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Right now, Jordan Weeks at this point looking very, very good at this point. I think there's a chance he can pounce, and they're about to reel in Kinetic Racing as well. So this is going to turn into a 3-car scrap for P3.
Some action here towards the end of this particular hour of racing. 0.3 of a second. ACR, they're certainly big in the wing mirrors and big in the rear view mirror right now, and show the nose a little bit onto Spoon Curve. Both these guys are catching Kinetic Racing because the Kinetic are on the double stint. They're on the older tires here. Good exit for ACR coming out of the corner. They might just seal the inevitable here into 130R. Do they decide to go for the move? They do. Jester towards the right, Jester towards the left, and then the right. But Ronan Simsport, very heavy defending, coming through that high-speed left-hander onto the brakes now into the Casio triangle. And HM and ACR, if they get a good run here out of the final corner, they might just be able to make it happen. Coming in towards turn number 1 here at Suzuka, sitting inside that slipstream all the way down the pit straight, trying to unleash that BMW M8. They're going to have to go the long way around, perhaps. Nope, they're just going to duck back in, try and center a line underneath for turn 2. Oh. That's been the preferred passing method, but so close to making contact there, and Jordan Weeks will show his frustration.
They actually did make a bit of contact because that orange and black machine came down in front of the nose. I don't think they were expecting that. He took the second apex well and was trying to get Amico off that line, but Amico still came down to defend. Man, oh man, he is fighting hard to keep that 4th position.
Very, very hard indeed as Kinetic Racing drop even further back into the clutches of these two. So what you mentioned about it being a 3-car race for P3 might just be on the cards in just a couple of moments' time if this battle goes on any further. But you can see ACR now trying to find the angle into the hairpin. They've lost a little bit of time here through the first sector. That's where that Porsche is very, very strong indeed through the first half of the lap. And now coming through the second half, this is where the BMW is just that little bit better. Now you can see coming through Spoon Curve, Bunvik's taking that corner quite admirably there. 2.5 of a second is the gap coming down the back straight here. It's going to be another opportunity. Might just be the dive for ACR to try and get themselves by into the triangle here. A little bit of a shallower line coming through 130R, and now they look to make the move towards the outside here in towards the triangle. A little bit of a pop of brake smoke from the Porsche. You can see that BMW still following ever closer, trying to find a line around the outside through the final corner. It'll be another move here, or at least an attempted move in towards turn 1. You can see how close they're getting coming down the pit straight. Look at that, they're basically trading paints down into there, and now that BMW can try to cruise around the outside, but the Porsche's going to fight back, but they make contact through the corner. The BMW goes for a slide. They still have bits of contact through the corner, but finally ACR will be able to work their way through.
Yeah, I am surprised that Ronan Simsport fought that as hard as it did, blocking to the inside pit wall. And they weren't going to stick that line. They actually wheel hopped on the curbing and pushed too hard at the second apex. If it wasn't for the fact that he let him on go after the contact, that might draw protests. Look at this. That is aggressive trying to push him up the track nearly. And right in the backdrop, you see, just overran the second apex. He wasn't going to stick that even if it wasn't even there.
Oh, it's good to get away with that one, though, because it could have been so easily that BMW gets spun round in turn 1, but they're able to keep a hold of it. You know, a couple of bits of more contact off the corner, were able to get themselves pointed back in the right direction. But ACR HM Engineering, they really did have to fight for it, but now finally they get themselves up into P4, and now they can set their sights ahead and try and catch that Kinetic Racing car, which has been hemorrhaging time to the both of them.
Yeah, they ended up actually losing 3-4 seconds on Kinetic Racing. That's how hard they were fighting one another. So Kinetic Racing gets another few minutes to at least breathe before the start of the next pit window. So there's that at the bright side at the very least. But again, those fresher tires are going to prevail eventually because it's much more comfortable once you, especially in the Casio Triangle, turn one's second apex, as well as the run going towards 130R as well as 200R. Lots of strong points on the fresher tires at this point. This time by a second lost, and that was again after some of the contact.
Yep, it was. As seems like Ronin and Sim Sports, they can't really keep with ACR HM Engineering here, so they're just going to drop back. They're back about a second off of these guys, off of them right now. As ACR, they have a different objective now. Kinetic Racing, about 2.5 seconds down the road, is going to be next on their target list. And this would basically make Avriconic Racing P2, P3 here coming towards the end of things. So they're having a great race and a good recovery after a poor qualifying for the second car.
Yeah, absolutely right now. And they had a goal in mind for today, try and aim for the top 3. And that's what they are currently in the perfect lining to do. So they brought a 3-car roster, in fact, for both of the cars. We're yet to see Kieran Hansen for the main car. He was actually amongst the drivers who would race for teams such as Williams Esports. Nick Madsen amongst this team with Lemire as well as Weeks in the Technical Alliance car as well. So that they brought their A team, so to speak, Connery, looking to get the top prize for the season championship.
Yeah, that is the big question. They're still quite far off the pace in terms of comparing them to VRS Grand and SimSport, that's for certain. But, you know, able to secure these consistent points inside the top 3, that would still be beneficial. Of course, first place in this championship wins 600 euros, and then 300 euros for second and 100 euros for third place here. So prize money on offer here in the Nordic Le Mans series. Every little helps when it comes to the money in the back pocket. But you can see riding on board with ACR HM Engineering, you see how they're extending the gap back to Ronin Esports, and they're eating into the gap to Kinetic Racing. They were about 0.8 of a second faster the last time around.
Yeah, again, that's been the consistent pace on this double stint. And that means if you do the math in your head, right now about 1 second behind as you see on the margin, they're going to be right on the back bumper in the next lap and a half to make a move. Meaning Kinetic Racing, if they want to hold on to the podium before they can get their way to the pits, their overguard's going to have to defend for about 5 laps until they can find their way into the pit window, or hope that the cars behind them fight again. Otherwise, there's a chance he might just fall out of reach. It is still, however, a net time gain when you think about it, Connery, compared to where he was before, because he was in the realm of Ronin SimSport and struggling to get on by them for some time, and as well as struggling with Singularity Racing Pink for some moments with Dennis Lind. Now instead, he's in a net spot to be in the top 5, even if he loses spots.
Yep, so still looking positive for Kinetic Racing despite the time being hemorrhaged. It looks like these guys not going to be their battles. They're more concerned about the likes of Ronin Esports and Singularity Pink inside the battle for, well, those are the positions in P5 and P6 right now. So that is where their battle lies. So they're not going to worry too much if they lose the position to both the ACR cars here. What becomes more concerning is when Ronin SimSport gets involved, when the Singularity cars might just get themselves involved at the end of the stint. But it looks like they're pretty comfortable to be able to complete it without losing the positions to the Singularity cars, which I believe is just their main battle.
Yep, absolutely, exactly. Because right now, by the time they get on by, they're just about inside the 2-hour to go mark. So there's a chance they're 15 seconds up on the advantage. Take a look at this out in front, though. It's going to be difficult to make the move if you're Weeks. Remember, though, those BMWs have been so strong in the Casio Triangle, the extra grip on the newer tires. Also, an advantage in that Casio Triangle. So expect maybe a dive once we get to that section, if not on the run up to 130R.
I just have to say, though, well, I'll mention it after this battle is done, perhaps. But right now, 2.5 tenths of a second into the corner they go. ACR, HM Engineering trying to work that better tire advantage here over their competitors, and looks like it might just happen here down in towards the Spoon curve. They're going to be setting up for the move here down the inside. Nope, not quite going to decide to do that just yet. Waiting for a bit of a better opportunity, and they might come here through the exit of the Spoon curve, side by side with Kinetic Racing. And well, do Kinetic have anything to try and fight this with? Doesn't look like they will. They will at least try and make something happen around the outside, but looks like ACR have them clear by the time the entry to 130R arrives. And the one thing I was going to mention was actually the paint schemes on these cars, because iRacing, you know, they've updated the paint templates recently to include a spec map. And some of these paints are absolutely looking beautiful. If we can go on board on the roof of the ACR car again. I'm not sure if this was in iRacing already, and I'm not that observant, but there's a bit of like weathering and a little bit of dirt. It will be reflected with the sun. There we go. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I'm not sure if that's a spec map thing.
The marbles and the dirt on the car isn't a new thing, but the shine has been one of the main things we're actually tweaked on some of the race cars as part of that spec update, as well as the shading updates, part of the iRacing. It's not technically on the spec map, but the thing is with that spec map, you can also add it to where you can have a matte paint scheme or go with a metallic or chrome paint scheme rather than a flat paint scheme, so it can variate how the cars look. Where I've seen it really pop has been these machines you see up on your screen.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see. Yeah, they have a bit of a matte finish on some of the trims of those cars. So those are the Hyperion cars, I believe, that have that sort of finish to them. And it's great that iRacing have brought this update through, because you can see like the pink parts of that car, very matte, not shiny at all. Meanwhile, the sort of doors of the cars are shiny. So. It's good to finally get that in. I think it gives a lot of the livery designers a lot more sort of leeway to work with when it comes to having different styles on these paints, because of course Red Bull in the real world side of things on their F1 cars basically an all matte finish. But then you remember I guess the old McLarens when they were with sponsor when they had the Vodafone sponsorship, where they had the very, very sort of bare metal silver look. And I guess you can achieve that look with the Spec Max in here as well. So, it's pretty nice to have that variety now.
Indeed it is, but right now Kinetic Racing hoping that they can hold on at least for a couple more laps on Ronin Simsport. The reason why Ronin Simsport fell so far back was they were stuck in lap traffic and now there's a chance these cars get lapped, because Tommy Osgaard, as we were all showing this, closed up the gap on everybody there. He is right now just 6 or 7 car lengths behind this battle.
So what you're telling me is that Kwanda, could lap the entire field by the end of this race. We have them on the left-hand side of your screen right now, as these cars are deciding to fight things out, and we can get ourselves a little bit of a better look at things here. With Kinetic Racing and Ronin Simsports. It's half a second between the two of them right now, but they've still been very, very close. And now Ronin Simsport are going to be the ones for to try and capitalize over the currently double stinting Kinetic Racing car with the fresher tires. 0.2 of a second into the corner, and Kwanda from the race lead. You can see them right at the back of the shot. They are closing in.
Indeed, right now, this is getting very, very quick for this. And Overgaard knows that he needs to play defense, because this is right at the end of his stint just about. If he can hold on in front of Ronin Simsport, there's a chance he can stay inside the top 3, if not in the 4th position. He's not going to make it easy at all for Amico to try and make this pass. Of course, they're going to have to let Osgaard through, but he's also going to have to time it up where that Amico can't fall on through in the hole.
Yep, indeed. So now the challenge really starts to happen. The heat starts to turn up. How long can Kinetic Racing hold on to this position? They're 25 laps on their stint. They could go an extra 7 or 8 perhaps towards the end here, but you can see Ronin Simsports getting so close yet and no way through the SS section. That's where the Porsche has been very good so far this race, and it looks like that is not going to change at all. And no way through. Coanda gets bigger and bigger in the background as the race leader. Meanwhile, we have a stop for ACR HM Engineer. Well, that's going to be actually the regular ACR car, I believe.
Yeah.
That's come down on towards the lane.
Apparently, the issue is the driver behind the wheel had their wheel die on them.
Oh, no.
As they were in second, so they had to back out of the car, and now they're trying to put Harrison in. That is Avid Chronic, the main ACR car. Now they're a lap down. They were halfway around the course, so it's going to be a long time before they can get back going. A huge blow, but that makes this battle now for third position, trying to fight along, because ACR HM Engineering is still 3 seconds up the road from these cars.
Yep, they are. As you can see now, they're letting the race leader by. That's Vioresco and the Simsports. Kinetic Racing will live to fight another day, or it could be the plan here for the other car, for Ronin Simsport to work their way by, follow through in the tire tracks of Coanda here, as potentially they'll be able to use that car coming through on the Kinetic Racing car as a bit of a pick to try and get themselves by. Don't know if they're going to be close enough this time around. Coanda for sure are going to send themselves down the inside here at turn number 1 to get themselves that lapping procedure underway, but that Porsche simply not close enough to be able to capitalize on the compromised line from the Kinetic Racing car.
And now it's time to still play defensive for Overguard now that the lap traffic is through, or the lead car is through, to lap all the way to third position now because of what happened to the main ACR car. So at this point, Overguard still, I think, has to play the defensive end, because as soon as he goes into pit, Amico might be able to drive by. Remember, Amico has been stretching his stints excessively long, Connery, one of the longest stints in the entire field for that machine. So right now that 54 car has to keep that in mind.
Yeah, they really do. So, you know, you have to keep that in mind, that's for certain. As for Avachronic Racing, I'm not sure if this is a wheel failure or if just a straight up technical issue, because they just completely dropped from the server without any problems in terms of going off circuit or anything like that. But yeah, that is a huge moment for them, as they're now back out there on circuit, yes, but it was from P2 now down to P number 8. Ouch.
Yeah, indeed, and this is a rough time for their newest driver, in Kieran Harrison, to make his team debut. Well, it's looking like a great spot for a 2-3 for an organization. Out the window. On the bright side, they're still in second spot with Weeks with the Technical Alliance cars. We still follow along with the battle for the final podium spot.
Yep, still on here. Ronin Simsport still not able to work their way by just yet, but they're certainly always threatening, always there. Kinetic Racing still doing a very good job at holding on to those older tires, though. It's been pretty good pace coming out from them, and they're actually able to secure a decent gap right now over Singularity Racing Red. So basically, from this point forwards, this double stint is still a success for Kinetic Racing. It's just a case whether it'll be a success in comparison to Ronin Simsport, which I don't think they expected to be battling.
I think they might have expected it. It's just that the track is also still going off, so it's making the potential difference not as notable. It's already dipped underneath 80 degrees Fahrenheit for the drivers, for example. And the main thing is, despite all the pressure for Overguard at this point, he's actually in the same pace right now, Connery, as the Singularity Red and Pink cars. In fact, he's been near dead on with them every single time. They've grown the gap to hold on to the podium. This is exactly what I think they were hoping for, and then some.
Yep, it might just be lap number 125. We're just under 2 hours to go in this race, coming towards the end of the stint here. 27 laps on the stint for Kinetic, 25 laps on the stint for Ronin Simsport. Is it going to be the move this time in towards to 130R? Still nothing doing for that Porsche as they get wide. They get the slide on. A big scary moment coming through one of the fastest and most scary corners in motorsports. Ronin Simsport still able to hold on though.
Yeah, that was a very tough save as well. Climbing up on top of the wheel, pushing it back down along that green tarp. But man, oh man, there's been some hectic saves in that part of the racetrack all day, Connery, to say the least. And now it looks like the tires are heated up a bit because he pushed up in turn 1.
Yeah, and that's not going to help in terms of the tire temperature. That is for certain for Ronin Simsport. And you know, the longer they leave this, the potential that Ronin Simsport will be able to pit in from this position and able to get their tires changed as well, and able to bring the fight to Ronin Simsports for the end of this race. That would be the advantage that you simply do not want to give away.
Exactly at this point, and knowing that there's a chance, a strong chance, I feel, that we're going to see at least Kinetic Racing take tires on the next stint. So it's going to get to where we'll have to see what Ronin Simsport elects to do here on their pit stop cycle. The tires have been beating up a bit. The track is cool, and we talked about a bit the chance of the double stints, but however, that puts in the need to take tires at the final stint. So there's a chance both of these teams put on fresh rubber.
Yep, there's certainly a chance that will happen as they work their way through Spoon Curve now, heading their way down the back straight. You can see the view from the back of Kinetic Racing. You can see the TV camera view on the right-hand side as well, as they'll storm themselves down towards 130R. What a beautiful view from the back of that Kinetic Racing car. Of course, the sun starting to get so low in the sky here at Suzuka. Ronin Simsport still trying to work their way in, still trying to do something about the gap, but it looks like they have it. But looks like that Kinetic Racing are going to decide to head their way down on towards the pit lane. So they're going to get themselves stopped here, and they are able to pit in while still being ahead of Ronin.
And they still don't have a second driver in, so it comes to question, will they be able to get fair share in time? So this, remember again, as mentioned, the Majors 24 hours was today, during the night. So this might be a situation where it's going to be very difficult, especially even if they get a car in the hour.
I think they might just be able to do it with just one driver doing the final stop. I think that might just be the thing that has to happen here for Kinetic Racing, but it's going to be a long old stint, a long day at the office for Stefan Overgaard. He's going to go for 5 hours of racing straight here as part of Kinetic Racing. What a performance to start, to try and keep competitive for so long, and he's going to have to do 1 more hour of it at least.
Yeah, and again, expecting him to potentially take the tires here. He does already have himself up on the jacks, so that was to be expected. But honestly, from what he probably noted, there's a chance we see him try and double stint to end off the race if he stays in the car. He can't legally, technically, to have the results stand, but the new rubber's in, and meanwhile, the fight's on for 11th.
Yeah, now it's Danish Bacon trying to hold on to position against the recovering Porsche Team Mama with still quite a bit of damage to the right-hand side of that car. But can Dennis Simonsen hold on against Morgan Morand? That is the big question. Look at the move. Into the hairpin they go. And that Porsche team are able to get themselves by quite comfortably as they take the Bacon.
Well, he was trying to defend himself from being eaten. Well, he just got gobbled up that time as well by a bit of the curving. So Simonsen at this point looking like the slower of the two cars, but there is the different strategies. Remember, Moran's car did have to get repairs. They pit about 5-10 minutes ago. So they are on fresh rubber and blistering by in a quick blistering pace as we see the ACR HM Engineering car in.
Yeah, second to last stop for them. Jordan Weeks still behind the wheel of that one, as he will be periodically just coming off of the pit lane. And, well, he's going to take the tires, so that's going to be the situation here for the second to last stop. And they do have the option of not taking them for the final. That'll probably be your best bet and the best time of day to be able to do things. So Jordan Weeks making sure he has the fresh rubber for the final hour and 50 minutes of this race. He is the only car down on that pit lane here. Of course, still waiting for VRS Crown and Sim Sports to head in, because they came down in at about this time on the last stint as well. They're currently 31 laps on the stint, and well, we do have another car coming down in. That's Hyperion Racing Onyx Black, deciding that now is a good time to pit, and I think we'll see that Quanda car down imminently, if not on this lap, on the next one.
I think so too, and remember as well, they're basically coming in one lap after the Universidad Isabel de First Positive Sim Racing GT Europe machine. They have to still come down, I believe, as well in their car. Yes, indeed, with Roy Colby behind the wheel. So keep an eye on that car as well to try and cycle up. When do the leaders decide to pit? They are staying out, it appears. No coming in indeed, pardon me, this time by. Or so is the race leader, rather. Not this time for this number 8 position car.
Yeah, VRS Crown and Sim Sports are in for their second to last stop. We also have Hyperion, we also have VG Esports Racing as well, deciding to come down into the pit lane and get that service done. And there we go, stopped in the boxes. They go, waiting for that fuel to go in and potentially tires to be bolted onto the car as well for the final 1 hour and 48 minutes. But Tommy Erskard, been a comfortable race for him so far. He basically inherited about a minute and a minute or so margin of lead, and he's been able to extend that up to around about 2 minutes here at this stage. So potentially going to be lapping the entire field inside of this next stint, which will just be more evidence to the Quanta Sim Sports domination.
Yeah, they were nearly able to do so just before the pit stop window opened up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it before the last stint of pit stops. The pace they've been running, a second quicker lap, Oscar, all night long in that car. It just seems like that inherent pace in that car was set up perfectly for today's race, and it's been an absolute rocket ship at this point in that BMW.
Yeah, it's been very impressive indeed. They're going to come off the pit lane. Let's be a bit careful with the other car coming off of the pit lane there. Of course, you're only ghosted inside your pit boxes. So if you go to the very left-hand, driver's left-hand side of the pit lane, that is when contact starts to become enabled. So Kind of Sim Sport, not going to be worrying too much about that. They're out and away cleanly and able to keep going here. Fastest lap of the day, 1:54.260 on the part of Tommy Erskard, and he might even be able to go faster at this point as that track temperature starts to come down just that little bit by bit by bit. I'm just looking to see, yeah, Kinetic Racing have of course come down in, and they've put tires on the car, but the thing is, it's still quite a quick stop considering that they did take the tires. It was about 58.5 seconds on their stop compared to the usual sort of 1 minute and 1 second, 1 minute and 2 seconds that it usually takes. So he's maybe short fueled that just a little bit, and maybe has something special in store when it comes to getting that final driver in the car to finish off the race.
I think that's absolutely the point. If they elect to do the double stint as well, save some time like that, as well as save some time on the driver swap right now. Just make sure you get to the 1 hour point just to be sure you're able to get the fair share. That's actually a kind of brilliant call from Kinetic Racing for that at this point. As we still follow along with Oscar at this point. 32 seconds ahead is where he cycled in front of Ronan Simsport, who have yet to pit for their final stop, or second to last stop rather, of this race.
Yeah, yet to hit the pit lane, and Ronan Simsport, well, they're in a little bit of traffic right now, coming through the Spoon Curve, that's for certain. And they're currently trapped behind, I believe, one of the ACR cars there. As that is going to be the ACR car that has unfortunately had that, of course, technical problem that has put them back into 7th place after running in second, and this is about to be second. Well, basically coming up to lap them, but we know Ronin Simsport has to come down onto the pit lane, so this might be short-lived. Vincenzo Amico, does he decide to head his way in? Not just yet. And he actually still has a couple of laps to work with here, so it might be the next one, it might be the one after.
Again, I like to remind the folks at home, they have ran lawn every single stint. That orange and black Ronin Simsport machine, and they are locking up the brakes. Those tires have reached the end of the life cycle, it looks like, all of a sudden as well. So if I was Vincenzo, get off the tires. Pit this time. You're starting to sacrifice the time as well.
Yeah, it's it's always a struggle, it seems, for those Porsches to make the tires last. It's such an interesting situation, and I dread to think what would happen if a Porsche went on a double stint here, because it doesn't look like they'd survive at least the couple of outlaps that they'd have to do. But Vincenzo Amico right now looking for the exit of Degner 2. There we go. Able to pick that one up, and well, imminently going to be down onto the pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see where they come out in relation to Kinetic Racing, though, because that was the car they were racing until Kinetic Racing decided to head their way down in. And Kinetic Racing, they were actually able to take out more than 1.5 seconds out of Ronin on that last lap. So they're really making the new tires work for them. And Ronin Simsport might be a country mile behind Kinetic here once they come down in for their stop, unless they decide to deliberately short fuel.
A lot of absolute worries at this point if you're Ronin Simsport. But I'm wondering if they're hoping by the end of the stint that they have just that little bit of extra goodie still left inside the tires to be able to try and power back and close the gap. There's still a lot to wait and see, though. That's the thing. At the very least, they'll cycle behind ACR HM Engineering when they elect the pit. Still not coming down, though. It looks like they're going to stretch just as long as they can, Connery, on the fuel to see if they can, at this point, way we've seen how things have shaken out, there's a chance they can pit at 30 minutes of go mark and underfuel the car there.
They could just go for the splash and dash right in the dying moments of the race. A plan that's available to them, that is for sure. But do they decide to go for it? That is the bigger overarching question. Do they decide to take the track position this time around and take the short fuel this time? Or do they try and get it for the end of the race instead and try and get themselves close to Kinetic Racing when it comes to that final stop? That is the question. That is the situation between those two cars right now. But everyone else, like almost everyone else has come down on towards the pit lane. We're waiting for the two Hyperion cars as well, who also similarly have gone so long on their stint, similar to the Ronin Simsports car. So we're waiting for them, but everyone else looks like they've got their second to last stints going here, and looking maybe at their fuel numbers in terms of trying to get to that last stop, because, you know, drivers they will be able to make it on one more stop from here. But it's just a case of how much fuel do they want to take for that final stop, and how is that going to play out in terms of them picking out either ahead or behind of their opponents with the amount of fuel they'll have to take.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of strategy dancing around of, just stay the very least. You also don't want to end up underfueling the car, where you end up running out of gas and having to splash and dash a second time. You also don't want to overfuel it where you end up taking too much time and end up having, say, 4 laps extra fuel at the checkered flag. You want to make sure you have it towards the end of the cycle. And it looks like Ronin Simsport coming in. They just clipped the grass on their entry.
Yeah, they do. That was pretty close. But Vincenzo Amico, regardless, he's able to get his car down onto the pit lane. And right now, just watching and waiting and trying to aim for his pit box in just a couple of moments' time. Kinetic Racing, they're just getting themselves to the hairpin right now, so they're sort of solidly in the middle of the lap. But with the amount of time that these pit stops tend to take, certainly enough time for them to get back around and get back ahead.
Indeed, and they're going to go for a driver swap as well. They're bringing Robert Kolik back behind the wheel. So the Central Eastern Europe club driver will try and finish things out, it looks like, going with the 2 hour stint, so to speak, for tonight's race.
Yep, looks like that's going to be it. I've got Kinetic Racing on my screen right now, and they are heading towards 130R. Ronin Simsport, they are going to take the tires, so they're not going to decide to make the jump here in terms of getting those tires to the end. You can see Kinetic Racing now. They're heading their way up through the Casio Triangle and out of the final corner in just a couple of moments' time. Ronin Simsport, though, are they going to short fuel here? That is the bigger problem. They're not. It looks like they're going to take a full service, and as a result, Kinetic Racing are able to work their way by on the pit straight there. You can just see them coming off the pit lane on the very left, and that's a very big margin that Kinetic Racing have been able to manage here in their their outlaps.
Yeah, some fantastic outlaps. In fact, they're quicker than the drivers in front. In ACR HM Engineering, last time by 6/10 quicker. So Kinetic Racing and Overguard has turned up the gears just a little bit from maybe 70% to 90%. Knowing he's just got the one more pit stop. Still has to close 9 seconds to get to P2 though, Connery.
Yep, 9 seconds is the gap that he has to try and make up, but certainly within the capabilities of Overguard here. And of course, I guess whoever's going to get back behind the wheel of that car for the end of the race, because Overguard has been in since the start and of course not allowed to be able to do the entirety of the race under his stewardship. So he's going to have to hand that car off to someone at some point. It's just in a case of have to be when that is going to happen, and they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to do it early enough to make the fair share rule. That's for certain. As currently, for those drivers that have had 2 drivers take part, I'm just looking at VRS Grand Simsport because that's probably the best option to look at. They're currently 23 per driver is the fair share at the moment, which is solidly within just one stint for that Kinetic Racing car. So they can come in like, I guess, 24, 25 laps before the end, and they should be good into the fair share.
Yeah, it's gonna still be a bit tight, but it is doable. So it's just a matter of when does Kinetic Racing elect to pit for their final time, because that's gonna throw all that fair share calculations out of whack.
Yep, it is. So that is certainly the big thing, but you know, it's been an impressive performance so far in this race for Overguard. It's just gonna have to be that sort of last little stretch here so that he can be able to hand the car off to another driver to be able to complete this race inside of just that one stop. But right now, still Ronin Simsport about 3 seconds behind them at this moment in time. So still a possibility that Robert Kulik could really spoil the party here if he's able to find that little bit of extra pace.
Indeed, but speaking of pace, VRS Grand Simsport is now in the same straightaway as Weeks. He has the chance to lap the field already, and we're not even at the 90-minute to go mark.
Yeah, that is the objective for Tommy Østgaard. It would be the cherry on top of what has been a delicious cake in this race. It's, you know, I've pretty much run out of words to try and describe Kwanda right now in this race. You know, I don't need to say any more. P1, I guess, is the only thing to finish things off, unless, touch wood, something happens. But I won't curse them like that. I think Philip Stam will probably murder me IRL if that happens at Sim Expo or something. But right now, Hyperion Racing down on towards the pit lane. Daniel Nestoraritz getting his, second to last stop done, as those Hyperion cars have been going along every time, so this is not surprising.
Yeah, that's not surprising indeed. What is a little bit? Ronin Simsport, we were talking about how big the gap had gotten between them and Kinetic Racing. They've closed the margin for the third spot to just 3, make it around 2 seconds. So just that little bit of extra fresh tires all of a sudden has helped so much to close the gap already on Overguard in that third position.
Yep, it has. So Kulik starting to close in at the situation. It might be the battle between Kinetic and Ronin once again, this time on the equal rubber. So a little bit more of an equal battle between those two. Hyperion still waiting to get their pit stop service complete here. They'll drop off the jacks in just a couple of seconds. There we go. Drops it off, gets it going. And Hyperion, there's just one more stop to go for that particular car in this race. We're on lap 135 right now. 1 hour and 35 minutes remaining. Hey, that works out quite all right.
Yeah, it works out really well, in fact, for them at this point. So they're already up in the 12th position. This particular car, you're following along with the Sunset Orange car, I believe it is. No, it's the X car, pardon me, that in that 50 machine. So they're in a great spot, but there is a black flag to the 30-second stop a hold for a driver causing 2 collisions and ignoring a black flag.
Ignoring a blue flag.
Blue flag, yeah.
Actually there, but yeah, Joachim Bank-Lauritsen has been caught with that one, and that is NSR Silver. So they have drawn the ire of the stewards here. And I'll look to see exactly what has caused that, because it's not on the protest sheet, that's for certain. But 2 avoidable collisions and ignoring a blue flag. That is a pretty egregious violation of the rules there.
Yeah, that is a pretty significant one to say the very least. So, yeah, that car is going. That's the biggest penalty by far we've seen today. We've only seen 10-second stop and holds. That car, I think, has to serve that pretty quickly now at this point. The Northside Racing Team having a rough one, not serving at that time by, though.
Oh, I've got a replay of what seems to be the second one here. So we can run that one through. And it seems pretty egregious. Let's just say that. Coming up towards the hairpin, they have a car directly behind them. I believe that's one of the race tech cars, and then ooh, that's a bit of a shove, isn't it? That's a bit of a move. That one isn't exactly kosher. Yeah,
that looks like pretty blatant. That one is even more blatant right there. So that is exactly where that came from. Yeah, something sparked that one from Maritzen, and that is not a smart racing move at all.
Yep, it's not. I'll have a look at it on my own from up above as well, because that's you sometimes like to give the benefit of the doubt between a couple of drivers. We'll actually see it on the live pictures here, but I don't think there's any excuse for that. A little bit of a shove, letting him know he's there. It's very naughty, but this one is perhaps a little bit bigger as well. Oh, that's not what you like to see, and for me, at least if I was a steward, that would be grounds for a DQ.
Yeah, that had to be some sort of intentional right there. There's no way you come down like that. It didn't look like he spun the tires or anything. Just straight up came down on him the first time and then got upset and turned him the second time. I don't know where the backdrop would have been for that, but and absolutely not the place for that type of racing.
Yep, it's not. We have to denounce it. Meanwhile, out there on circuit, Porsche Team Mama on the recovery, but they're being closed in on by Hyperion here as they look to try and get their recovery drive complete here for Porsche. But right now, Hyperion, they are actually... Oh, there's a car off behind, actually. I believe that was the Wraith Energy Racing car. It was. They've had a bit of a moment again. They're still out there with that damage. Oh, my word.
I am surprised. Yep, they clipped the grass. There's some times where you just have to think it's time to get off the racetrack for their own safety of the field right now, or for the safety of themselves, because they've already exceeded that 40 X's and then some at this point, according to estimations. They are basically the last car running on the racetrack. Yeah, I gotta give my hand into them for trying to finish this race from start to finish, but sometimes you gotta think that car's got a lot of damage. It's gonna be very difficult to make it to the finish.
Yeah, they're running about 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower than some of your race leading cars right now, so certainly not on the pace. Hyperion actually pushing a little bit wide, coming through 130R there. Not exactly ideal, but still keeping themselves in contention as far as that Porsche Team Mama is concerned. But the thing is, Hyperion, I think they still have to come down on towards the lane. Yeah, they're about 33 laps on their stint, so they'll be sleepy pitting next time around. And for Hyperion and a lot of these other teams that have gone so long, they'll get a massive jump when it comes to that final splash and dash.
Yeah, this is going to be a great window for them as long as they remember to do the said splash and dash. That's going to be at least 15 seconds picked up on the lane, which could be the difference between top 10 and being outside that said window. So it's been an interesting one to say the very least for them.
Yep, it has. I mean, you see the sort of split strategies. You know, you saw a lot of cars coming down basically on the hour every hour. Some others deciding to go the full 1 hour and I guess 6 or 7 minutes that they can go on these fuel tanks here. And Hyperion Racing certainly doing the latter here, but whether it'll be able to work out for them in this latter portion of the race, that is the big question. They're basically going to come down on towards the lane next time around. I don't think they'll be able to go 34 laps on the stint. I would be surprised if they're able to do it. Meanwhile, you see a little bit of a swapping going on a little bit further forward. That's a bit of lap traffic that they're able to work their way by quite comfortably on. But, you know, the big question as well, you know, the other big storyline right at the front of the field is Kinetic Racing and Stefan Overgaard. He's been in the car since the start of this race. He's done 136 laps so far. And, well, how many more until someone takes that car off his hands?
Well, he does have a second driver now in the paddock getting ready to go in the driver's suit, it looks like. So it looks like they'll at least do one for Vincent Leherbier. If he makes sure they get the fair share, I think they're in a good position to do so. Still based on what these splits are looking like, they're going to definitely be able to make it official as the last of the pit stops make their way in for this current cycle, just under the 90-minute mark to go. By the way, Connery, the whole field has been lapped.
Well, there we go. You know, that just says everything about how VRS Grand Sim Sport have run this race, isn't it? It's just been absolute dominance from the very start of the race. You can see that Hyperion car getting its pit stop service done right now. Nice little sort of sunset sort of paint scheme going on there. That's pretty nice. But right now, as we stop staring at Porsches and more staring at what's going on out there, it's VRS Grand Sim Sport again in the BMW. Of course, heavy favourites coming into this series. I don't think anyone can deny that, but I don't think anyone could have expected that them lapping the entire field would be off the cards.
To start the round, to start the season, no, I don't think so. I don't think people were expecting that whatsoever, but the race has just gone the exact way they've been hoping to. The adaptability was there with the hotter temps early on. They had the speed from the get-go. The cooler temps, they're setting race records at the moment in the 153.9s to 154.4s in the traffic. It's just been the perfect race for them at this moment with not any mistakes at all, it seems, for that BMW.
Yeah, no mistakes at all. Meanwhile, for P3 though, no mistakes required here either, because running SimSport, well, it was a 3-second gap after the pit stops between themselves and Kinetic. Now it's a 2-second gap between the two of them, so they are starting to close in at this stage. But you have to remember that, of course, Kinetic Racing, they are going to have to do the driver change here at some point, so that might throw a little bit of a spanner into the works as far as this battle is concerned, may change the complexion of it. But right now, Stefan Overgaard doing all that he can right at the front of this battle to be able to keep Kulik at bay. And, well, just a matter of time before he decides to head his way in and hand that car over to the driver of... I'm just going to find it. Yeah, there we go, Vincent Leherbier. Waiting to get in that car from Canada. So the French-Canadian looking to try and finish off the race for Kinetic Racing. But, you know, just a little bit of time before he gets that opportunity.
I'm curious how that driver swap will actually affect how the fuel is being put in on the last cycle. At the very least, don't expect him, for obvious reasons, to go into the hour to go mark, but the fuel mileage has gone exactly how some of these teams have wanted it to go, and then some. If they had started on a cooler track, I'm wondering if they might have actually been able to maybe actually get one less pit stop, some of these teams, but it hasn't worked out that way to be able to cut the extra stop for a majority, if not the whole paddock.
Yeah, they simply haven't had the fuel mileage to be able to do that. So they're just going to have to go for a lot of these teams that have gone long, just go for the splash and dash right at the very dying moments of this race. But while we have that stage being set, I suppose, we'll go for our final Race Spot TV fan immersion, our final onboard of the day. And that'll be with Ronin Simsport, Robert Kulik, as he tries to chase down that kinetic racing car. These guys have been battling for a while, and it might just be a thing again for the end of this race. Let's listen in. They're certainly getting closer, aren't they? Ronin Simsport now a couple of tenths of a second away from that kinetic racing car of Stefan Overgaard. They've been able to reel that gap in. It was 2 seconds just about when we went on board with them, but they've been able to catch up so much to the back of the kinetic racing car. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Nordic Le Mans Series, the first round of the season, 6 hours of Suzuka here with myself, Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince and Robert Kulik. He's doing all that he can here to try and make Stefan Overgaard's life hell.
Yeah, he has been slowly but surely getting faster and faster. He has been taking the corners a little bit rougher compared to the kinetic racing machine, but he's been trying to push that extra bit of aggressiveness. We're approaching the end of the daylight, in fact, at this point. Harder and harder on these brakes, because I think he knows he's got the quicker pace. Remember, it's a few lap fresher tires for Ronin Simsport compared to kinetic.
Just a few laps could well make the difference. Of course, both of these drivers, both of these teams have to make the one more stop. So it may not even be done even if a swap happens here. But Ronin Simsport, it's been so competitive over this last stint, over these last 10 laps or so. And now they put themselves in a good position to try and find their way by the kinetic racing car. They weren't able to do it, Justin, when kinetic had older tires. Are they able to do the harder task of doing it when they have about the same?
Yeah, that is the main question mark right now. I think right now they could potentially, if kinetic is the car in front, because these machines have been near dead even with the slipstream when on fresh, even tires. So I think if you're Ronin Simsport, you want to make the pass, knowing you're going to be well and good in the fuel window. One thing to note, if I'm looking at the calculations right for the fair share, for kinetic, they'd have to pit in about 5 to 6 laps or so, and that window would be very tight. Would be right at the 1 hour to go mark, just about.
Yeah, it would be. So this is a battle that might also be fought inside of the pit lane as well. So that one is going to be a bit of a concern that lies in the minds of both drivers. Ronin, though, they'll want to get this done on track to make things a little bit more comfortable for the end of the race. There's currently around about 6 laps difference in terms of the stint length here between these two cars. So kinetic racing, they'll potentially have to blink first in terms of the pit stop phase if this battle goes any longer.
And on top of that, if they do have to pit at that 1 hour to go mark even, it takes up the equation of the short fuel. While for Ronin Simsport, it absolutely gives them a chance to end up taking less fuel. And depending on if they take tires or not, that could secure them the 3rd position. So there's a lot of calculations going on in everyone's minds, probably in both of their garage areas and paddocks, to see what's going to work, what's going to get them that final podium position in the standings after the first round.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Ronin Simsport, I think the strategy here would be not to take tires, just go for the fuel for the end of the race. The track temperature, of course, dropped like a stone from where it once was here, and those tires are much more suited to being able to be double stinted here, especially when it comes to that sort of shorter final stint as well. Ronin Simsport, though, going to lose a little bit of time here, at least in this particular instance. Not the greatest of final sectors for them, so they drop back a couple of tenths here, but I don't think they're going to worry just too much just yet. Still plenty of time for them to be able to get this one done. And they might even have to do it in the pit lane as well, which will be the sort of the pacifist way of going about it.
Absolutely, but it's also the way where you don't burn up too much equipment, right? Instead of potentially door baiting your equipment and turning your paint into sawdust somehow. So it's more the smarter thing. Even with the short separation, I think Ronin Simsport knows that at this point, kinetic racing eventually will have to give up the Ghost. Once they do, there's a chance they pull away from the Ghost. The question is, how much can they try and pull away once they have to come down to the lane? They have an estimated 40 laps to go, these drivers, this upcoming time by.
Yeah, that is going to be the margin they're looking for. Of course, around about 33 laps they can do maximum on a stint here. So now you can see them go down in towards the spoon curve. Kinetic Racing hot on the heels of, Ronin Simsport, excuse me, hot on the heels of Kinetic here. Coming out of the corner as the light levels around the track just start to dim and dim and dim, and those headlights become the main source of illumination that the track gets. As now into 130R, once again 0.3 of a second between them. That Porsche still starting to close in, still going to be very, very close. Coming through the Casio triangle, that BMW has to be careful, pushes wide a little bit through the first apex, allows a fantastic launch from Ronin off the corner, but now are they able to complete things on the straights? You know, it's going to be a struggle for that Porsche to keep up with the BMW in a straight line. They're in the slipstream, but they're not gaining any ground, which is going to be the main thing that Ronin Simsport are going to have to deal with here. They're not going to have the straight line speed. You know, it's been a topic throughout this race, but you need the straight line speed to be able to pull off passes here.
Yeah, and the way Kinetics got their car prepared, it looks like, for today, they're able to have more of that straight line speed than some of the other BMWs have had to deal with the Porsche draft behind them. So Ronin at this point, I think, is going to have to get it done somehow via forcing a mistake or being able to dive into a place that they aren't expecting. That time they actually had to check up a little bit for Kinetic Racing as they carried a little bit too much speed through the Dagger corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Kulik then certainly going to be piling on the pressure to the back of Stefan Overgaard, the driver that's been inside that car for coming up to around about 5 hours. Does he have enough left in the tank? And I'm not talking about the fuel to be able to take this fight to Kulik.
And it looks like on top of that too, the acceleration just came in very well for the BMW compared to the Porsche. Before, it was near dead even and wasn't a major factor in the slipstream. Now with the cleaner air and the cooler track, that acceleration has just taken off and is now helping them actually be faster down the straightaway this time, heading towards 130R.
Just a little bit, and oh, that's a big amount of curb being taken by Ronin Simsport. Playing with fire in terms of the curbs here. Of course, you can take as much of them as you want coming through the Casio triangle, but 130R, we've seen so many drivers hit that curb on the inside and have an issue, or ride the curb on the outside and have a bigger issue. So you have to be careful, especially in the Porsche, because we've seen 2 or 3 Porsches already have spins coming through 130R. This can't be the moment that Ronin Simsport have one.
And each of those spins, when you think about it, have been towards the end of the stint. Right now, they're towards the midway portion. So that's going to be a concern. Are you overcooking your tires at this specific point of the run for when you potentially need to go and stay on these tires to make it to the end of the race? So that's something he's definitely got to keep an eye on to make sure he keeps on himself cool and collected for as this race approaches the final hour or so of this event.
Yeah, still 1 hour to be able to decide the differences between these two cars. As Kulik still trying to work onto the back of that BMW. He's keeping himself in that place right now, like sort of 3 or 4 tenths of a second back, where Stefan Overgaard has to be so careful here to not make any mistakes, because any mistake he does make, all of a sudden, bang, Kulik is going to be in there and trying to wrestle the position away. So, even that, and you have to add in addition that this is towards the end of 5 hours of driving for Overgaard, so this is going to be so tough for him to keep hold of this.
And the fair share adjustment has just been shifted from 36 laps you have to run to 37. So it's going to get close. They're coming to 38 estimated to go. Question is, will Overgaard go this time or the next time? And it looks like at this point Kulik knows that car needs to pit, so he's using them to save fuel at this point. That time had run elected to lift. We'll see if that blue and silver and blackish machine comes in. Not this time. Next time by might need to be that moment.
It could just be. We're just waiting for that to file through. Well, I'm reading things as 23 laps to get the driver fair share rule, so we'll have to see which figure is the correct one. As 0.3 of a second once again in towards turn number 1 here for these two drivers. Ronin Simsport has been, as I said, been so quick, so good through this final, well, second to last stint, but they need that sort of extra attempt, that extra couple attempts to be able to work their way by here. They follow so closely through the through the S's at the start of the lap, and you know, through Dunlop. Look at them; they're just so big, so threatening in the wing mirrors of that BMW ahead of them, but they haven't been gifted the opportunity.
Yeah, there's been no mistakes. Overgaard has been pushing, we should note, going into the hairpin specifically, but it's not enough to where Kulik can make a run. Watch right about here. You can see a little bit, half a lane up this time for Overgaard. He's gone up as much as 2 lanes, Connery, in that hairpin.
Yeah, he has, and well, maybe starting to feel a little bit rattled. Ronin Simsport has been there every single lap so far, and we potentially might have to have another hour and 10 minutes of this if this is anything to go by, which you know, my heart certainly can take with attention right now. But we can see that them heading their way through. Yeah, Overgaard is going to have to pit in at some point here. He's going to have to be the first one to come down in as well, unless Ronin Simsport have a surprise in store. It's not going to be inside the window just yet, though. 1 hour, 9 minutes, not quite going to be able to get to the end from that position, but maybe a lap or 2 after, then it might be on the cards. But Ronin Simsport with a good run out of the final corner. This time, it might be it in terms of Ronin trying to get their way by, but they don't go for the move. They were just sitting about a 1/10 of a second behind, but deciding that the commitment was just so much.
Yeah, he really wants to hold on to this spot right now, Overgaard, at this point. The more the strategy works out, the better. But those high bright lights are now on the track. We're now into darkness here at Suzuka, Connery.
Yeah, we are officially night racing, I suppose. And we still have about 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. Lapped traffic might come into effect here, as that is a bit of a stricken Porsche right in front of these guys. Working their way through. Second Degner under the crossover point of the track. Down. Oh, the late move there from Kinetic Racing to make their way by, but both of them are able to do so in competent fashion. This battle will continue.
A bit close quarters racing, but that's to be expected, right? With this position battle, Overgaard's trying to make sure he gets on the fuel window. Right now, Kulik trying to get to where he can push the issue and save down some of the straightaways if he can't get to the window. He's got that extra bit of grip with the 6 laps difference on the tires because Overgaard's slipping. You're seeing that with that BMW. But the Porsche is much more comfortable in the corners, is able to stick the bottom apex along the rumble strip.
It is. Through the high-speed corner once again. 130R, such a thrill to drive. And now they stack up into the Casio triangle. It's basically a game of cat and mouse between these two right now, and Ronin Simsport actually getting a poor exit off the triangle that time around, so it's not going to be close like he was on previous occasion coming down into turn 1, so it'll give Overgaard a little bit of breathing room here. But now is when we start to consider we can maybe just get to the end in terms of the fuel here. Maybe this next time around, maybe the time afterwards. That is going to be the margin, and that will then allow maybe Overgaard to come down in and try and get that car handed off to another driver.
Yeah, right now, there's a lot of calculations, to say the very least. So again, going to be time will tell once the cars jump, they switch the drivers, if they will get the fair share in and if they will be able to keep a position. The question is it going to be 3rd or 4th? They do have an air lap car in front. It's NSR Silver and Nielsen behind the wheel, about 4 or 5 car lengths up the road, and they're catching in quick.
Yes, they are. Lap traffic in full effect here. Of course, not as huge as it is in multi-class racing, but certainly a feature here when the race goes as long as it does here. 6 hours coming up to the final one. Through Spoon Curve, 0.4 of a second once again. Kinetic Ronin Simsport has been there and thereabouts. They have to avoid the lap traffic though. Ronin try to capitalize on the slipstream that's been gifted. But Overgaard will try and step out of line, try not to give him any of his. There's now coming up to 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. Pit window, at this point, open. So Kinetic Racing, if they do want to come down in, they can do so.
Yeah, we've seen drivers stretch it as long as an hour and 10 minutes, up to an hour and 15 minutes even. Not electing to come down this time. So I think they're going to try and squeeze it as far as they can to make it on the fair share. Because you mentioned the 23 laps to go mark to be able to get in. They still have about 12 minutes to do that window as there goes Ronan.
Oh, they push a little wide. Certainly recoverable. Not panic just yet for Ronan Simsport, but let's see what happens here on the brakes into turn 1. Just didn't get that car slowed down enough, arguably into there. So Kulik with a little bit of a mistake, and that could have just so easily been the other way around. If it was Overgaard making that mistake, then that's instantly Ronan Simsport through.
Exactly, that just too much speed trying to push to keep up, and now he's going to have to push to close the gap once again because he has been a 1/10 of a second quicker a lap. Now he's going to have to do it all over again as we are 4 minutes away from the 1 hour to go mark.
We are 4 minutes remaining until we can say 60 minutes to go. VRS Simsports, they've basically been out of the picture, and for all the good reasons. As far as they're concerned, they've been leading this race, and they've gotten a lap over everyone else, so there's not much more to talk about in terms of them, but it is so much to talk about when it comes to who's going to finish on that final step of the podium. You have a couple of other battles as well. You have Avriconic Racing versus Singularity Red that's currently closing up as well. So that one might be a thing for P6 coming towards the end of the race, with Avriconic Racing having to try and pull off that recovery drive after their technical issues.
And they're going to have to do it where there's not a lot of time. Yes, I think they can still get themselves up to a potential top 5 if they can turn up the wick. Because really, that technical issue came a half a lap, remember, before their scheduled pit stop due to an overheating issue for the driver at the time. They're not going to be very patient, I don't think, right now, knowing that they had a second place finish nearly in the bag, had it slip out of their fingers due to a hot steering wheel. So you're going to have some hot drivers in the paddock and behind that steering wheel looking to gain the time back.
Yep, you will. That is for certain. Avriconic Racing, Kieran Harrison behind the wheel of that one, Matteo Crusoe with Singularity Racing Red. So Singularity, they were involved in a lot of battles early on, and they might just be involved in a battle for the very end of the race as well between themselves and Avriconic Racing. As ECR, they've been very good over the past couple of laps. They gained actually just a 1/10 of a second on that last lap, so they're edging that gap in bit by bit by bit, and sometimes that is all you have to do.
Yes, indeed, but it looks like, I'm trying to see if I'm seeing this correctly, there might be a bit of nose damage they're having to deal with as well. That right now, that front part of the grille might be pushed in a touch on the Avriconic Racing machine, but not 100% sure with the lighting at this point. So that might affect some of the aerodynamics and the straight line speed to pick up. Yes, indeed, that whole front end is caved in.
Yep, it is. Going to be struggling with that damage for the final hour as they work their way through. Of course, now is when the pit window really is open. So now, if anyone comes in from this point forwards, they'll be safe until the end of the race. That is for certain. Looks like maybe, just maybe, it might be Porsche Team Mama that comes down in first, considering they are 31 laps on their stint right now. So they'll have to come down in pretty soon to get that pit stop service done. That is for certain. But everyone else, just wait. I get the feeling like everyone is waiting for everyone else to come down in at this point.
I think for the most part, you say the saying, run your own race, but at the same time, you've got to be thinking, if I run my own race and somebody has a strategy that ends up being the winning one, do I want to end up losing potential time on that one? You're going to try and cut them off or try and match their strategy the next lap, or if they can, the same lap. So that's why I think a lot of these drivers and the crew chiefs probably looking their way across to see What laps are drivers on these stints? How long have they been able to make it on average? Can they get towards a similar strategy if they're in a position battle?
Yeah, that is. You see a little bit of flashing lights, and well, at the very front of the picture there, with that Porsche just ahead of them. The flashing light's more effective when it's nighttime, I suppose. Well, they get the lap traffic out of the way, which is the overall objective of that. It's the universal driver code of just move.
Yeah, you don't want to over-abuse them, but at the same time, it's helpful to let drivers know that you're there, seeing, oh, what's that blinking in the backdrop? Oh, they're trying to say you're right behind them. It's not a simple hello in a lot of the cases, although it might be in a couple.
Okay, your first pit stop is underway. That is Porsche Team Mama down in. They are going to be the first team that's going to fuel themselves comfortably to the end of the race. So Morgan Morand's going to get himself stopped in his pit box. DGTS Racing Black also coming down in the very background of the shot. So does this now trigger some drivers to think that now is good time to get that final pit stop underway? Of course, it's going to be a very split decision on the part of the teams that are still remaining. Everyone's pretty spread out in terms of their strategies here today. We see Aviconic Racing, though, from P7. They do decide to work their way in after having that little bit of a battle earlier on. So now they decide to head their way in and try and get the jump in the pit stop.
Yeah, right now trying to fill the car up as high as they can on the fuel, I think, as well. So this is, again, a strategy where they're hoping they can get by both the Singularity race cars on the final stint. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some no tires in this last run of the race, because it's the coolest the track has been. It's nighttime, meaning it's going to get even more cooler if it does drop. It's not going to get as quick, really as much hotter, as it looks like Porsche Team Mama is out from the pit lane.
Yep, they are back out onto the circuit. They go. The light level has dropped quite considerably over the past, 5 minutes. It's basically almost pitch black out there now. So very much night racing here for the final hour of the 6 hours of Suzuka in the Nordic Le Mans Series. Porsche Team Mama with the final stop of their particular race. We see Aviconic Racing also getting their service done. And actually ACR are going for a tire stop as well. Interestingly enough, so they'll be able to drop themselves down off the jacks, and they'll have fresher tires for the very end of this race to go chasing a couple of cars. So let's see what the decision is from maybe a couple of others waiting to come down in. If I was a betting man, I would put Positive Sim Racing as a good chance to come down in next from P7.
Yeah, I gotta keep an eye on those drivers still as you're looking at Moran right now at the moment, cycling on his own. So Colby coming towards the front stretch. Your bet is cashed in and successful. In fact, Singularity Racing Pink is also into the pit lane.
Yep, so a couple more cars deciding to work their way in. Singularity Pink, they decide to do so. There we go. Coming down the pit lane right now, and you see also UI1 Positive Sim Racing also in as well on that Ferrari as they look to get themselves stopped in their pit box. We're seeing a driver change as well, I believe, for Singularity. So we're going to see that come through. Dennis Lind going to be the driver getting behind the wheel of the Singularity car, as Roy Colbert is going to be finishing off the race for Positive Sim Racing GT EU as well. So we'll have to see whether these guys take tires with their pit stops or not. Looks like Singularity is. So that matches Aviconic Racing as far as battles they are currently involved in. And meanwhile, Singularity, yeah, they've decided to take tires. So has UI1 Positive Sim Racing GT EU as well. So that is how things stand there for battles just inside of your top 10.
It looks like most of those drivers not trusting the amount of tire deg we've seen throughout the entire race. But again, if you make the driver swap, it's not a surprise to take the tires. Off goes Dennis Lin. Right now, they're looking to secure a top 5 finish for that Singularity Racing Pink machine at this point. But already, 8 seconds back is Avid Chronic Racing looking to close up quick.
Yep, they are, and well, yeah, like I said, 8 seconds behind. It's going to start closing in just a tad, going towards the well, the first opening couple of corners for that Singularity Racing pink car. We see Kinetic Racing. They're down in now. This is going to be it here. This is Stefan Overgaard. He's going to hand that car over in just a couple of moments' time to his driver that's waiting in the wings. What a stint in this race for Overgaard. Vincent, the Herbier, is going to finish off the race for Kinetic Racing. Fresh set of hands there for that BMW, but can it really give them the advantage over Ronin Sim Sports?
That's going to be the main question right now, because as it looks like one of their pit stop mates says hello in the lane of the lights, they got to hold on, that's for sure. It's going to be tough, very difficult, and we've seen how much before Ronin Simsport fell behind on a 6-lap tire difference but closed it up quick. Will they be able to equalize the tires in time to make the pass?
Yeah, that is the question. You see Kinetic Racing, how long is this stop going to be as well? That is the big question. Dropping down off the tracks, 58.4 seconds, and they are off and away. So that is the baseline that Kinetic Racing, or that Ronin Simsport, excuse me, have to look at. If they're able to get themselves a bit of a jump in terms of the fuel numbers, then they'll be able to secure themselves ahead, or they could just go for the big old gamble and just take no tires on this next stop. That would be it. But for Kinetic Racing, it looks like their cards have been played and they're just waiting for things to play out now. Hyperion Racing and Danish Bacon, though, they are very close for P10 and 11 here. Daniel Lindholt versus what is going to be Anton Gulish here in that's the 102 car. So Danish Bacon looking to have a decent finish to the end to the race here. 54 minutes remaining, and we got a couple of battles out there on circuit.
We're seeing that Hyperion team sending their cars down the pit lane in the past lap or so, and they've been going on the near cycle. These cars still have to figure themselves out when they're going to dark down. So the Danish Bacon machine, will they elect to try and make a pass before they go down, or just elect to save again on the fuel? They do have a much faster run down the draft. Just can't get the run quite yet, even with the later brake actually just tapping the brakes a touch as they try and send it.
There we go, down the inside then at the Casio Triangle. Danish Bacon have been able to make it work. Absolutely brilliant stuff there into the triangle. Hyperion Racing had absolutely nothing for them, and they're able to secure it down the pit straight as well, as Hyperion are not going to be able to respond to that coming into turn 1. So, you know, good to be able to make that convincing as well, because even if you just get slightly ahead here, there's certainly a chance that that car behind can work their way back into turn 1. We've seen it so many times so far this race.
Yeah, at least 5 or 6 times we can think about where there's a pass in the Casio Triangle, but the draft allows the switch back to go into turn 1, and then you have to do the job all over again. That time, able to pull away enough of a gap with the pace to get themselves into the top 10. So Danish Bacon, they're sizzling forward on the grid.
Yes, they are, and it looks like that is going to be maybe the only position they'll be able to get before the end of this race, although saying that, they do still have a pit stop to go here that might cycle themselves back into another battle. We'll just have to wait and see in that one. But for your race leader, VRS Crown Sim Sports, they're coming up to around about 29-30 laps on their stint, so they'll be in a couple of laps. So will ACR HM Engineering. But Ronin Sim Sport, though, they've been one of those cars that's been going so long. And now this is where it starts to pay off. But look at that. They just get a little bit snap oversteer to Danish Bacon, excuse me. That wasn't Ronin Simsport, but Danish Bacon, once they got themselves past, they've had a bit of a moment, and they might give the opportunity again to Hyperion here, as Hyperion have a lot of speeds coming down this straight as a result of that little twitch. That's the Danish Bacon team were, well, fell foul to, but looks like they're able to keep themselves ahead for now. It's just a bit of a scary moment, but they're able to recover things.
Yeah, there is some grass that has leaked its way onto the track as drivers have followed along the racing lines today. And they might have just got in that little bit of extra grass clippings and just pick up that right rear tire and cause them to get a bit loose on the brake. But it really didn't hurt them. They're actually the same speed even with the draft for Lindholt behind them to try and pick up on a way off in turn 1. No harm, not too much foul.
Yep, indeed. As they'll live to fight another day, that's for certain. As now, I'm just basically I'm just watching and waiting for that Ronin Sim Sports car to come in. That is basically what I've been doing right now, just keeping an eye on how they're going. But I think if they take just fuel here, no tires, I think they have P3 pretty secure as far as I'm concerned.
I don't think there'll be enough time, absolutely, to be able to for Kinetic Racing to reel them back in. Right now, the pace is 8:10, currently around near identical, really, when double checking the pace at the moment. 157.8 last time by for Kinetic Racing. Compare that to Ronin Simsport, they're in the 155 still, so right now Kinetic's going the wrong direction with some of the traffic around them on the racetrack. By the way, more pit stops. Singularity Racing Red is in. ACR HM Engineering is also already in getting their fuel service.
Yep, so there we go. Singularity Red coming in. ACR HM Engineering also doing the same. 15 minutes left remaining is the option they go for when it comes to getting this final pit stop done. And we'll see how swift these pit stops become here as Singularity Red. Do they decide to just go for the fuel or do they go for the tires as well? ACR, HM Engineering, they've certainly gone for tires here in this situation, but the bigger issue is that Singularity Red car. They're coming up to around about 30 seconds completed, and they are going to go up and down on the jacks as well. So a lot of teams still taking tires here, even though the track temperature is probably at the best it's been.
Yeah, but both teams made driver swaps. Swayers is now back in the car for Singularity Racing Red. And for the first time tonight, we see Nick Madsen to finish off the race for ACR HM Engineering. It looks like they're depending on him to just close it out to move to secure the second step on the podium. Your overall race leader is also in the pits now.
Yep, that's VRS Commander Simsport working their way in now. And it's been a textbook race from them. And looks to finish off with a bit of a flourish as Tommy Østgaard brings that car in. But ACR HM Engineering still out there with Nick Madsen. You see VRS Commander get themselves stopped in their pit box. So Tommy Østgaard waiting for the fuel and presumably tires to go to the end of the race here. And now it's basically out inside the top 9 runners here. It's going to be Ronin Simsport. That's the only one not to come in just yet.
I want to go back towards Kinetic Racing though, because something is going on with the Herbier where he's not looking anywhere near the pace of the rest of the cars. He's in a 158 still. Most of the cars are in the 155 still in the older tires, Connery. So he's now in range to be attacked now in the next couple of laps or so by the 94 machine of Dennis Lind. He is 2 seconds back.
Yeah, that's a lot of lost time. That's for certain. And now Dennis Lind's the Lamborghini driver in real life, the professional in real life, now trying to chase down Kinetic Racing for, well, it's going to end up being P4 in this race. Are they able to make it work? That is the big question here, as L'Herbier hasn't really had the pace of Overgaard here, at least for these opening couple of laps, struggling to get himself a handle of how the car is behaving now. And Singularity certainly starting to close in and certainly start to smell blood in the water when it comes to that P4 position. But we still got around about coming up to 45 minutes remaining here. Kinetic Racing going to work their way across the line. What's the lap time going to be? A 57.4. That's not ideal, as Singularity Pink again lop another around about 1.5 to 2 seconds off.
And an interesting thing for VRS Commander Simsport, they had a minute 35 pit stop, the longest by far of the day, without damage repairs calculated in. So they have elected to take the long stop. They had the cushion. They still lead by 2+ minutes. So it's up to their decision as we still stick with this battle, but right now you got to be worried a little bit.
Yeah, you have to be worried. Look at that. That is not what you want to see. Bottom right. Oh my word. That's so much time being just given away, and Singularity just gobbling it all up, and now they've gotten themselves into the position where they can take P4 at the end of things, unless Herbier really finds another gear. He needs to try and keep that Kinetic Racing car ahead, but Dennis Lin looks like he might just get the better of him in just a couple of moments time. Half a second between the two teams as they head their way into Spoon Curve. Ronan Simsport is looking at this and laughing all the way to a third place, but P4 looks like it might just be dropped here by Kinetic Racing unless they're able to put up an absolutely brilliant defense when it comes to Dennis Lin. But with how much time they've lost already, I do not rate their chances. Here comes Singularity. Pink then angling towards the inside for 130 yard, deciding not to go for the move. But look at how much speed Dennis Lin is able to carry through there. Inside the Porsche, inside line being taken away. Dennis Lin gets Singularity Pink up into P4. Kinetic Racing, they do drop the position, and Singularity Red is only 5 seconds behind, now 4.
And they're going to have to let by Tommy Osgaard after that long pit stop in, who will re-lap them once more. This is all while P6 is now up for grabs because Harrison is reeled in the 98 machine of the red Singularity Racing car. They're side by side.
Oh, they are, and Avicronic Racing down the inside at turn 1 as both of these guys are catching Kinetic Racing at a rate of knots here. Absolutely frantic stuff here coming in towards the final, well, inside the final hour, inside the final 45 minutes of this race. Avicronic Racing have been able to recover things up into P6, and they might just be able to grab themselves a top 5 finish, which would be an absolutely amazing result considering their technical problem.
And it would absolutely be a heck of a recovery drive, and they're quickly reeling in that car in front of Kinetic Racing. And you gotta wonder if for Kinetic Racing, for Herbier, and this is no offense to him, if it's about confidence, because the lap cars are outbreaking him in the corners. He's acting like it's a 95, 100 degree track when we're still at a 77 degree Fahrenheit. He's just not braking as hard as he needs to, and that's allowing to be up for grabs and under attack potentially by these two cars.
Yeah, and well, Kinetic Racing really gonna have to, like I said, find another gear in this situation, because it's 1.5 seconds now is the gap between Kinetic and Avicronic Racing, and it looks like as far as Singularity were concerned, on when they got able to get past, it was so easy. Will the same be the case here for ACR? Will the same be the case for the Singularity Red machine? That is the big question, and it could also be the case that Kinetic actually affects this battle and which order ACR and Singularity finish as well. So they could be kingmakers here in terms of that particular battle.
Up here on Racing Onyx, Black is also actually getting quicker despite being a lap car. Looks like Nielsen going to stay out of the way because Harrison is in the draft to try and finish inside the top 5. A heck of a swing inside turn number 1 for Harrison.
Yeah, there we go. He's going to be able to, well, look to try and find an outside line coming through there, as that Singularity Red car also gets let through to try and trace these two cars down. Avicronic Racing, they can't be affording to get held up too much here by Kinetic Racing, because Singularity Red are certainly hot on their heels. And the more time they spend behind, the more under threat they'll be coming under from the car behind. Kieran Harrison now through the first deck. Now you can see how much more confident he is, how much more grip he has, and how much more competent he is with the car, and now he's going to look to try and make the move around the outside into the hairpin. Kinetic Racing won't affect the battle. They will affect Singularity, though. They have to take avoiding action coming through the hairpin, and now Singularity, they will be able to steam their way by on the right-hand side. Libby isn't fighting none of these.
And you gotta wonder if they're thinking, can they make it on the fair share? Currently the calculations say yes, but at this point, Herbier at this point leading spot after spot. Now the Universidad Isabel, the first positive sim racing machine, is about to reel them in. That's the last car in the shadows.
Yep, it is. It's kind of hard to tell the liveries apart when things are so dark here, but it looks like they are in the back of the shot as well, so we might see ending up being a 3-car fight for what is going to be at least a P4 towards the end of things here. So P5, excuse me, towards the end of things. And right now with around about 40 minutes left, we're just waiting to see. Actually, Ronin Simsport, I believe they did come in on that last lap, and they're able to pretty comfortably stay in second place. That is not surprising at all for those guys. But ACR, but for Singularity Red, for UI1 Positive Sim Racing, still very much everything on the cards here as they work their way through the S's section.
And Connery, when it comes to that Kinetic car too, remember I talked about the Majors Le Mans today at the 24 hours? He was one of the drivers a part of that. That just finished 3 hours ago. Apparently his team finished in second for Kinetic Racing. So remember that conversation of fatigue? It's definitely coming into play in that 54 car, it appears.
Could well be. Positive Sim Racing looking very, very close to the back of that Kinetic Racing car, but they can't afford to lose that much time behind them either. They have to get this one quickly done with, and you can see the flashing of the lights up and towards the hairpin. Positive Sim Racing down towards the inside over Kinetic, and Kinetic again won't fight it. They just want to get to the end of the race. They let everyone by. Basically 3 positions lost in the space of about 10 minutes. And, well, that is unfortunate there for Kinetic Racing with the double booking, I suppose, with the Major Series. But now, this is just the card that they've been dealt. They lose the positions, and now ACR, Singularity, and Positive Sim Racing can discuss this amongst themselves.
Yeah, this is now going to get very curiously interesting what this team can do. We haven't even talked too much about them today. For Positive Sim Racing, it's been a quiet one, in fact. And now they look to have a loud finale, just 2 seconds now behind a Singularity Racing Red for battle for 6th spot potentially brewing.
Yeah, battle for 6th spot potentially going to be it here. 58 minutes remaining, still plenty of time to get this one done. But everyone inside of the top 9 right now, they are good on the fuel until the end of the race. So it's just a straight up race between these guys. No strategy. That is, basically what we like to see towards the end of these races, it being done out there on circuit. Currently, Avicronic Racing 2 seconds behind Singularity. Singularity Pink, excuse me. Singularity Red about 2.5 seconds behind Avicronic Racing. UI1 Positive Sim Racing about 1.5 seconds behind Singularity Red. So these guys sort of still a little spread out at this stage, but they're very much the closest battles that we have.
They indeed right now, for the time being, are. That still has the chance to change at the blink of an eye. Right now, that car behind may be disappearing, but a car up in front is about to appear on the horizon. Remember Swires in that 98. Just in front, look at that. Gap is down to 1.1 seconds, and they are looking much quicker. 1:55.9 last time by for Singularity Racing Red. 1:55.5 for University Isabel's, the first Positive Sim Racing machine.
Yep, it is. And, well, they're just going to be catching that couple of tenths of a second a lap if they're able to get that trend going. 1 second behind, that is going to be it. And now they're starting to feel the tail end of the slipstream here coming down the back straight. So things start to get better and better for Positive Sim Racing. Roy Colbert behind the wheel. Georgie Zviers as part of that Singularity Racing Red team onto the brakes into the triangle once again. The 165th time that they've done this race, and just a couple of more to go here. Maybe around about 15-16 more to go, as we have 36 minutes left remaining here in this race. I don't know who's going to come 6th here, that's for certain. Maybe the battle for P5 is looking a little bit more secure, but right now the action is very much right in the middle of the top 10.
Yeah, and that's to be expected with how some of these cars have been. We're at the middle at some of these boards of the runs. They've been nearly on top of one another, and now, those with it being points position paying time, these drivers are hungry and knowing their job is just about done. But you got to remember too, Connery, This is in the pitch black darkness. Look how dark it is outside the lighting. That is scary as a driver to deal with. Some drivers have discussed this after some events like this. And if there's a car that's in trouble in front of you, there's a chance you can't even see it to the last moment. There's so a lot of danger at this point for these cars, even with the fight.
Yeah, you gotta hope they're facing you with the headlights so you can see them a bit easier. But positive sim racing now, again, edging that gap down in further. They're really the shark that's trying to stalk Singularity at the moment. Coming through Spoon, 6.5 tenths of a second between them. Meanwhile, Avicronic Racing are catching up to Singularity Pink. They've got that gap down to 9 tenths of a second now, so battles starting to brew for the final couple of moments of the race. 35 minutes left remaining, battle for P4 and battle for P6.
And Harrison has absolutely been one of the fastest cars to the track, 155 flats, behind Oscar's 153.9s. So at this point, he's within that draft, even with the aero damage. He's been fighting the differences on the race car. I think he has the chance to do it a 154.85 last time by. That was a gain of half a second at the stripe.
It was a massive amount of time gained there by ACR. Kieran Harrison really working that wheel, working that BMW up against the Porsche. How many times have we seen it so far this race where a BMW has to get past the Porsche? And well, I believe it's been these two cars earlier on that were dueling it out as well. They'll have to do so once again here for the final moments of the race. Kieran Harrison, Dennis Lindo. It's the professional driver, the real-life driver of Dennis Lin, looking to try and best Kieran Harrison here. But Harrison certainly giving him a good go.
Yeah, Harrison didn't get a good run that time out of the second Dagner curve that time. But it's rare positions such as this. Look how much he's having to cock that wheel to make sure he makes the hairpin. And it's been about the braking zones for the BMW, even with that acceleration. Casio Triangle has been its main strength, as well as the first turn, as well as the run through 130R. If I'm Harrison, I take advantage of that, because that's where we've seen every BMW, it seems, pick up 4 or 5 car lengths each time they enter that zone.
Yeah, it is. You can see now ACR, they're basically poised to strike at this point. Maybe a couple of tenths more of a second, and they'll be close enough to really scare that Singularity Pink car. As now, of course, you have UI1 Positive Sim Racing as well. They are currently absolutely locked onto the back of the Porsches. That's the battle between the Porsche and the Ferrari there, right in the back of the positions here. You can see Positive Sim Racing, and of course, we can get ourselves Singularity Racing Red as well involved in that battle. Just a third of a second between them as they head into turn 1. A 6/10 of a second between Avicronic and Singularity Pink.
And keep an eye on this battle, but also want to note one thing. Ronin Simsport, we were talking about them going all the way until the tank is dry and underfueling the car. They did that to get themselves a 23-second stop. They are 12 seconds ahead of ACR's HM Engineering entry. So keep that in mind as well as this race progresses, because it's a 7/10 of a second difference between the fresh car tires of the 27 and the double-stinted tires of the 86 as you fall back in the position battle for 6th.
Yeah, that's the big thing as well. So we might just have that battle for P2 to finish things off as well, as Ronin Simsport, well, I said they were secure in P2. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time around, as ACR HM Engineering tried to close them down. So we have battles all over the racing circuit right now. You can see 12 seconds, but as you said, Ronin Simsport have the older tires, and you can see how that gap has been edged in by that ACR HM Engineering car. So 6/10 of a second last time around, 6/10 of a second just 3 laps ago as well. So that is a huge margin to be closing in by. So we've got so much to keep track of here for the final half an hour.
It seemed like it was calm just about a few hours ago, was it not? Now all of a sudden the intensity level has picked up to the highest it's been all day long, Connery, all night long really. So this is what a lot of the teams have been waiting for. The time to push for positions. Battle for 4th is on in the side the same 10th as well, because Lind having to block a lot heading down the front stretch as the lap car pits.
Lap car onto the pit lane. Here comes maybe positive. Well, Avriconic Racing. They're going to be very, very close. But still no cigar for that BMW. How many times has it happened here where the BMW really having to hound the back of the Borza to try and work their way by? You can see now Singularity with that pink trim with the pink rims as well. Hopefully they'll be able to come away with things for their sakes, but for Avriconic Racing, it's been a bit of a story for them. That technical issue, they were running pretty comfortably P2 up until that happened, but now they potentially can grab themselves a 4th place finish here. That would be brilliant, but it requires a pass being made in the next couple of moments. You can see how close they are into the hairpin, but again, waiting.
Yeah, waiting for the right moment again. Casio Triangle again has been the best strength for all the BMWs today, all 4 of them in this field today. And he's got a bit more acceleration this time, a bit of a good run heading into Spoon. That time sent it a little too hard.
Oh no, they push a little bit too wide and they rejoin the circuit. They don't lose a lot of time as a result of that one, but Harrison a little bit over eager perhaps into Spoon at that time around, and ends up losing just that little bit of time. Positive Sim Racing though on the back of Singularity Red coming through towards 130R as well. They may look to set up for the move here, but they don't get the run out of 130R they required, so they'll stay behind for now right at the back of the shot there as you can see them heading into the brakes. A big puff of smoke there, but continuing on their way.
Hold on a second, ACR just pit. Harrison had to pit again.
Oh no. What has happened here? Is there a big miscalculation perhaps in terms of the fuel? That is the big question. Well, they're going to have to bring it down on towards the lane regardless of what has happened here, but that has basically sealed their fate. The recovery driver maybe a little bit too good to be true here as they have to bring that car down in once again to try and get fuel to the end of the race perhaps. We'll have to wait for word from their team members, but we'll just have to wait and see what is happening to Kieran Harrison. But that's so unfortunate. We're going to have an absolutely fantastic battle there for P4, but Singularity Pink, they've been gifted a lifeline, and now things start to rely on Positive Sim Racing to be able to try and break down the Singularity wall.
And they cycle right behind Kinetic Racing, by the way, the ACR car. Wow. All I can really say is the dirt is puffing up how aggressive this battle is holding on, because Singularity Red looking for the chance now at a 4-5 finish. But the problem is that Ferrari straight line speed, pushing aggressive. The thing is with the straight line speed, you have to brake a little bit more harder. That little extra braking is slowing them up a touch.
Colby though sticking inside the draft of the Singularity car. Now going to be closing in further. You can just see the difference there coming towards the end of the straight, coming towards 130i. You know, that Ferrari really does pick up speed, and that problem is going to be exacerbated when it comes to the pit straight. You can see another puff of smoke from cars ahead coming into the Cassia Triangle. So it seems like everyone in the middle of this top 5 is pushing so much. But this might be the opportunity then for Colby. You can see him closing in ever further. Is it going to be close enough this time? He does decide to go for the move. Positive Sim Racing down the inside of Singularity Red, not quite able to make things work. Positive Sim Racing with the wider line through turn 2, but they're not going to be able to do anything with it coming off the corner. That's the first big statement from Positive.
Yeah, they really want to move. By the way, the reason we've seen that wasn't because of fuel, it looks like, Connery. Remember that 40 incident limit where you just have to serve the stop and go? That might have been the reason. That's the reason, it seems, for 30-second hold.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Wow, I didn't realize they were so close to the limit, and this is why I have to beg iRacing to get spectators to show the, or at least broadcasters to be able to grab the incident points for each team, because we had no idea that they were that close to being able to get a penalty.
Pardon me, Danish Bacon also going to have to serve the same thing. They're on the same estimated limit that ACR just had, so they also have to, it looks like, serve a stop and go at the end of this race.
Oh, so some teams in the final 30 minutes are starting to fall foul of the instant limit here. The new iRacing system as of last patch, where you can set certain barriers in terms of instant limit. You can set, well, for this race 40, and then you get yourself your first penalty, and then for every single 10 instants afterwards, you'll be picking up those penalties as you go. So now, maybe for some of these other teams, maybe they start to worry about their particular situation when it comes to the instant limit here. 6 hours of racing and, you know, off tracks here and there. You know, if you get an off track, you know, once every round about 3 laps here, that gets you pretty close to that first limit.
Yeah, Kinetic Racing estimated at 32 at the moment. You also have Broden Simsport estimated at 31. 23 for ACR HM Engineering estimated, and 31 for Dennis Lynn Singularity Racing Pink Machine. So those are a couple to keep in mind. Both of these cars in a decent window. They're still estimated inside the 20s in incident points for the race. So as long as they don't have a bunch of contact, they look to be in the safe zone to make it to the finish without a stop and go.
Yep, looks like that's going to be the case. Still, this is the closest battle. You do have that P2 battle still closing in. Gap is about 9.7 seconds between the two of those cars right now. So if this gets done early, then we might have to wait until Ronin and ACR start to get together for the battle for P2 here. But it looks like P5 is going to be where it's at. But Positive Sim Racing, over the last couple of laps, they simply haven't been in the position to be able to sling one down the inside of that Porsche, but they'll get a slightly shallower line off the corner, trying to get the traction down. And not successful in trying to draw themselves alongside here, but I think there's going to be the inevitable here. Maybe they'll send it into the spoon curve. No, it's not quite. I feel like David Croft at this stage with the F1, the Sky F1 commentary, where he's going to go for the move, he's going to go for the move. Oh, he isn't.
That's actually a good analogy there, but it looks like Colby might be able to make a move if he wants to here. No. He actually nearly bump drops the car in front, trying to force the mistake.
Yeah, that might just be the, the underhanded strategy, I suppose, on the part of that Ferrari. But not going to work out on this occasion. Trying to find that exit off of that final corner. Very, very wide coming through. You can just see how scared Singularity are of the move. They go directly to the pit wall coming off of the final corner. They didn't really need to do that, but that is certainly their mindset right now. It's just all on the defense.
I think their thought was, too, it didn't look like they got a good exit and thought, if I go back up towards the left side of the track and give them the draft, I'm going to be vulnerable. So he knows the car is faster behind, and Roy Colby at the moment, he's playing as hard as he can defensively, trying to make sure he doesn't allow the attacking line to open up.
Yeah, try as he might. Will he be successful, though? Just having a look to those cars further ahead, the Singularity red car hasn't been able to make that much pace over their sister car in the pink car, so that gap still stands at about 3.5 seconds between P4 and P5 right now. And I guess that's mostly because they're more focusing on behind right now, as that Positive Sim Racing car still very much locked onto the back of the Porsche. You can just see that Ferrari trying to use its better traction off the corner, but you can see that Porsche just marginally keeping themselves ahead now, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Colby just goes for the absolute send at this point.
Absolutely agree at this point. I think he might send it pretty soon because he's riding the back bumper, trying to force the mistakes. He's trying to ride harder on the exits to force the car in front to run the corner wide. He's got to be getting a little bit frustrated. He only has about 12 estimated laps to try and get the job done if he wants a top 5 finish for his team. Yeah, so at this point, you do start to run out of time a little bit here. There's now 0.3 of a second coming through the final turn. This is going to put Positive Sim Racing in a little bit of a better spot. That is guaranteed. But again,
Now is it the move? Now is it time for Positive Sim Racing to work their way side by side with Singularity. Singularity gets shoved off the racetrack there. They have to take to the runoff as it was close racing. It was door-to-door racing into turn 1. But in the end, Positive Sim Racing come out on top. They're up into the top 5.
Just looked like a bit of a racing incident because that Positive Sim Racing machine went all the way down to the curbing. Waited to the perfect time to send the dive, was around the rumble strips, and just looked like their Singularity trying to go for the squeeze back. Racing incident for the contact, but a change for the top 5.
Yeah, I'd call that a racing incident as well. Both teams in the same real estate. Only one car can occupy the space, and one of them's going to have to turn out for the worst. As now, looks like Positive Sim Racing, 4 seconds to Singularity Pink here. So if they're able to turn up the wick somewhat inside of 20 minutes, that's definitely a surmountable gap.
Yeah, it's a decent gap, yes. But it's a doable gap, I think, right now to close. Right now, what is 4 seconds to Dennis Lin, about 4 or 5 seconds. To make it 3 seconds, he's already getting quicker. That's how much apparently there's a chance he might have been held up.
Yeah, he's been held up quite a bit, I suppose. Behind that car, you can see the gap that he's been able to extend over that Porsche already. Of course, that was helped somewhat due to the fact that the Porsche pushing wide through 1 and 2, but still, Positive Sim Racing, the speed has been hampered by that car, and now they can unleash the power of that Ferrari. 3.5 seconds already. They're catching Singularity Pink by a huge amount here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the time is at the line. They were dead even with that battle for the pass in turns 1 and 2. That's how much of a difference in pace there was. So if I'm Dennis Lin, now he's got to play the over-aggressive defensive mode at this point, because there's a chance that Roy catches up to him within the final 5 laps, the pace he's looking like he's got.
Yeah, there's certainly a very big chance indeed that they'll be able to do so. So, how this complexion of the race starts to change inside the final 20 minutes. Battle for P2, that gap is now 8 seconds. So, ACR just chopping off about 3-4 tenths of a second a lap here, and even a second than 2 laps ago. So they're certainly trying their best to make this a challenge for P2 right in the dying moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as it progresses, but it looks like we're still going to have action here for the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, the action's going to be intense. By the way, this is what's happening up for second spot, you can see. 4 tenths gained last time for ACR, HM Engineering. So the tires have equalized to around that point where they might not be able to catch him in time. It's still an 8-second gap, Connery. It's going to need some major mistakes for Run and SimSport for it to be a fight for second. The biggest moving car in the field, plus 22 for that 27 car.
Plus 22, we're looking to make it 23. That is the objective for them. And now, you know, we're getting in towards that portion of the race now where things start to get a little bit tenser, things start to get a little bit more interesting, and well, we got a battle for P12-13. That might become a thing because Danish Bacon lost a bit of time to the Hyperion Sunset Orange car, although looks like Hyperion still not able to really keep with Danish Bacon, at least over the past couple of laps there. You see, like, lost 1.6 seconds on lap 170, but they're able to gain back very marginally on the previous, so trying to keep themselves in contention here, but still a lot of places to look at around the track here if you want to find some battles.
Yeah, this is getting really swung around the racetrack at this point. About 5 car lengths the difference just at the range of the trap, but Danish Bacon, they're set up to be quicker down the straights, but right now, Renault in his 52 machine looks like he's better in the corners. That time, not so good.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy there, coming through the second Degna, now up into the hairpin. But, you know, it does allow that Hyperion Racing Sunset Orange car really to reel the gap back in. And, you know, my voice can only take so much of this, I suppose.
Yeah, it's gonna get entertaining. Welcome to the final stages of the race. By the way, for Colby's car, we're hearing from the team that Apparently, there were as high as 36 incident points in that University at Isabel, the first positive sim racing machine. Just one incident point in the past hour and a half for them since jumping to the race car.
Oh, they're very, very close. Very, very close. A couple more incidents, and they will basically have to bring that car onto the pit lane for the very last moments of the race. It's this has been a fantastic race so far. A little bit of action at the start. We had that middle period where we only had like one or two cars that were really deciding to battle things out. Most of it was theoretical in terms of the strategy, but now things really do come to a head inside the final hour. So that's absolutely fantastic to see. And what do you think of the racing so far?
Well, it was very calm, cool, and surprisingly separated from much of the race. But now, in the nighttime, it's like all the strategies have come together finally for the chance for them to see which driver outsmarted the other, which team outsmarted the other with their strategists. And it's all worked out to where it's become an entertaining finish to this event today.
Yep, it has. Incredibly entertaining, but we still have to get it over and done with. That is the question. That is the statement, excuse me, not question, but 15 minutes. And now things get a little bit more interesting, at least for this battle for P12, P13, 0.5 of a second between the two of them right now. And, while we're staying up for this one, I believe we can sneak in another onboard perhaps. So we'll just go on board with Hyperion Racing Sunset Orange just for a couple of moments as we set up for the final couple of moments. Oh no, that is not ideal. Hyperion Racing Sunset Orange with the Race Sport TV fan immersion. They put it in the barrier coming through 130R, rather the exit of it. It seems actually that's not 130R, it's coming through Dunlop, I believe, towards there. As actually, yeah, yes, it will be 130R. Look at that, over the curb, bang into the barriers. There we go. Rando Luke not going to be, well, finishing in 12th place, that's for certain. Gets himself cycled back a position. and is able to spin that car back around, albeit with quite extensive front end damage.
Yeah, he had that wheel cocked all the way to the right trying to save it, but the way that car was bobbing along those curves, just not how they wanted that one to go. But by the way, the battle for fourth, it's down to just about a second and a half or so, closing in on that as Positive Sim Racing looks to try and sneak up into the top 4.
Yeah, they'll have to do it inside 11 minutes remaining, and I can't remember the last time that someone crashed on a Resport TV fan immersion, but I remember a couple of years ago when we had a league race at a league endurance race at, I believe it was Nürburgring or Silverstone or something like that, where we went on board like 4 or 5 times with different drivers, and they all had problems. So hopefully that particular curse doesn't return.
I actually remember one time we were on board for one at Laguna Seca last year. I forget the exact series it was with, where we were on board where someone lost it on the final corner. That was one of about 20 or 30 times we've seen that instance of a spin at Laguna Seca at the time.
Yeah, of course, that Laguna Seca is a very slow speed final corner, isn't it? So you can struggle to get the traction down sometimes, especially if the car does not have traction control. But with these GTE machines, 1.6 seconds between Singularity Pink and the Positive Sim Racing car. Very, very close indeed. 10 minutes remaining, just a couple more laps, around about 5 or so before we'll see the finish of this race. VRS Crown Sim Sports, they've basically been at the front of the field, and we haven't talked about them because there's really no need to talk about them because they have the lap over the entire field at this point. So they've been running pretty well. Tommy Erskar behind the wheel. Of course, they also had the driver of was going to be Joni Takman that took that car for the first part of the race. But you know, it's been an absolute stellar performance from them, and that is basically all that you're going to hear from them and all you're going to see of them before the end of the race. So let's move on to that Positive Sim Racing GTEU car. As again, like you mentioned, down to 1.2 seconds now. But the thing is, like the team member said in the chat, Roy Colbert has basically 4 incident points to work with here. If he has any significant car contact, that's a penalty.
Yeah, he can't afford to make any sort of contact. There is a bit of leeway we've seen in the past year or so in the iRacing service with door-to-door contact, but if Dennis Lind even spins out, that puts them at risk. If he goes off in the grass, just one time clips at the wrong spot, puts them at risk. So he's got to play it as safe as he can without pushing the issue. Yes, you want to send the stamp, but you don't want it to get stuck just even a tiny bit on the door of Dennis Lind's race car.
And Colbert, he basically needs to have this pass clean. He can't afford, like you say, to have any bits of contact that might put his team's race in jeopardy. So it's not just a courteous thing of trying to get past cleanly, it's a requirement right now for Positive Sim Racing, lest they come down onto the pit lane with a couple of minutes to go and really have to lick their wounds from that point forwards, losing a couple of positions. But right now, Roy Colbert, he knows this. He also knows that P4 is a possibility. Just dipping to within a second now. Meanwhile, just giving an update on the battle for P2, gap down to 4.3 now. So ACR, they are running a bit out of time here when it comes to trying to catch that P2 spot. It's going to have to be incredible laps from this point forward, qualifying laps for ACR to be able to catch the driver and the team that's currently in second place. But for fourth place, close as you like.
Yeah, just adding up the pace in my head real quick, about 3.2 seconds they can gain in 4 laps. That's not enough time to close. Up 4 seconds if you add up the math and subtract a little bit. But this battle, still very much in realistic reach. Kobe at this moment, again, I think it's going to come down to, as we've seen, the best passing zones all night long. Casio Triangle, first turn. You can say that 200 times over and over. But as long as he doesn't have bobbles like that, he can keep up the momentum and try and fight for this position.
That's the big thing. No mistakes. No foots out of line this time. 6.5 minutes to go. 2.5 tenths of a second separate them up to 3 tenths. Positive Sim Racing. Oh, that's a big lockup though from Singularity, but they're able to make the corner, so no big panic just yet. What might panic them is how close that Ferrari is off the corner, but that movement from Singularity Pink just scared Positive Sim Racing. They lifted out the throttle, and that's why they don't have any leeway. They can't afford to run into the back.
Yeah, they still have to go to the limit, Kobe does, for this position. But at this point, as long as he gets the car home to bring home the points, I think the team will be happy. But they might be also just as happy, if not a little bit more, if you can get them an extra 4 or 5 more by moving up this one position to the highest the car has run all night long to this evening.
Yeah, it would be a brilliant finish for Positive Sim Racing. Similarly so for Singularity Pink, because they've seemingly been involved in absolutely everything so far this race. So, you know, they've had a lot of screen time, and oh, again, another bit of a lockup from Dennis Lind there. He's really feeling the pressure now.
And we've seen this towards the end of the stints before from the Porsches all day long, where if they end at the end of the stint, they start wanting to swing around a little bit with the rear end. They start to lock up a bit more if you're aggressive on the brakes. Right now it's going towards the ladder point, and that is hurting them. But at this point, Kobe has not been able to take advantage quite yet, because in those same situations, he's either been bobbling off the edge of the curves or has been pushing tight, like right here.
Yeah, lap traffic will be dealt with. You could see Positive Sim Racing just dart into its slipstream there. You can see Singularity Pink going right to the driver's left-hand side, return back to the racing line for 130R. Again, as a Porsche, you have to be so careful coming through there, and Dennis Lind playing with fire when it comes to the exit curve. That's just again another bit of a lockup there. That just tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, you can tell Lind is setting it as hard as he can, trying to keep up time, braking late, and trying to be confident with the race car. Remember, Lind, a factory driver for Lamborghini, and showing that experience right now with how aggressive he is and how confident he is at the night time at the moment. He was 2 tenths quicker last time by than Positive Sim Racing.
Yeah, I'm not saying this factors into it, but it's a Ferrari behind, and he wants to get one over the rival Italian supercar manufacturer, I suppose. But 3.5 tenths of a second as they head their way through the S's section. That's where the Porsche has been very characteristically good through Dunlop now, and you can see that gap just extending a little bit as that Ferrari can't keep up through these high and medium speed corners. But when it comes to the traction zones, when it comes to the straight line, that's where that Ferrari's been oh so good. They gain a lot of time actually out of the second Degner. They're not able to make anything work into the hairpin. Another little lockup for that Porsche, and now that Ferrari hot on his heels, trying to tuck under that spoiler, riding on board with Roy Kolbe then. 4 instant points before he gets himself a penalty, so this is why he's being so tentative. Lind trying to draw on that real life experience to deal with this situation. No doubt he's been in this situation in real life before, but can he do it in the virtual world?
Yeah, he's under extreme pressure at this point, and the more he locks up, the more the pressure seems to build up. This time might be the best shot that Kobe has. No, has to let off the gas this time. In 130R, they have an estimated 2 laps to go this time.
2 laps to get it done. You've been on the outside looking in, has Roy Kolbe, but now maybe needs to be a little bit more forceful. He's going to have at least another opportunity before the end of the race if he's able to keep up the speed that he's doing right now. But Positive Sim Racing, it will be an amazing finish if they're able to grab P4 away from Dennis Lind here. But meanwhile, update P2, P3, 2.8 seconds. I don't think ACR has enough in that particular battle to be able to make anything happen. But look at how close these guys are.
This is getting tighter and tighter. Just need to find the right point. There have been mistakes, but the problem is, when both of these cars have made mistakes with the pressure, they've made them at the exact same corners in different ways. Has to go At this point, you have to wonder, though, Connery, if he's waiting for the last lap to make sure they can't go for the pass back.
It could be as well. You know, the Porsches have been very, very good at trying to secure those passes back once the Ferraris get them done into the triangle. But now you can see again another good exit there from Positive Sim Racing. But good exits don't mean anything if you can't complete the passes. Into Spoon again. You can see how the Ferrari just keeps himself close, and that's all he has to do. And a little struggle off the exit for Dennis Lind inside of that Porsche. And now that Ferrari has a good opportunity coming down the back straight. He's as close as he ever has been. Coming down into here, looking to try and work his way by. The Porsche's positioning is good in through that very high-speed corner, but that's Dennis Lind. He slides in the Porsche, and that is going to be it in terms of his particular battle. The pressure got to him, and here's the replay.
He had been locking up the brakes constantly, trying to push as hard as he could in the pressure. But that time, just hit the grass on the inside of the left side tires, get some loose, and now that drops him outside the top 4. He's still in 5th position in front of his teammate.
The big point is, as well, is did UI1 Positive Sim Racing get any contact from that? Because if they did and it was a 4X, then they might have just gotten themselves a penalty. I think they've just gotten away with it. We're on to the final lap, though. VRS Coanda Simsport, they're currently heading their way through the hairpin right now. It's been such a comfortable race for them at the very front, but right now it's just going to be them all alone coming home to the end of the race here. It's Tommy Erstgaard behind the wheel, the Norwegian driver taking over from the Finn that started this race of Joni Takkanen. It's been textbook, it's been perfect, it's been every single adjective you can throw in there for VRS Coanda Simsports in their, well, number 114 car. And now Tommy Erstgaard will start to bring that car home through that 130R for the final time inside of that BMW. One more big braking zone to go as well for Tommy Erstgaard. And for the first round of the Nordic Le Mans Series, the 6 hours of Suzuka will be successful. It will be checkered flag out for VRS Coanda Simsport in dominant fashion. Tommy Erstgaard flashing the lights, a bit of a weave across the line as well. Absolutely elated with his performance. Singularity Racing Red, though, they are currently 0.2 of a second behind their teammates. And Pink, well, Dennis Lind, after that slide through 130R, not going to be the result he was hoping for. He's still able to come home P5, but it could have been so much more if he was able to hold on for just a couple more moments.
Yeah, just the pressure ended up being a bit too much, pushed as hard as he could. But in the end, with the mix of locking the brakes and in the end, clipping that grass a little bit too much on the curb, the position goes to the wayside, but the rest of the field still crossing the stripe. Just 3 cars in the end came home on the lead lap. The battle for second, though, still a bit on. However, it's going to need, it came down to a mistake really in this spot. Ronan Simsport, 2 seconds in front of ACR HM Engineering on this final lap for the lead cars.
Oh my God. Oh, if they actually gone off there. Oh, Ronin Simsport, you only had to hold on for one more sector. And ACR HM Engineering, they've been able to work their way by. Oh my word, have you ever seen anything like that? Start of the final sector for Ronin Simsport. They had a comfortable buffer to come home P2, but ACR HM Engineering, they're able to make it work at the very end of the race. Absolute craziness. What has been this final hour of the Nordic Le Mans Series? 6 hours of Suzuka. ACR HM Engineering, they will come home second place, and they didn't expect that at the start of the final lap.
What in the world just happened right there? That came out of nowhere. I wasn't even expecting that. Take a look at this one. They were up by 2 seconds. All they need to do is complete the lap. And it looked like they were looking okay. And then right around this corner here, you can see just too much rotation, overran the corner on the wrong time, and this has been happening at the end of every single stint, Connery, for them. They get loose, it seems, very tail happy. Wrong time for it to get tail happy with the position on the line on the podium.
Oh my god. Ronin Simsport. What a cruel way to have the race finish. Just that single error into the spoon curve, and, well, they come home P3 instead of P2. Here's your unofficial race results here for the 6 Hours of Suzuka in the Nordic Le Mans Series. VRS Quanta Simsports win by a very, very comfortable margin indeed, and it's ACR HM Engineering P2 at the end of things, and very close P2 as well. It doesn't show it on the times, but oh my word, they didn't expect that at the start of the final lap. Ronin Simsport, what could have been P3, should have been P2. Positive Sim Racing GT, they come home P4 after a fantastic battle with Singularity Racing. Well, that red car comes home P5. Avriconic Racing in the 6th place position. They're able to recover things after the technical issues they sustained. Singularity Racing Pink will finish P7. Kinetic Racing P8. Borgia Team Mama P9. Hyperion Racing P10 in their X car. Hyperion, yeah, go on.
Hyperion Racing Laser Blue comes away in 11th. Danish Bacon in the 12th spot. Hyperion Racing Sunset Orange and Onyx Black come home in 14th and 15th. DGTS Sims Racing Black and White 16th and 17th, 6 laps down. 7 laps down. NSR Silver. DGTS Sim Racing Red in 19th. Rounding out the top 20, VG Esport Racing.
Yes, it is, and we will cycle things a little bit further back as well. Rafe Energy Racing retirements with Heike Simsport Luna, NSR Gold, ProLab React Esports, pole position sitter going out so early on. Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol with PCDC Motorsports Yellow rounding out your grid here today. Well, that's going to be the end of the race. 6 hours of racing in the books, and we'll get ourselves the post-race show started in just a couple of moments' time. Don't go away. What a final hour we have just had in the 6 hours of Suzuka in the Nordic Le Mans series. In the end, it was always going to be VRS and SimSport coming away with the race win as far as their pace was concerned. But for positions, every position further back, it was scrapped with. It was fought tooth and nail. And in the end, your podium sitters are Coanda, ACR, and Ronin SimSport. But that order certainly wasn't going to be expected, at least for P2 and P3. I'm Conor Matic. I'm joined by Justin Prince here for the post-race show. I think we needed a little bit of a calm down after that.
Yeah, indeed. It was a crazy finish after what was a calm race for about 5 hours of the action. Then it finally picked up in true endurance racing fashion when the points were on the line. In the final 60 minutes was some of the craziest racing we've seen in a while here on RaceSpot TV. Some heck of a battles to finish things off today here at Suzuka.
Yeah, brilliant battles indeed, and we have your first interviewee as well. It's Positive Sim Racing, it's Rasmus, and he's standing by with Justin Prince after a very involved final hour.
Yes, indeed, his team clawed his way up to the 4th position, +5 at the checker flag. Rasmus, how are you feeling about your team's performance after what some of your teammates describe as a stellar drive?
Well, obviously, I want to say that Roy did an amazing job during the last 2 hours. I myself didn't do the best job of keeping the incidents low. So when I gave him the car, he had 4 incidents left, and he only got 1 in the 2 hours of driving. So an amazing job.
Amazing job from him as well as you indeed in this one. How did the car feel as the race progressed tonight? Because you started at a very hot racetrack and went to the cool around mid 70 degree Fahrenheit mark, or around the lower 20 Celsius, just underneath that mark on the track.
Well, we ourselves had some problems with the car feeling quite weird after the temperature falling. So we did some tire pressure changes after my second stint, I believe. And that helped us a lot, and we found some pace, and we were able to climb back up, get a good result.
When you climbed into the paddock and watched along as Roy was trying to fight for the positions up the grid, getting to as high as 4th, what was going through your head as you're watching him try and fight that Singularity Racing red machine, especially, and pink machine rather, towards the end of that race?
Well, obviously I was telling him to stay back and don't make any stupid mistakes, because we were at the limit, and if we got the drive-through, then we would have been back in, I believe, P6 or 7. So I told him to stay back and be as careful as possible, but in the end he did a fantastic job, and we ended up in P4.
Now you and your team headed to the Circuit of the Americas on January the 12th, next on the endurance schedule for the Nordic Le Mans series. Your thoughts going into the Circuit of the Americas with a good points day?
Well, I think we can come more prepared than we did this time, and get an even better result. I also believe that the other guys will also be a bit more prepared. So I think we'll have some great racing at the Circuit of the Americas. Even better than this race.
Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you get going back to your team?
Yes, I want to thank, of course, Universidad Isabel, our main sponsor, and all the rest of our sponsors, JRT, Z1 Dashboard, and Sociograph, and so on. I also want to thank Javier, our manager, for doing a great job with the team. I also want to thank our spotter for the race, Rael Vieira, for being up and helping us throughout the day. Fantastic job, my man.
Congratulations on the 4th place finish for today for you and your team.
Thank you.
And that was Rasmus Boost coming from PSR today. Connery, back over to you.
Yeah, an absolutely brilliant performance. They gave us quite a show towards the end as well. But what a race that we've had. Not for the race lead, but for everything behind. It seems like everything was up in the air. But the big question for a lot of those teams out there is, how in the world do you catch Coanda?
Well, you end up trying to become cool. And I don't know what the exact answer would be to that one, but some of the teams might need to go back to the drawing board, put as much practice as they can in for the Circuit of the Americas, because that track can be fairly difficult, a very intense driver's track, with the first hill being going essentially hard on the brakes, uphill. It's going to be an entertaining race of the Circuit of the Americas, with all the chicanes to also deal with the race cars, and the multiple different straight lines areas to try and make passes.
Should be a brilliant race as well. That's going to be all that we have time for here in the 6 hours of Suzuka in the Nordic Le Mans Series. That is round number 1 of the season in the books, and now we look towards the Circuit of the Americas as the stage for round number 2. I've been Connery Maddock, that's been Justin Prince, Hugo Louis behind the cameras. We'll see you guys whenever we get to see you next time. Goodbye.